I'm gay.
Suck.
Why am I back here? Oh, right, because I made a guarantee that I was actually going to cover this shit show. Ah! Oh, Jesus Christ. Why can't we just vibe to good music? Like, why can't we just vibe? Like, we could just immediately just vibe to, like, some good, like, beats that I consider to be, like, lo-fi and shit, but no. Someone has to come around and just be like, oh, hey, we're gonna talk about politics. Even though this guy doesn't know jack shit about fucking politics at all. Is he here? Of course he ain't here. Ah! Yeah, he drew the short straw. But then again, some people are covering this. Some of them are, and some of them aren't. And then some of them are just doing whatever the fuck they want to. What up? You go live a lot. Wow. Ah! Yeah, wow. What, 2 times? I did the first stream because I was just bored. Like, honestly, that's the only reason why I did the first stream. That got some anger out of me.
Phil, you make me angry, Phil.
Yeah, he doesn't even vote. I guarantee you he probably didn't even vote for the Game Awards either. But it's like this one now, if we're going to go straight into this one, this was the original intended stream. You want to think if I'd been playing phonics, you can thank me later. I wouldn't watch a DSP stream or this. I'd watch the politics because we was covering it. It's bad enough we gotta hear about politics. Now we have to hear from the basement dweller Burnell. Pour one out, yeah. Hey. Here it is. Here it is. Yeah, I just want to vote to end the Gamer Awards. Yeah, the Gamer Awards need to kind of end. But at the same time, where else can we get, like, really good trailers? Alright, so, I have everything up and running now for this. Let's see. He still ain't here. And I love the fact that he's going on his stream. He typed in on his stream, YouTube, you know, no, because they had, like, world premiere shit. That's what I was meaning, like, exclusive, like, world premieres. He's there, he's using the restroom. DSP said beggars can't be choosers. We're talking about the food. Yeah. The food bank. And it wasn't even about the food bank. It was just the American Heart Association going, hey, if you're wanting to donate food to your food bank, please be considerate if you want to. And here's some, like, let us know about foods you want to donate to, or just donate. They weren't telling people to do so. But apparently Phil's thinking that the American Heart Association is telling you what to do. It's like, bitch, please. Mathematically, even if you votes for the win, even the judges disagree, you're boned. I almost read that as either boned and also bored. Here's a world premiere for you, Phil. Get a job. Watch Phil cover the Game Awards. And then he's going to sit there and be like, told you this game was going. It's like, even though he didn't even know who was going to win Game of the Year. Also, apparently, Ann just showed us how DSP has a new on-screen thing for his speech, which is a little soapbox. So expect the worst cringe takes ever. I already knew about the soapbox because Phil showed it off, and he barely used it. I love how he's like, I'm going to use this. I'm going to use this as a way to rant, and he doesn't even use it. He used it like one time, and then dropped it. Yeah, I love how he's like, DSP's live on Kick. It's like, I don't give a fuck, motherfucker. Yeah, someone updated the, what was it, the Mario Brothers one, or Mario World one, to have Kick in there. That this is just, my favorite Pokemon is Joblet. People want to call Phil a manlet. He should go get a Joblet. He's also eyeballing a Hue 1.6K PC. Oh, I know. He's already looking at PCs right now. But here's another funny thing right here. If you look down here, best fighting game stick, joystick I've ever owned is on sale for Black Friday deals here. Still expensive, but worth it for all the bells, whistles, and comfort. And it's a fucking Vitrix joystick. $319. Yeah, no thank you. Also,
what? Legalize nuclear bombs. We just nuked the building.
What?
Damn, that nuclear bomb just had a delay. Aaron, big ups on the fucking memberships. I appreciate it. Who got Mistra? I was gonna say Mistra got it. And then also Zach, Jet.
What?
Yeah, DD, Mystic Moon, Splata, Gribbus, Pastor Arthur Montgomery, Mega Bloodhead, and also Bank Leaks. Oh no, not the Bank Leaks.
What?
Hey, big ups. Also, good morning, good evening, good afternoon to everybody else out there. I streamed earlier today, but I'm still hoping that everyone is having a good day, a good night, a good birthday, good day off of work, good anniversary out there, and so many other things.
What?
Why are you talking like a weenie? Why do you like talking about them there, Reaper? You know, I'm getting some weird vibes from you. You know what vibes I'm getting from you? That's what I thought.
You zesty ass bitch.
There we go. It time start soon? Phil? Wow.
All right. Early good evening,
Hey,
everyone.
thank you, Hugh Pierce.
Running in just a couple of minutes here. Figured I would just do a very brief chatting with those who were here early.
Chatting.
Survive the night and see what you guys are up to tonight.
I want to die.
FYI, DS
Oh,
Politics.
stop saying
episode
FYI.
2 should be a good one.
Oh,
We've got a good
will
variety
it?
of topics to discuss, and some kind of like turbo topics at the end, depending on how much time we have.
Turbo topics.
Basically,
Being turbo
very
tax?
successful at getting suggested topics from the viewers this week.
I got one for you.
had
Get a
way
job.
More than enough content for the show, which I was very pleased with. I hope that pattern continues, and I hope that more of you will become members on my DSP Reacts channel.
AKA
and submit
give me
these
money.
kind of, topics. It really worked out very smoothly because I had so much to work with this week. The more the merrier, as they say, right? So hopefully it continues, right? I hope that you guys are going to enjoy 4 major subjects and then some minor ones at the end of the show. As you know, I'll be shouting out contributions.
Okay, now I'm going to give myself some skip juice. I guarantee you, most of these stories that he's going to talk about are either A, not political, B, are political, but then he's going to make it about himself.
During the course
Just calling it.
of the stream, including subs, gifted subs, and tips. That's the 3 ways you can contribute tonight. This is the same as any other stream
I've
of
listened to
mine,
Phil's politics
meaning I'm
while
attempting
doing
to hit the
security for a
$150
concert.
King's
I'm
Tax
sorry,
goal
Mark
during the
Jam.
stream. And if I do, the streak continues of support, and that means tomorrow we will be doing a smash burger.
Shut
if
up.
He tries it.
I don't give a
Now,
fuck about the
I
smash
actually had
burger.
said
I don't
something earlier
care.
Today, this is what I wanted to talk to you guys about before we began tonight.
Really?
I made a offer/challenge to my audience this morning.
No, you
Here's
made a
the
demand.
offer/challenge. Okay.
Made a demand, actually.
So, there are 3 different places in my area that make smash burgers that deliver to my home. One
Random
is
person,
Jack
why
in the
don't you get a
Box,
job? Phil, this is my
one
job, stupid. It's
is
your job to
Sonic,
donate. Pretty
and
sure
one is
what he said
Shake
about someone who
Shack.
asked him to get a job.
We tried to
What a
determine where to
dumbass.
order from this morning, and we could not come to a conclusion. So I made the challenge. Listen, if we hit all the goals, I'll order from 1. If we raise $50 extra, I'll order from 2. And we will do a head-to-head taste test. Okay? Or
I just woke up.
if
I just woke up from a nap. I completely forgot about this bullshit. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna go into there a little bit like blind. I'm just gonna go into there like head first. I'm gonna get through this bullshit and come right back out. Nope, I just got thrown right back into it.
Phil, you make me angry, Phil.
Yeah, exactly. If you give me extra money, I'll eat more food.
we raise $100 extra between now and tomorrow's daytime stream, I will order from all 3 places.
Just
have
fucking
3
do it
different
regardless.
smash burgers delivered at the same time. And do the first ever.
Phil, dipshit, just do it regardless. Even if you don't even hit the goal, do it regardless. Do it like a taste thing regardless. Stop asking people for money.
Triple taste testing on DSP Tries It tomorrow. I have never done that before in the over decade that I have done the show. Okay? We already hit the goal earlier, and we raised $36 extra. 36.
Come on, guys,
That
step
means
it the
tonight,
fuck up.
If we can hit the goal of 150, and then if we can get an additional $64 in support, I'm doing a triple taste test tomorrow on DSP Tries It. How insane is that?
It's pretty insane coming from you, Phil, but then again, not very surprising.
Right? Unprecedented. So let's
Oh my god, how unprecedented. Hey, Phil, I didn't know you were that big of a fucking cunt.
get it going tonight. Let's get some support in. As you know, I'll shout out the support during the show between the segments.
Oh, hey, it's the man, the myth, the legend, the guy who makes a Familia DSP. Lechero. What up, man? Big ups on your work, man. Very adult style-esque.
Thank you all in advance. I already just received...
Now you're going to see how angry... You know what? I have a little request for you, Lechero. I have a little request for you. If you do one in the future, have him trying to go, like, run up for mayor. Have him try, like, run up for mayor, like, for a future episode of Familia DSP.
my first contribution.
I mean, that would be fucking hilarious.
I just received a $5 tip
Oh, of course you did.
from Score. Why does it seem like Biden and Harris are purposely trying to escalate tensions and make things worse, like they're doing to destroy America speedrun because Trump won, laughing my ass off. Guess what? We're covering that tonight.
Jesus
I'm not kidding. That
Christ.
was one of my major stories that we were going to
Keep that
cover
in mind.
tonight.
Sounds like a
So
good
rather
episode
than jump
idea.
the gun here,
It was so stupid.
you know, and get ahead of myself, I think we should wait, and then we will cover it live. It is going to be one of the topics that gets discussed. Okay.
Yeah, supposedly he's
So
going to
let's
be
not
doing
jump the
other
gun,
restaurants.
But thank you. There was no name there, right? Just an anonymous $5 tipper.
Oh, of course it was anonymous.
Our first contribution of the night.
It has
Thank
to
you
be
so
anonymous.
very much. 5 on the board. 145 to go. Or if we're trying to hit the total goal, like I said, of
The honeymoon
you know,
is a good one too.
200, what was it? 216? Because we hit 180.
Like, Lachera, if you want like really good ideas, just go around in Detractor chats and just like wonder for ideas. It's always a good idea to look for it.
6 earlier.
Yeah, what are
So we
the
need
odds?
An additional 24 to do the double. Oh, forget. We'll just figure it out.
I figure I'm gonna need these.
I'm not going to sit here and start doing math now. But hey,
You
every
suck
little
at
bit
math.
counts. Additional will help and allow us to do a triple taste test tomorrow.
The honeymoon's a good idea.
Okay.
No, honey, we can't go on the
Oh, his name was
honeymoon. We have
Score? Is that what it
taxes
said?
to
His name was
pay.
Score. Okay, my bad. I missed his name by accident. Let me get his name on it. It was Score. Okay.
Yeah, it's not really
Sorry,
much
I
of a
missed his
taste
name.
test. It's more like a
Oh,
fucking
by the way, no
torture
super chats
session.
tonight. So let's get rid of this. This will make the leaderboard a lot more manageable. Just subs, gifted subs, and tips tonight. Here
Vegas
on
Strip
DS
will be funny.
Politics.
Yeah, Phil has no
Very
idea what the
nice.
fucking taste test is. He really doesn't. Like, a taste test is like, here's a sample of the food.
All right. Any stuff you want to chat? I was going to start around 7:15 p.m. Anything you guys want to chat about? Any last minute
Oh, Sinji.
topics, hot things going on I should know about? Any things you want to address? Any shout outs before we get started? Let's get it out of the way.
Shout out to
and
tractors?
then we will roll right into the
Or
show.
a little taste test will be like the Pepsi challenge or something. I mean, you could do like a comparison. You could do a
How is
taste
Jasper?
test
He's
and
good.
do
He's
see
asleep.
how it compares to
He's
another
oversleeping
one.
on the
But nope, he's
dresser
just eating food.
on top of a. Oh, basically, I bought myself some new sweatpants for the season.
New
and
Zelda
I've been wearing them for
jammies.
the past couple of weeks.
They're holiday
And my old
beast.
sweatpants that don't fit me anymore because I lost weight. I basically
You
just
did
put them
not
on
lose
top of the
weight,
dresser and
Phil.
He snuggles in them. He loves snuggling in old
Phil,
clothes.
I think you actually helped out people because of the fast food you've been fucking eating.
So he's snuggling in there, taking a nap right now.
Who cares?
But he is good. He was here a lot earlier today.
You usually only have a taste of something, not devour the whole thing. That is true. Like a sample. Like you just take a sample of each one. Like take like the burger, cut it to like a little tiny piece, and take a bite
Can
out
we
of
hit
it.
1K views again this week? Doubtful. I do feel like that was an initial burst of interest last week.
Oh no, burst!
Because it was the first time I've
He
ever
does,
done a
Michael.
political
He
show.
does.
I don't think we're going to
Memo?
be hitting 1,000 this week. Just being honest, I could be wrong. These are some good topics this week. I think people.
Well, Phil, your boyfriends are actually are in a little bit of a rough patch right now because one of them is in the psych
are
ward.
going to be interested in hearing my take on.
With how she's been
But
eating,
I
I'm
think that
surprised
was a
he's
one-time
gained 10.
deal. I
yeah,
still think we'll
if he
get a
gained
decent
10 or
audience here,
20 pounds,
but I don't think
he's
we'll
probably
hit
gained about
1,000.
30.
You know, we'll see. Then again, last week I got 1,000 viewers, and Keto Casino.
If I remember correctly, you uploaded 2021, right? I always remember listening to your 50-minute videos at work last year.
Was broadcasting. They're not even
I had, like
broadcasting.
DSP content last
Maybe
year.
we'll get some additional views. I don't know. Maybe not. I'm just happy to have an audience and to be able to talk about this stuff.
No, you're not.
Okay.
So immediately you're view auditing your fucking
Okay,
streams.
hold on, because it is feeling kind of stuffy in here. I want to open my window a little more.
Well,
I got
Phil,
my
if you
fan
turn
on
off your
high.
fucking
And
electronics
again,
every once in a
last chance, I
while,
would say if you want to get your contributions in now, please do. That way I can shout them out before we begin and I get into my topics, because I'll probably be doing shout outs between topics tonight so I don't lose my train of thought.
give me money, give me
Okay.
money, give me money, give me money, give me money. Somebody brought that up about Keno early. He wasn't happy about it. He dismissed the question. Yeah, he had that question brought up whenever it was during Street Fighter 6, and he called it drama. It's like, dude, the first thing that you want to know is if they're doing okay, not.
Will I talk
Shut
about
up,
what's
that's
happening
drama.
with Keno and Andy? I don't know what's happening. I have no idea what's happening. You guys are coming on my streams telling me there's drama and stuff. I don't know. I have no clue.
Why don't you go
I
and
know nothing about
check?
it.
Talk to
I didn't hear anything
Ashton.
about it.
Who's in the psych
I don't
ward?
even know what
Andy.
you're talking about. I don't. I have
Because
no
he
idea.
relapsed. Why don't you go investigate it, Phil?
No, I know what
I heard
I know
Andy
what the
relapsed.
rumor is. It's I don't know if it's true. Like you're bringing it up like, gee, Phil, what do you have to say? What do you? I have nothing to say. I don't know if what you're saying is true or not. This is the equivalent.
So yeah, so he knows.
One of my detractors
What?
saying shit about me, and then everyone repeating it and asking everyone what they think about it when it's just a detractor who said something about me.
In this case, Phil, this has nothing to do with us. This has to do with your new boyfriends. Hello?
Do you know if it's true or not? I don't. So
Detractors, what we say about you is true, but what you're saying is not. And Phil, you do know what's going on. You just don't want to address anything because I don't want to be tossed in the drama sphere.
I have nothing to say. If I knew it was true,
Yeah, I
would
thought
say
you were best
something.
friends with
If
them.
I knew it was outright false, I would say something. But I don't live with the guys from Kino Casino.
But you called
You know,
them your best
I
friends.
talk to them every once in a while.
Bullshit.
And-
Bull fucking shit. You talk to them behind the scenes in DMs.
Then we do.
Also, Jet, thanks for the 2. Thanks for the sub.
Do some work together.
But because I
That's the
appreciate it.
extent of it. I'm not like I
Gaming
I'm not-
soulmate.
I'm not bros with them. I'm not.
Phil, you said that fucking Andy was your gaming soulmate because he could play wherever he wanted without his audience yelling at him.
Close personal friends. I don't talk to them every day. I don't have insider information. You're coming to the wrong place. You know.
Like, here's the thing. Here's the thing with me, though. Here is the fucking thing. In the detractor sphere, if someone isn't streaming, like, say, for example, if Lynn isn't streaming because he's dealing with something behind the scenes, and he actually makes a post saying, hey, I can't make my stream tonight because I'm dealing with something, the first thing I'm doing is, I don't give a fuck about it because it's none of my business. No, the first thing I'm going to do is be like, hey, man, is everything okay? How are you feeling? I'm going to make sure their well-being is okay. It's like with Pop. I didn't know he had a kid recently. And as soon as I heard that Pop had a kid, it's like, oh shit, congratulations. It's always that type of shit, though. Like, you really have to make sure that they're doing okay, either it's good or bad. You got to make sure. You know, because that's what human nature is, Phil. You want to make sure people are doing better. It's really, really weird how Review Tech USA can make a Twitter post saying, hey, I hope Andy recovers, even though he could be doing it as a backhanded compliment, or just a way to say, hey, fuck you, Kino Casino, but I want you to do better. Things of that nature. Yeah, you mean to be human, or be human. But Phil doesn't get that.
I don't even know what the rumor is. All I know is what you guys are telling me.
You
so
know what
I
it
don't pay
is.
attention. You know, again, I go through this shit literally every day with my detractors.
What?
Why people would care or give any kind of attention to theirs.
Yeah, remember, he wanted Kino to notice him and be buddy-buddy, but as soon as they're in hot water, he doesn't care. He says he's a good person. Yeah, Senji, exactly that. As soon as there's something going wrong with them, anyone that he wants to associate with, something's wrong with them, I don't fucking know him. I'm not friends with him.
I don't know, because I tell you not to pay attention to mine.
But you bring it up regardless.
Right? If you're here and you like my content, and you know my detractors are full of shit, why would you believe someone else's detractors?
Because he gets a rise out of you.
Just saying. You know? Until you hear something from the horse's mouth or there's actual evidence of anything,
So, lies from you. Or from your wife.
then there's nothing. It's called bullshit, which is usually what all this is. It's a bunch of bullshit.
Well, that is
right?
also true there, Desert Cruiser. There's also always that as
So
well.
no, I don't know anything. I haven't heard
Yeah, why are we
anything.
full of shit?
I have no info or
Yeah,
insight.
okay. Reaper makes a really good point how all this, talking about the detractors, this part is completely irrelevant. That has nothing to do with Kino Casino. But he wanted to throw that out there just because, why not? Perpetual victim.
Outsider info for you, nothing. I have nothing to say on the subject because I don't know anything.
And also, Stevie Loud, you make a good point. They're asking for your side of things. They want to make sure you know what's going on.
Quite frankly, it's not my business, right? I don't know what's going on. Why would you even ask?
Third
me
time he brought that up about this. I have no
did a
idea.
couple shows with them, a couple co-ops. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, the guy that actually bragged about having collaborations with Kino Casino. The guy that said, "Hey, we did gameplay stream together. Hey, I was on their show a couple of times." And he's gonna sit there and he'd be like, "I don't care."
There you go.
I hope someone clips that and sends it over to Ashton and also Andy. I hope to God they do that. Because this just makes it worse for him. He's trying to play dumb, but it's not good, though, because the way that he said this, it could be misconstrued or taken out of context like, oh, hey, he doesn't give a fuck about Keto Casino while he bragged about them.
This is just me chatting for pre-show. We're about to get started, okay? I told everyone I would start just about right now.
Mr. Morals is back at it again in a big stepper.
All right, is everyone ready to go? I guess so. We got the one $5 tip and nothing else. Again, now, guys, I'm just going to say this. I don't want to bring up contributions all night. I want to focus on the news. And the politics that we're going to talk about. So please,
guarantee you, none of this is going to be about politics.
Please support the stream tonight. Let's hit the goal. Let's keep going. Let's continue.
This is definitely not a good look for him.
All right. Without further ado, I think it's time to start the show. Here we go.
Is it time? It's time. Yeah, it's time. I have skip juice, by the way. Like, in case he goes on his little breaks, I have skip juice. Also, let's get started. Pure fucking silence.
Hello?
Simulad, thanks for the 5. Phil just low-key admitted his fans care more about him than he cares about anyone else but himself. Exactly, Simulad. What the fuck is this?
Big juicy butt.
What the fuck is this? What is this? What is this gay shit? Wait, what the fuck is this gay shit? Yeah, that's Phil every single time that he doesn't get his contribution. And also, whoever decided to put Phil's like face on a woman's body? This is badly done. This looks like a Detractor submission. It does. You know what?
SP and all right.
Nope, I'm gonna give you the real intro. You wanna know the real intro? Here's the real intro. We're gonna get started with DS Politics.
If the FBI investigated every time that I got a mean tweet, the FBI would need an entire fucking wing, a building full of agents. Apparently in the modern era, the modern day 2024, actually, beggars can be choosy. I thought we live in America. I thought everyone's gonna eat Thanksgiving dinner. The reason that the Democrats lost the 2024 presidential election isn't because the Americans went nuts and decided to vote for Hitler 2.0. We have 953 viewers. Where did you all come from? But let's do a couple quick shout outs. Did I miss any subs? I don't think I did, but maybe I did.
That is a real fucking intro.
Legalize nuclear bombs. We just nuked the building.
Honestly, I'm not taking credit for that one. Nerd Brew made that one. The reason why I'm decided to use it there, because that's a real intro of how you get shit rolling. That is. Whatever that gay shit that Phil has, that's not an intro. Yeah, this is how you do govern.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Hello, and welcome to the show.
Hello, welcome back to another political analysis with Whine Spritzen. He is your host, Whine Spritzen. I'm just a guy commentating over it.
I'm DSP, and this is DS Politics, episode 2 for Thursday the 20th.
Whoever is covering this, big ups to everyone that's covering this. Even though there are people out there that don't cover this, big ups to them too.
1st of November 2024.
Derek made it
live
nice.
Streamed exclusively here on Kick on my DSP Gaming Reel channel. Welcome, everyone. I hope that you're having a good evening. I hope that things are treating you well.
I was until I decided to do this.
It's been a wild week, that's for sure, both in my personal life, but also in the realm of politics, and we're going to have quite a lot of topics to talk about tonight.
Look at him pretending to be a political talk show host. Like, look at this fucking fag. Look at this fucking face. Like, this is the guy who's like, I know about politics, lazy eye.
2 hours or so that we stream.
Captain Alex knows more about politics than you do.
So, how's it gonna go? Let's talk. So, this week, I have 4
oh my god,
major
4?
topics to discuss. The topics include Froot Loops.
I really don't don't know how Froot Loops have anything to do with this, but the reason why is because it's Robert Kennedy Jr. That's probably why. Vanguard, thanks for the 2. Scott Cheetah's banned me after I made him cry again. Like
yes,
always.
I'm not kidding. It's actually a political discussion.
Oh my god, Froot Loops!
Also, the war in Ukraine and how long it's gone on and new developments. Also,
why are you caring about the whole thing about the Ukrainian-Russian war? You never gave a fuck about it. The only reason why you're giving a fuck about it now is because of Stalker 2.
chaos in Seattle. I live in an outskirt of Seattle.
This is not politics. This is more like a local thing. This is more like a state news thing. This is not political.
In one of the suburbs. And chaos has been ensuing for a while.
All right, he's part Ukrainian. Yeah, I forgot.
And I talk about it on my streams casually. Tonight we're going to formally look into it and address it. And, of course, Trump derangement syndrome is also going on.
Yeah, more like Phil derangement syndrome, while he reaches out to the victims of Stockholm and gaslights them to giving him money.
Since Donald Trump won the 2024 presidential election, and we're going to look at a couple of cases of that are very scary and very sad.
You know what? I'll give one of them, though. Ellen DeGeneres is actually moving to the UK and not coming back. That's one.
If we
But again, who cares?
have time, depending on how the show goes tonight, because you never know with a political show how long you're going to talk about any particular topic in general.
arcane sugar instead of high
We have some random
syrup.
stories
Yep. Sure.
that we can like blast off at like a
Yeah, she did.
lightning round deal at the end of the show, and then I have a funny story to end the show. So basically, we got a lot to cover tonight, a lot of ground. You know, hopefully
He only
that means that
listed
we
like
won't
at
feel
least
I'm
three or
beating
like
around
three
the
of them,
bush on
not
any
much
particular
4.
topic or anything like that.
She could
Now,
move to
first off,
Canada.
I want to say
No,
thank
Reaper
you
doesn't
very
want her.
much. I just received a gifted sub from
Sister Anime.
where did it go?
Yeah, so not a funny
from
story. Exactly.
Obama Phone Pro Max 5G. Thanks, Obama Phone Pro Max 5G, for the first gifted sub of the night. As I said, this show is exclusively streamed on Kick. This is not on YouTube at all.
But you put clips up for it, though.
And because of that,
I'm watching this on YouTube, so go fuck yourself.
tonight you can support the stream in 3 different ways. Subscribing to the channel yourself and becoming part of the Founders Club. We still have about 40 spots left for people who
Yeah,
want to
no,
become one
thank
of them.
you.
Or you can give some
No,
subscriptions.
thank you.
Something you can do by looking at the description of the stream or the About page here on
No,
Kick.
thank
There's a link
you.
From them, thankfully, actually, more than when I stream on YouTube. So, yeah.
Hey, Phil. We all know that you're a scamming beggar. Shut up.
Yeah, if you could contribute tonight, please do. This is still
Phil's leading right. Yeah, leading right makes total sense. After all, he's a walking advertisement for abortion. No, not abortion. Birth control.
a stream in my streak of amazing support. 76 straight streams.
Don't care.
DSP tries it. Okay.
Don't
and
care.
Awesome. Double or triple.
Don't
special. So
give a
tonight,
fuck.
My DSP Reacts channel on YouTube. What we're about to cover tonight are directly because of these people's feedback, and it helped a lot. It gave me a lot of content to work with. In fact, I had more than enough content to work with this week, and I couldn't cover it all. Like, all the stories that people submitted, there was no way that I could actually cover all of those stories.
You can't cover jack fucking shit. If someone gave you a story, you go skip, 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 skip. Okay, this one's good.
Just to show you what I'm talking about over here.
He always
It is
sways more
here.
right than left.
Here it is. YouTube.com/
Are you really bringing up DSP Reacts right now?
A member of this channel at the submissions.
Oh, by the way, that clip about the whole thing with like Will Ferrell about Gary. Yeah, he's saying that people love his clips. He hasn't even hit 2,000 views within a week.
Here, you can then go to this community tab, and you can post up on a special post that I'll make tonight. It's a thread that will run once a week. You can respond to that post and post up your stories
Yeah, so essentially he made this DSP versus the internet, but now it's DSP versus politics.
that you want to see me review and talk about on the show next week. Now, next week, the timing will be a little different because next week, American Thanksgiving is on Thursday, and I'm not going to stream that night. So next week, my politics show will be on Friday night, November 29th. Friday night politics here on Kick. Okay, everyone? Just wanted to make you aware. Also, one other thing. This is what I talked about that I was going to do last week. As you can see...
Wait, so he's doing both Black Friday and politics on Friday? Oh, my lord.
Down here, we have DS Politics highlights on the DSP Reacts channel. Basically, right after my show ended last week,
Look at how popular they're doing. 1.2K, 522, 622, 676. Oh, no. And then 702. Yeah, very popular there, Phil.
to work clipping it up and making a whole bunch of highlights.
Yeah, this
for
is
all of you.
YouTube.
And they did well. If you take a look at all these videos, This is anywhere.
Plush.
3
How many bullets do I have
to
left?
Almost 7
Not enough.
times the amount of views that I would receive on a video on this channel from the previous work I used to do. I used to do a weekly clips reaction.
Hold on, what?
That I would receive on a video on this channel. Almost 7 times the amount of views that I would receive on a video on this channel from the
Not even close.
previous work I used to do.
Now Phil is like ego boosting himself. He's saying that these videos make him 7 times the views he would get on DSP versus the internet. It's like, bitch, no it's not.
a weekly clips react show. This show is doing way better right now.
No it's not. Phil, we can see the fucking views. This is clearly not doing better for you.
Seriously. So thank you to anyone who came to the channel, became a submissions tier member, submitted topics, and watched and commented or
It's
interacted
still 0,
in any way.
Cretino.
with
Yes,
these
7 times
clips.
0.
This will continue. Every week I will make many clips out of this show. Also, people did a poll.
Yeah, is he
How
gonna talk
often would you
about
like
it?
to see the clips?
You know
one
what?
a day, or maybe
You know,
clustered
good.
like 2 or
That's a
3
that's a
day?
good question,
And people
Rock man.
actually- But I just wanted to show you, this is how I became a member. Happy with this new effort. Okay?
Yeah, I'm skipping that. Fuck this. Yeah, he's drunk
All
today.
right,
I wish
well,
I was.
That's all we got for now. No shout outs to do. FYI, if and when you contribute.
Did he just say
I'm looking
FYI? Did he just say FYI in the span of like 2 seconds? Hang on.
Okay. All right. Well,
All
that's
right.
all we got for now. No shout outs to do. FYI,
Okay, never mind. I still hate when he said FYI.
if and when you contribute tonight.
FYI,
I'm looking to
FYI,
shout those
FYI.
out to
Shut
3
up.
major stories. Like I said, I have 4 major stories. I don't want to get too sidetracked from talking about each major story. So if you could bear with me while I talk about each major story, I would appreciate that. And then between the stories as they end, then I'll take the time to do big shout outs and interact with you because
He's
this is
doing
an
the
interactive
Trump
show.
hands.
want
I
people
just
to
don't
comment on the
realize
stories,
that.
And I want to get your
He's
feedback
doing the
on
grump
it
hands.
as well. All right. Awesome.
Stop!
Man, this is just so much more refreshing when I'm drinking it from the official level 1.
Go
price.
fuck yourself!
Froot Loops.
Finally, we get into fucking politics!
Phil, you make me angry, Phil.
I'm not kidding.
Yeah, Tyrone jizz in his cup. Yeah, that's what you're tasting, Phil.
Our first story of the night is Froot Loops. Ladies and gentlemen, this is RFK Jr. Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
No, thank you for telling us who that is. We couldn't figure that out.
RFK Jr. for short. He very soon will be a major political figure in the United States. He has been, or is going to be appointed, the health secretary of the United States when Donald Trump becomes president next year and is sworn in. So,
Why care? Why do I
already
care?
there's controversy, chaos, and problems because he was interviewed with NBC News on November 6th. And during this interview, he said the following quote: "Why do we have Froot Loops in this country that have 18 or 19 ingredients, and you can go
Yeah,
to
he
Canada
doesn't chill.
and it's
Yeah,
not
remember, he
2 or
doesn't.
3?" And as you can see directly in this article from Newsweek,
Yeah, I think Phil like misconstrued this story though. Like, it's not really about Froot Loops itself. It's about the ingredients used to make certain things.
this is directly after criticizing food regulation agencies such
Phil,
as
I'm not like the streamer that Shield Corporation. Shill's his own fucking merch store.
the U.S. Food and Drug Administration
Shut the
for not
fuck
protecting
up!
our kids from harmful ingredients in
Matt
ultra-processed
Gaze is
food.
more of a better
Okay.
story.
So,
I have
Robert
no
F.
idea.
Kennedy is basically saying many different things recently. Some of the things he's been saying is we have some practices in the United States that don't make sense, like putting fluoride in our drinking water, among other things. Now, I'm not a scientist, and I'm
Clearly.
not here to sit here and comment on each individual claim that's been said. I don't know.
Bullshit. You want to make a claim about everything. You want to give your 2 cents about it, and it's wrong.
All right? But in regards to this story, it's been covered by quite a few different news outlets. But the weird thing about the story is that depending on which outlet you watch, the story is covered
God, shut the fuck up,
absolutely
you
completely
cunts.
differently. Okay?
Uh-huh.
So let's go ahead and
Yeah, make fluoride
continue
great
with the
again.
Newsweek coverage, and then I'm going to show you a completely different way the story was covered, and then we're going to decide what is the truth of the matter.
You don't know
All
the
right?
truth about
So,
anything.
just from a cursory glance, what it sounds to me like is that
Cursory
RFK
glance?
or RFK Jr. I call him RFK Jr. Here they just say RFK.
Well, no shit, because
saying-
RFK Sr. is dead. He's now the new RFK.
That it sounds like in the United States we
I
tend
heard
to
myself
have
what I'm
food
Shaw.
that isn't regulated well enough. That our food has all these chemicals and ingredients in them.
No shit. High fructose corn syrup. Like, there's a lot of foods out there that has way too many ingredients that they added to it. Like, it doesn't even need.
Likely
That's why a lot of people like to make their own food. It's like, hey, you want to do something better for yourself? Make it yourself.
aren't good for you. But then in other
RK
countries,
died in a
the exact
hotel
same
kitchen,
food
according to
doesn't
Forrest
have
Gump.
those
No, he did.
ingredients.
He's
Why
assassinated.
is the U.S. Food and Drug Administration so lax?
Oh, no way, man. Don't
on
do it.
actually looking at this situation and saying, hey, let's stop this. Let's make it so that they can't use these ingredients here if they're not using them elsewhere. Okay? Sounds like he has the best interest of the citizens at hand.
Does he,
However,
though?
If you take a look at the rest of the Newsweek article, you may actually start to wonder about that. Here we go. The claim that U.S. Froot Loops contain 18 or 19 ingredients is false. Also is the claim that the Canadian version only has 2 or 3.
Phil, did you just completely skip over the part where he's talking about the U.S. Food and Drug Administration? Did you completely forget about this part?
False. Also is
such
the claim
as?
the Canadian version only has 2 or 3. In fact, both versions of Froot Loops contain 27 ingredients, including ingredients that would put the cereal firmly in the category of ultra-processed, linked to obesity, diabetes, and other metabolic diseases.
Yeah, something that your wife clearly has.
Lisa Moskovitz, a registered dietitian and founder of the New York Nutrition
Not
Group, told Newsweek, "I believe
Moskovitz.
people consuming Froot Loops or giving it to their family
Yeah,
are
Tips
generally
can have
aware
that
it's
smash
not
burger,
the most
okay,
nutritious
guys?
choice, no matter what it's recommended to consume in moderation, is not an everyday breakfast staple." Okay, ladies and gentlemen, officially I am here to tell you the opinion of Lisa Moskovitz. We're gonna flag it here, okay?
Why?
Is completely invalid to the fucking point.
What?
What RFK Jr. is saying is that we have the same foods as other countries, and it seems like we have a million chemicals and ingredients in them. Why? And can we fix that?
Phil, this has something to do with Froot Loops, though. He made Froot Loops as the example. And right there is essentially saying people consuming Froot Loops is not nutritious. It's like... It's like, Phil, just... What is there not to get?
She says, oh, well...
It's because... Okay, is it because a woman said it automatically has to be discredited?
Froot Loops isn't healthy for you anyway. That's not the point. No one was saying that it was healthy.
Phil, RFK Jr. was saying that it wasn't healthy. He already said that. And she's adding on to that point.
No one's saying that Froot Loops is a crazy good food. So why
That's what they just said!
are you even bringing that up? That's like saying...
Phil, just say that you're a fag and that you love sucking dick instead of loving women. Just say that cat's your fucking beard. Let's move on from this, please.
If RFK Jr. said, oh, we found
It
a
has
candy
real
bar that
fruit
has
in
poison
it.
Take the poison out. And then Lisa Moskovitz says, well, candy's not good for you anyway. So what, stupid? What a dumb thing to say.
How is that a dumb thing to say? What is everything right here saying stupid? How? Hello?
Seriously.
What the fuck is a beard? A cover. A gay man marrying a woman as a cover-up to saying that he's straight.
Exactly.
There you go, Reaper.
So if it's junk food or if it's not good for you, it's okay to have, like, poisons in it. That's fine.
That's not what they're saying.
Wow, what a great opinion, huh?
That's not what they're saying.
However, the ingredients of the two versions do
You completely misconstrued what she said.
differ. For instance, the food flavorings and colorings used by U.S. Froot Loops are red 40, yellow 5, blue 1, and yellow 6.
Oh, how yummy.
In Canada, Froot Loops are flavored with concentrated carrot juice, annatto turmeric, concentrated watermelon juice, concentrated blueberry juice, concentrated huito juice. I don't even know what that is.
Huito juice.
And
Not
stevia
huito.
leaf extract. So what does that mean?
Look it up.
It means that the Canadian versions of food are using natural ingredients that we already consume as parts of other recipes that won't make you sick.
Yeah, this right here isn't really political, though. I think the reason why this is considered to be politics is because RFK Jr. is involved, a.k.a. someone who's going to be a part of Trump's cabinet.
So why are we using chemicals in the U.S. instead of these things that the other countries are using? I'm sorry,
those
but
aren't
just
ingredients,
reading the
it's a
Newsweek
food
article
dye.
seems to be proving RFK Jr.'s point. Moskovitz says, when comparing U.S. Froot Loops to other countries like Canada, it's clear the U.S. falls short on protecting our consumers. Yeah, exactly.
So now you're agreeing with what she's saying?
So you're confirming what he said.
That's what she did beforehand. Hello?
Okay? Research shows additives like Red 40 are safe in small quantities, but in larger quantities...
Yeah, Deborah, he just called her an idiot, and now she's like, oh yeah, she agrees with him.
It can be linked to various health
food
conditions,
politics.
from behavioral problems to inflammatory gastrointestinal issues.
I think your wife has
remember
those.
When I was a kid,
No. He's making this about himself again.
Okay? Kids in school always said, oh,
Yeah, Mexican Coca-Cola is a lot better than American Coca-Cola because of the cane sugar. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I could go for that right now.
oh, you gotta be careful. Don't eat stuff that has yellow 5. And this was elementary school.
No one tells people about this shit.
And I'm like, why? Why wouldn't I want yellow 5? And people would be like,
What the fuck?
because, I'm not even kidding you. This is what my classmates said. They said, oh, because when
What?
you grow up, it's gonna make your penis.
What?
Because I'm not even kidding you. This is what my classmates said. They said,
Your classmates didn't say this shit.
oh, because when you grow up, it's gonna make your penis small and you're gonna be impotent.
No, Phil, that's what parents were trying to tell children. That's what they were trying to tell children. I guarantee you, your classmates who are like, what, 5 to 10 years old, they're not gonna go around spraying this shit. They don't even know what that means. I bet his classmates ate crayons. Can't even remember yesterday. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god.
Oh. Okay, thanks for telling me. By the way, how old am I? And you're telling me this?
How old are you and you're talking about dick?
So now kids are like scrambling in class at like their lunches. They're looking at the ingredients on the bag.
No, they're
Is there
not.
yellow 5 in this?
No, they're fucking not. They're just like, hey, food. Okay, done, bye.
Is there yellow 5? I'm not kidding that this happened when I was a kid in elementary
My preschool classmates told me, stop eating yellow 5, idiot.
school. It actually happened.
This never happened, Phil.
Okay? So, let's continue. Doctor.
Yeah, that's a bunch of fucking bullshit. You know what? I wish Broside was here because he would immediately call this shit out and be like, this never happened.
Frederica Amati.
Yellow 5 reducing sperm count is an urban legend. Even I heard something similar when I was in middle school. Thing is you need to consume buckets of it and not just a few cans of Mountain Dew. Exactly. And that was like kids, like parents' scare tactic to try to tell children, hey, don't drink soda. This is why.
Nutritionist and nutrition science company Zoe told Newsweek Froot Loops are not healthy. Whichever way you look at them, they are high in sugar, highly. Okay, I don't care. Hello, Dr. Frederica Amati. Your opinion doesn't matter. That's not the topic we're talking about.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It's talking about the ingredients used to make Froot Loops. Yes, this is. And again, another woman. Hey, Miss Dr. Frederica Amati, you're a fucking idiot. Shut up.
Talking about chemicals in the food.
Same thing. It's talking about the ingredients, Phil. And they're adding on saying that they have high processed sugar.
No one asked you if Froot Loops are healthy. This opinion is invalid to the fucking talk we're having.
You said the same thing about Moskovitz. You said her opinion meant nothing until she said something that you agreed with.
Here. Eating them less frequently is the okay, ignore stupidity.
Hold on, I'm gonna continue. Eating them less frequently is the main piece of advice, regardless of whether you eat them in Canada or the United States. How is that bad advice? How is that negative? Hello?
Here. Eating them less frequently is the okay, ignore stupidity.
That's not stupidity. That's just common general advice. Hey, don't eat this. This isn't really healthy for you. You want a healthy alternative? Make some scrambled eggs, have some, like a little bit of bacon or sausage, and have some toast with it. That's more of a healthier solution than fucking Froot Loops.
Let's continue. Red
Yeah,
40,
we are,
otherwise
G.
known as Allura Red or
Yeah, she's a woman. It doesn't count.
E129 has been linked by some scientific
God damn it. You know what? We need Toxic Woman.
I get this thing.
We need the Toxic Crow.
studies to allergies, migraines, and
Simi Lab, thanks for the 5. Wait until Phil finds out his drinking water contains dihydrogen monoxide. Yeah, imagine that. Oh no, it has yellow 5? No wonder why my PP don't work.
in mental disorders
I think you have those, Phil.
such as attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, ADHD in children. Oh, so let's be sure to give our kids extra red 40 so they could have ADHD and start bouncing off the fucking walls, right?
Shut the fuck up. Bill, you don't have children. You in no position to talk about parenting or children. You have no right to talk about that.
Hey,
Yeah, the H2O for those who aren't available on Chemistry Joke.
yellow 5, it's on here. Are you kidding me? I swear I didn't read the whole article ahead of time.
Bullshit.
Yellow 5, otherwise known as tartrazine or E102, has been linked to hyperactivity and ADHD in children. Oh God, so you're giving them 2 different ADHD colors, and has been associated with a high risk of certain cancers. So it has nothing to do with a small penis. All right. At least I'm relieved.
It's an urban
And-
myth.
that
The
it?
whole thing with that is an urban fucking myth.
And here's the whole list of ingredients compared to Canadian Froot Loops, right? So that's the article. Now here's the funny part. I just
That's
read the whole
it?
thing, right? If you
So the whole thing was about Froot Loops. The women that were talking are idiots, except for that one point that Moskovitz made. But everything else, idiots.
actually read this
Oh, and apparently it gives your kids ADHD and cancer.
article, I highlighted the parts that are important versus the parts that
Really?
are bullshit. So out of the Newsweek
You highlighted the other one, and you called that bullshit?
article, the entire first part was bullshit. Then
No, it's not.
there was one thing that actually
Okay, here's another thing. Phil, if you didn't know which one, if you didn't read this ahead of time, why did you know to highlight that piece with Moskovitz, the ingredients, and here with Dr. Frederica Amada?
confirmed
Or Amita.
RFK Jr.'s concerns, and then there was more bullshit, and that's the end of the article.
No, there looks like there's more.
But that's Newsweek, okay? So a lot of places have covered this, and in particular in this one, what people did is they did like an amalgamation of people tweeting about it, although I don't know, I guess
There's
it's not
only one tweet so far.
tweeting anymore, it's Xing. People who were
People still call it tweet, Phil. And stop putting the X. You're not a part of the X Force, Phil.
Xing about this on X.com.
Just say tweeting, Phil. It's considered to be a tweet. I'm not going to be one of those fucking retards that calls Twitter X. Or doing that DX karate chop to the crotch.
And some people are like, you know, they you know, people are saying that RFK Jr. was in the wrong, but then others are like, wait, what? Well, we actually read the article, right? So New York Times is saying Robert Kennedy Jr. is wrong about Froot Loops having too many artificial ingredients, but then goes on to explain that artificial
A
colors and
lot of
preservatives
places.
are in the U.S. version instead
the
of the
whole clan
Canadian.
of your the whole
Right?
your people clan.
So
Jesus Christ.
there you go. I mean, other people have the same outcome of what I saw when I read the articles. And that
No, you just said that people were disagreeing with it and some people were agreeing with it. You're saying that there was more diverse opinions.
By the way, so they're citing a New York Times article. I cited a Newsweek article, and all the articles seem to make it seem like RFK Jr. was stupid or something.
Well, duh.
But okay, all right. Let's be honest.
No.
The Republicans, particularly those who like Donald Trump or are in his grouping, they love hyperbole.
You love hyperbole, so you can paraphrase wrong.
Okay, they love it. They love to over exaggerate a lot. They feel that it gets their
That's you.
point across. You know, last week Donald Trump said, "Oh, I got Roe v. Wade repealed." No, you didn't. You did not do that. The Supreme Court did. Okay, you might have had a hand in it, but they're the ones who did it.
Phil, this has to do with the, like, what was it? The propaganda against Trump with Kamala Harris's campaign things. And that sounded like AI to me.
But he takes credit for it, right?
No, that sounded like AI to me.
RFK Jr. says, "Oh,
What about
well,
X-Factor?
our Froot Loops has like 27, 28 ingredients, and the Canadians have like 3. That's ridiculous." No, it's not true. It's completely false. That's the bullshit that people should be calling out. But just because he used hyperbole doesn't mean that the core argument he's making is false. You understand? He exaggerates to get hype, to get bluster going, but his article, what
You
he's
sure
talking
about that?
actually has merit. He's saying,
Yeah,
why are
what's
we
the ad
using
on
these
Phil's
chemicals
screen?
to basically color our foods
Oh,
when we
Jesus.
could be using natural things that everyone eats that are
Yeah, to
actually not
get
bad for you
hype.
at all?
He's gonna
Carrot
hype this
juice,
up.
which is healthy. Why not turmeric, a spice that's very common in many different kinds of cuisine?
Not really.
Why don't we use that?
Turmeric isn't really common with most cuisines out there. It's mostly common to certain cuisines, like something like for Indian food or anything that's Mediterranean. Turmeric is a little bit more common there.
Instead of yellow 5, which shrinks your pee-pee. Okay.
You know what?
Wait, we already said it doesn't, all right? But you understand
No one said that it did. You did.
what I'm saying. I just used some hyperbole there, and that's the
No,
kind
you
of thing that
didn't.
they do.
No, you didn't. You brought up a story that never happened.
But I said this last week. I feel like this is what happens with Donald Trump. He overtalks so much with his hyperbole that then people kind of write him off and don't give him credit for the things that he says that are valid.
Are you really trying to I guarantee you, he's going to compare himself to Donald Trump. He's going to compare himself.
Because he's exaggerating
Turmeric is in a lot of Italian dishes. Which ones? Don't don't worry about it.
too much. I wish that he would kind of...
Yeah, turmeric is a good anti-inflammatory. Like, honestly, if you want to say something like for turmeric, though, I wouldn't say that it's good for, like, cuisines. It's good for, like herbal medicines. Like, I could see it, like, for that.
Maybe check it a little bit. But the thing is, I actually feel that those who support Donald Trump like the hyperbole. They like the exaggeration. They find it fun. They find it energetic. They find it different from what other politicians do.
Or maybe they just like the fact that Donald Trump has something to offer, which is something that his opponents couldn't really offer.
That's why they like the guy and keep voting for him. So, it's just funny because here we go again. Donald Trump is not even in office yet. He hasn't been sworn in.
Turmeric is a fucking spice. It doesn't belong in the breakfast cereal as a fucking food dye. If Phil actually wanted to make a valid point, he'd say something like lemon rinds or citrus rinds. This is citrus rinds in general. Orange, lemon, lime, but no.
In yet. And immediately we have all the mainstream leftist, very, very progressive media coming out and doing articles to try to smear every single person involved with him. When in reality, okay, I get it.
We haven't been
wish
an
they would
hour
calm
in.
down and be more logical with the way that they say things.
Phil, you're not logical about this at all.
But it doesn't mean that everything they
Yeah, let's be logical about this. When I was a kid, we talked about how drinking yellow fire made our pee-pee smaller.
say is false.
Yeah, very logical.
RFK Jr. in this point actually has a point. There are chemicals in the food that shouldn't be in there. We could have other things in there.
Hey, two other people made a point about that as well. You called them idiots.
No reason to. Why is the U.S. Food and Drug Administration allow all these chemicals in our foods when other countries don't and they have healthier alternatives, right?
Or better yet, you could just make your own fucking breakfast foods. Do you like Fire Emblem? Yes, but I don't really care for it after Awakening, honestly.
You tell me, and that's what I mean. So I don't get it. So anyway, don't always believe everything you're hearing in the media. Don't believe the hyperbole. A lot of it is a bunch of bullshit from the Republican Party, but at the same time, just because they use the hyperbole.
Yeah, I love how he's like, don't believe what you're saying, what you're hearing from the media, and he's trying to like imply to like, listen to me, I know what I'm talking about, when Phil doesn't. Like, even I don't know what I'm talking about most of the time. Sometimes.
Doesn't mean
What up, Lynn?
everything they say is wrong. The media will tell you that. It will say everything Trump says, everything RFK Jr. says, everything the cabinet says is wrong. That's not true.
Again, they can have an opinion about what they're saying is wrong. People are entitled to have an opinion, Phil.
That's
Just like how I'm entitled to have an opinion. You're entitled to have an opinion. And people can get called out for bad opinions. And you know what? It happens.
exactly the kind of hyperbole.
Awakening was good. Fates was trash. Three Houses was good. Engage was ironically unengaging. Best Fire Emblem game I played was a Dynasty Wars spin-off of Three Houses. Disagree. Sacred Stones is my favorite.
Hyperbole that the left likes to use to discredit their opponents. And
Oh,
they
Jesus fucking Christ. You know what? I'm going to check something real quick. Just to make sure. Okay, thank God. Let's continue.
do it all the time. Be careful about that. You can't really trust the mainstream media because they're always spinning it in one of these angles.
You know what? Thank you, Seemingly Odd. I'm actually going to bring this up. Thank you, Seemingly Odd. Seemingly Odd sent me this. You know the ingredients that are found in Froot Loops? Like, and there's all this right here. Contains wheat ingredients. There's right here. Ingredients. Corn flour blend. Whole grain yellow corn flour. Degerminated yellow corn flour. Sugar, wheat flour. Whole grain oat flour. Modified food starch. Contains 2% or less of vegetable oil. Hydrogenated coconut, soybean, or cottonseed, or cottonseed. Oat fiber, oat fiber, maltodextrin, salt, soluble corn flour, natural flavor, red 40, yellow 5, blue 1, yellow 6, and BHT for freshness. Vitamins and minerals include vitamin C, ascorbic acid, reduced iron, niacinamide, vitamin B6 or pyridoxine hydrochloride, vitamin B2, riboflavin, vitamin B1, thiamine hydrochloride, folic acid, vitamin D3, and vitamin B12. Like, looking at, and also you can see right here what it has for like iron, calcium, vitamin D, potassium, vitamin C. Like, some of it, it shows right here there's quote-unquote nutritional value to it, but the majority of it, though, it's just going to be the same. It doesn't matter where you fucking go. It's always going to be the fucking same. Also, hang on. There we go.
Okay. So, that's our first story for the night. That was a nice quick intro story, was it not? Pretty good.
I'm talking only post-Awakening. My favorite Fire Emblem is technically 2 games that was Oh yeah, the Thelos duology. Yeah, what was it? Path of Radiance and Radiant Dawn. Those are the two. Those are good ones too.
So
Chastising people for not wanting to believe they don't agree with about anything. Meanwhile, Phil can't accept Detractors being right about Derek because he's biased. Same thing. Yeah, exactly, Julio. Same thing.
well, ladies and gentlemen, thanks so far. We got our second tip of the night.
First story, and I already want to die.
A $1.20 tip.
We're not even an hour in, and I want to die.
So here's someone. RFK is a documented anti-vax conspiracy theorist. A lot of what he has said has been disproven by doctors and scientists. Okay, I'm not sure what that has to do with the topic of what we just talked about.
Phil, the topic was RFK Jr. made a fucking post or made a fucking point about Froot Loops being less healthy. He has something to do with this, Phil. Like, my fucking God. I love how he's like, what does that have to do with anything? Because RFK Jr. was mentioned. Hello? Plush, thanks for the 2. Working early tomorrow. Have a good night, guys. Have a good night, Plush. Big ups, Friday. Yeah, what's up, Friday? Big ups, Friday. Yeah, big ups. Thanks for restreaming this. It was too painful watching without commentary. Oh, it is terrible. What's up, Black Queen?
I don't. I get it. People don't like the guy for various different reasons.
Phil, you just brought up the fucking article about how people saying that RFK Jr. was an idiot. Hello?
He was right on that subject. He's correct. What he
How
said
do you
was
know?
actually correct. He just exaggerated, and then people gave him shit for it, but his point was right.
Again, just because someone over-exaggerated to get his point across, it doesn't necessarily mean that he's right. It doesn't mean that, Phil. Just like how you over-exaggerate everything about what detractors are doing doesn't mean that you're right. So what?
It doesn't matter that you don't think that he was right on vaccines. He was actually right on that topic. It was
How
proven.
do you
Even the
fucking
people
know?
who don't like him said as much in their articles. You understand? This is what I don't like about America and the way that, again,
Then move.
either you're with me or against me.
That's you. That's more of your mentality.
Either you
He
completely
was still a little wrong. Yeah, exactly, Reaper. He was still a little wrong.
agree or you completely disagree. No.
No, if you completely agree with Phil, you're staying in his cult. If you disagree with him, you're banned.
You can call a fact a fact. You can call a fib,
You can call a spade, too.
In this case, that was a fact.
And you can call a black man an N-word, and you get your ass beat.
There's a little bit of hyperbole and fibbing in there, but there's a fact behind it, and that's what counts.
Not necessarily the case with that, though, Phil. Again, you know what? I'm going to bring this up.
That's a nice argument, Senator. Why don't you back it up with a source?
My source is that I made it the fuck up.
I just don't understand how then you just discredit
Yeah, how is any of this politics? Fruit Loop cereal, really? Yeah, how is this politics?
the man ever says, right?
Yeah, this is not really much political commentary. He can't cover political commentary without some bullshit.
Okay. All right,
Yeah,
so let's
you can't call cat fat around Phil, or else he'll ban you.
continue. All right, about how do we? I'm just curious. I didn't look yet. Holy shit, we have 700 and plus viewers tonight. Thank you guys for the viewers once again.
I don't care. Like, honestly, I don't really give a shit about the views.
I don't know why you guys are showing up, but I'm glad that you guys are enjoying.
Because I don't think Kino is streaming. You know, I'm gonna check. I'm gonna double check something really quick. I'm gonna look on Kick really quick. Let's just make sure. Let's see. Let's see. I'm waiting for it to load. Yeah, Kino Casino isn't streaming right now. That's the reason why. That's why, Phil. Yeah, 680 bots. I agree.
in the show.
Also, Greenlight, thanks for the 2. DSP is a Fruit Loop. Yeah, he's a fruit, all right.
I really appreciate you being here for DS Politics Once a Week, episode 2.
Yeah, he's being botted.
It's going to be a good one. And again, next week it's going to be on Friday night. All right, let's keep it rolling. Let's get more viewers. Let's get the support going, everyone. As you know, this is a normal stream for me. We want the streak to continue.
Normal.
Let's get some subs. I see many people in the chat who don't have subs, so let's get some of those. Let's get some gifted subs for the channel, and let's get some tips in and keep that going.
You zesty ass bitch!
Ready? Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our second topic of the night.
Nope, skipping that. Yeah, I hate that gay ass shit that he has. He thinks that he's a part of like CNN or some shit, Fox News, or anything that's like a political show like Wolf Blitzen. And, what's up, sister? Hello, sister anime.
So, our next topic involves a situation that has been going on for now over 1,000 days. The
Phil, you could just say 2 or 3 years. You could just say that.
war in Ukraine.
And again, Phil, the whole thing about Ukraine, you don't give a shit about what was happening in Ukraine-Russian war. When someone asks you about it, you're like, I don't care.
Now, I'm not here to talk about the war particularly and how ins and outs.
Then
and,
why are you bringing this up?
like Zelensky? Do you hate Zelensky? Do you trust the guy? Do you think he's a sham, scam artist, charlatan? Everyone seems to have a different opinion on this subject, and for me to jump in this late in the game would be kind of weird. You know, I'm sure everyone
It's weird to bring this up now.
formulated their opinions at this point, correct? But
Oh, this is gonna be bad.
there's been some major developments regarding the Ukraine in the last week, particularly.
Black Queen, there's one where people like put his face on like Kamala Harris, Donald Trump, Joe Biden, and the one woman that was mad that Trump was elected.
Things
It was terrible.
seem to be advancing so fast right now.
What part of Phil's life is normal? He's married to a horse. He refuses to get his cat blood work and wasted his dad's money on sweaty men and booze. Nothing about Phil's life is normal.
At an accelerated rate, that, no exaggeration, as I was pulling an article to talk about
means
on
the
the
Hogan.
show, another thing happened, and therefore I just got the second article instead.
From the New
because
York
this
Times.
kind of summarized both together. And then as I was adding this and getting the show ready, something else happened regards this situation. I was like,
stream, can't
dude,
forget.
isn't it weird? I gotta say this. Donald Trump has won both the popular vote and he won the Electoral College.
Thank you for explaining the presidential election of 2024, Phil. We already know this.
Big sweeping win. Even though everyone claimed it was going to be close, it really wasn't. All right?
At first, it was really close, and then later on, it became in Donald Trump's favor.
The American people have spoken. They want to change. So why?
I mean, they want to change with Obama, too. They
seems-
wanted to change when Donald Trump got elected, and they wanted Joe Biden on there. And guess what? He didn't do such a good job.
like now, all of a sudden, with Biden on his way out, with Kamala on her way out, that all of a sudden now there's an accelerated pace of stuff going on with stuff like Ukraine. Is that a little weird? It's like, well, I'm on the way out, and I know that my time is done. We screwed up. We were destroyed in this election. Now it's time for us to try to crunch a whole bunch of crap out right away before we're on the way out, and then we can't do anything.
Well, no fucking shit, Phil. They're trying to pass the blame onto someone else. They're trying to pass the blame onto Trump for it.
They have no power.
Like,
Not-
again, does he not understand that?
not only did they lose the presidency,
Yeah, it seems more like common sense.
they lost the House of Representatives and they lost the Senate. They lost it all. They're gonna
Yeah, I agree. Like, Black Queen, you can say whatever opinions that you want about it, though. It's your opinion. No one's going to judge you for it.
have no
And if they do, well, guess what? They're going to fuck around and find out.
power for the next 4 years. I think they're really, really upset about this and scared. So they are literally
Yeah, same thing. Trump did the same thing. Any president does the same thing when a new president comes in.
trying to do as much as possible in the short few months that they have until Donald Trump is sworn in. So here's what's happened. It's so crazy. All this
Yeah,
stuff that
the
just
last
happened
minute pardons.
in the last week with the Ukraine. Okay, I say the Ukraine. Everyone yells at me. Okay, with Ukraine. I called it the Ukraine because I feel like it. All right, I think it sounds.
They just say Ukraine, Phil. They don't say the Ukraine. Unless they're talking about the Ukrainian army or the Ukrainian government. It's not the Ukraine. Do you think Phil has got any oil changes to his Toyota since he's never got a phone call from his BMW to get the oil change? I don't think he knows anything about oil changing.
Sounds good. Rolls off the tongue. The Ukraine.
Yeah, it's just called
Instead of just
Ukraine, not the
But
Ukraine.
I guess it's offensive to say the Ukraine, so too bad. Okay.
Because in some cases, if you're going to call someone the Ukraine, it just sounds like you're treating someone or treating a country as less than human.
So, first off, the first thing that happened is that President Biden just gave permission for Ukraine to start using these missiles. Now, I don't know how long they had them. I don't know if Biden said you can't
Yeah,
use
the
them yet.
DSP,
I
the
don't get it.
written.
But
It's like you sounded like Starfire for a minute there.
just a few days ago. It was literally a few days ago.
Well, it was referred to as the Ukraine when it was a part of the USSR. As it was a region. Ukrainians got irritated about it now.
Oh.
Yeah, 'cause
He
it's
said,
back,
"Hey."
back in the glory days of the Soviet Union, I suppose.
We're going to shift our American policy. You can use these missiles now against Russia. And so Ukraine said, well, thanks for the offer, but we're going to pass. No, they didn't say that. They said, sure, thanks, stupid. Let's use them. And they immediately fucking launched them
Yeah, you saw Kyle somewhere there, Phil.
into Russia.
I call it the U.
So, Ukraine's military used American-made ballistic
Pretty much
missiles on
Zapper,
Tuesday to
who it
strike
looks
into Russia
like.
for the first time. President Biden had just given permission to do so. The pre-dawn attack struck an ammunition depot
thanks,
in the Bryansk region
stupid.
of the southwestern Russia.
Thanks for the
Ukrainian
money,
officials
dummy.
said. Russia's Ministry of Defense says that Kyiv used 6 ballistic missiles.
Kiev.
Is that Kyiv? I think that's how you pronounce it.
Kiev.
Known as ATACMs for Army Tactical Missile System. A senior American official and senior Ukrainian official who spoke on the condition of anonymity to discuss ongoing operations confirmed
Kyiv.
that ATACMs were used.
It's
the
Kiev.
strike represented a demonstration of force for Ukraine as it tries to show Western
I think it's more like Kiev. Yeah, Kiev. Thank you.
allies that providing more powerful and sophisticated weapons will pay off by
Knew it
degrading
wasn't
Russia's
crazy.
combat capabilities and relieving pressure on Kyiv's overstretched forces.
Kiev.
The attack came on the same day President Vladimir Putin
Putin, not Putin.
lowered Russia's threshold for use
I
of
love how it's like, it's Putin, not Putin.
nuclear weapons. A long-planned move whose timing appeared
Yeah, they
aimed at
launched
showing
some
the Kremlin
missiles, next
the
flavor.
responsibility aggressively
Want me
to
some
Ukraine
chicken
using
Kiev?
American missiles to strike the Russian territory. The Kremlin has throughout the war used the threat of deploying
Is Kiev your evil Eastern European doppelganger? Oh no, it's Ikiva, run!
nuclear arsenal to try to deter the West.
Although granted, now it's actually like building onto like Detractor lore about myself. It's like, hey, it's my evil twin that agrees with Phil. It's Ikiva.
Providing more robust military support to Ukraine.
Hey, it's my favorite store to go to, IKEA.
On Tuesday, Russia's foreign minister,
That's right,
Sergei
dude.
Lavrov,
Yeah,
called Ukraine's
Pewdited.
ATACMs in the Bryansk region a signal that they want escalation, a reference to the U.S. and Western allies. Ukrainian officials and military analysts who have long cautioned no single
You
weapon
like
will
Kiva
change the
be
course
like,
of the
I love
war.
Phil and
Note
his
the impact of the
streams.
shift in White House
I
policy
can
will
see
depend
that.
on the quantities of
I don't
missiles
Kiev.
being supplied.
I don't
But
Kiev.
the one thing I want to say is this paragraph right here.
Putin.
The
Putin.
very last paragraph. The authorization came just 2 months before the return to office of President-elect Donald J. Trump, who has said he will seek a quick end to the war in Ukraine.
Yeah, and this will actually make it a little bit worse for him now.
If you're not aware, Donald Trump
I call evil alt BLT.
says he's had enough. Why is this war going on for 3 years? Why does the U.S. keep interjecting their nose into the business of Ukraine and Russia?
Because in some cases, America wants to view themselves as the world's police.
He
That's
doesn't get
why.
it. I guess, in his opinion, we shouldn't be involved.
You can't even
And
fucking
I think a lot
pronounce
of
things.
Americans are actually in the same exact belief system. They're like, why are we involved in a war with these other countries? Now, listen, we don't have good terms with Russia.
You know for a fact that you have a lot of freaks in Phil's chat when you get something like this. You get that. I'm not reading it out. All the thing is, I don't care about politics, and then you get this shit. Like, okay then. Cobain would like to have a word with you.
know that. Russia is a completely different political and life philosophy.
Yeah, it's not just us.
They're not in agreement with our democratic ways. Okay?
Yeah, Ukraine's part of
But
NATO.
why do we have to get involved in this war? So, that's what's going on. Now,
It's also because even though the Soviet Union fell, a bunch of old men still think the Cold War is still ongoing.
something else happened immediately
That's just a LARP.
following this.
But it's still freaks.
Okay? You ready for this? Biden administration moves to forgive $4.7 billion of loans
Billion!
to the Ukraine. Now, this, folks, is where I start to get angry.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, look at Phil pretending to get angry about something he has no idea what he's talking about.
So let's go
We all know Phil's chat is full of weirdos, PDFs, and freaks. What else is new? Well, agreed.
ahead and read. This was from
I just think it's funny to point it out.
yesterday, by the way.
But
This
also, yeah, you didn't vote.
is a fresh article just
Oh no, we got a badass over here. Philly's gonna get angry.
happened. The Biden administration has moved to forgive about $4.7 billion in U.S. loans to
Joshua.
Ukraine. The State Department spokesperson Matthew Miller said on
Why
Wednesday,
couldn't they forget
as
my
outgoing
taxes,
officials
dude?
seek to do what they can before leaving office to bolster Ukraine
Bruce
in its war
Banner.
with Russia. So basically, in order to help Ukraine, you guys don't ever have to pay us back the money that we all agreed you would pay us back. A funding bill passed by the U.S. Congress in April included over $9.4 billion of forgivable loans for economic and budgetary support to Ukraine's government, half of which the president would cancel after November 15th. The bill appropriated a total of $61
Yeah,
billion
my
to help
tax
Ukraine
dollars.
fight the full-scale invasion of Moscow, launched in February 2022.
Shut
Ladies
the
and gentlemen,
fuck up!
$61 billion of Americans' money was gifted to Ukraine. Ukraine doesn't have to pay any of it back whatsoever.
He said 9.4 billion, not 61 billion.
Let's continue. By the way, Whoa Baby just gifted 5 subs here to the community.
What?
Thank you so much, Whoa Baby. Let's get that up on the leaderboard.
Yeah, my unpaid
You're now the
tax
top
dollars.
sub gifter of the day.
And he didn't have a $500,000 to pay back, and yet they forgave him for bankruptcy fraud.
$36 of support so far on DS Politics. Thank you very much. Okay, let's continue with the article. We've taken the step that was outlined in the law to cancel these loans, Miller told a press briefing, adding that the step was taken.
Yeah,
in
he should
recent
not be
days.
talking about debt forgiveness. Hell no, he shouldn't.
Congress could still block the move, Miller said. The Senate is due to vote later on Wednesday on a motion of disapproval of loan forgiveness for Ukraine put forward by Republican Senator Rand Paul, a frequent critic of U.S. support for Ukraine. The majority of senators from both parties,
How did he say that?
U.S. support for Ukraine. The majority of senators,
The major.
the majority of
I received a very generous 9.4 billion donation from anonymous. I say I've been following your country since heavy rain.
senators from both parties support
Wow, I'm rich.
aid to Ukraine. President Joe Biden has ordered officials to rush as much aid
Did
to
he just
support
skip?
aid to Ukraine.
Oh, never mind. There
President
were
Joe
ads.
Biden has ordered officials to rush as much aid to Ukraine as possible before he leaves office on January 20th, amid concerns President-elect Donald Trump could limit the U.S. support. And that's the story.
See what I mean? They're doing shit that way that before Trump gets into office, it's like, okay, Biden already did this.
Ladies and
So
gentlemen,
essentially, they're trying to make fucking the president that's coming in, aka Trump, they're trying to make it a little bit harder for Trump. Because if he does something against Ukraine or anything of that sort, immediately he'll be blamed for it.
and
That's what they're trying to do. All presidents have done this.
I have a couple things to say about this.
Heavy rate of
All right.
fire.
But notably, the one thing that I would like to say as we start my commentary on this story.
No one cares about your fucking politics, Phil. No one cares about your fucking commentary. Your politics will never corrupt me.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, when was the United States populace? You, if you're American, watching
I really wouldn't call you an American, Phil, because the amount of shit that you talk about America.
this right now, everyone who lives here in the United States.
Oh, wait, no, not Detractors, though. They're not part of the American populace, just like with Phil and everyone else.
Were we asked, would you like to send all of your tax money to Ukraine?
Phil, you don't pay your taxes. Shut up.
When was that?
Yeah, that's alien talk. It's like, a part of the American populace, me, you, everyone. Hello?
poll?
TBS is European style.
When was that census taken?
What do you mean tax dodgers are the most American? Yeah, what do you mean tax dodgers are the most American of all of us? Our nation was founded on tax evasion to the British crown.
I'm
I
curious.
mean, fine, fair point.
I was wondering,
It's very dumb.
you know, when I was going to be asked
No one asked for your opinion.
why my money or how my money can be used and to give it to other countries.
Phil, your money, it doesn't fucking matter because you spend your money on fucking JPEGs. Shut up.
Because here's the thing. All right, I just want to understand something here. I work hard. I earn money. I take the money that I
I don't
earn,
think he's ever heard anything about the Lend-Lease in fucking World War II. Like, anything that has to do with, like, wars, Phil has no idea about it.
and I give a portion of it to the federal government. And the understanding is that the government's going to use that money to govern. They're going to do things as public servants. We've explained this, and I explained it last week. The United States government is public service, meaning the government only exists to service the people of the country.
Not necessarily the case, though, Phil, because you have to be in good standings with other countries.
Period.
It's a way to also protect the country, protect the innocent.
Everything the government is going to do is supposed to be in the best interests of the United States populace. Okay? Now, if Biden and Kamala Harris and the Democrats had come out
Yeah, Kamala Harris.
and said, we're going to convince you. This is why helping the Ukraine is going to help our country in a big way in this war. And they actually gave a convincing argument and said, here it is. Okay? Maybe I wouldn't have an issue with 4.7 billion.
Yeah, Phil doesn't even understand that like, if you're trying to defend your country, it costs a shitload of money. Like, he does not understand this at all.
loans being forgiven, and overall,
Well, if Phil was the president, the economy would go straight to shit.
$61 billion being given. And by the way, that's just that one bill. There have been other things that have been given to Ukraine as well. I mean, how do you think they're getting these missiles on the story before? Correct?
They probably already had the missiles, Phil.
This is how this is all happening.
Phil, I work hard. Also, Phil. Okay, guys, the streak might end tonight. This man-child knows nothing of what the fuck he's talking about.
All right?
Oh, no, carnivore snacks.
I would love to hear the argument. I would love to be convinced.
Yeah, do you want to go to the Mexico? Oh, sure, and I want to visit the Canada.
But here's the problem. It didn't happen. Okay? What happened was Americans,
how do you know?
4 years ago, said, man, we just really don't like Donald Trump. We're afraid of Donald Trump being president again. So we're...
I have a theory. He probably called his dad. He's like, hey, Dad, do you know everything that's going on with American politics today? And he got his bullshit opinions from his dad.
We're going to vote.
I'm going with that one.
And literally anyone else who can win. Biden's an old crotchety man.
Yeah, but Phil doesn't understand that the media says this shit, not what actual people say.
He can barely walk or see. But you know what? We need someone else than Trump. We don't trust him right now. So we told Trump's the boogeyman. We're told that Trump is evil.
People have said that the orange man bad. That's what the media was saying.
We need to vote in this Biden guy. Let's do it. So they did.
I think that, Phil, if you really want to go into detail about it, though, there's a big conspiracy that the whole election was rigged and that they were putting in invalid votes for Biden, and they were actually scamming people out of the vote.
They didn't vote in Biden.
His dad would have told about his fishing stories. President Bernal, why do we have an $8.5 billion deficient sent to WWE champions? I don't know what you're talking about. Get extradited from the country, idiot.
And said, hey, now Biden, you have the ability to do whatever you want with our taxpayer dollars. That's not what happened. Literally, people voted because they didn't like Trump.
Yeah, they did. 15 million missing votes.
It's the only reason they voted that way. That's what they were told to do. They were mind washed by the mainstream media. Trump's evil. Trump's the devil. Trump's going to be like Hitler. Trump's going to be this big dictator, this big fascist guy. If
he
you
is
get him in
void
again,
dead.
Therefore, vote for anyone else. So they voted for Biden. And then what's happened is in the last 4 years, the government took all of our taxes and sent it overseas.
Yeah, at this point, I just don't care what he's talking about, though, because all the things I'm hearing, this is all I'm thinking of right now. This is all I'm thinking about right now.
What? I wasn't listening.
Trump and Biden are the same age, so the crazy old man card can be played either way. Honestly, he should really be talking about the near and immediate appointment of a new attorney general hours ago. And yet he doesn't. Instead, he talks about Froot Loops.
What the fuck's going on?
My God, this show sucks.
Meanwhile, we've got record high inflation, insane
I thought inflation didn't exist, Phil. Remember? Because people couldn't tip you because of inflation? I thought that didn't exist. That's just an excuse.
prices. People can't find meaningful jobs. Our healthcare is going...
Meaningful jobs. There are jobs out there, Phil. You seem to think that working at a fast food place or retail isn't considered as meaningful. Phil, a job is a fucking job. You take what you fucking get.
Down the toilet. Crime is out of control.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
And borders...
Since being 35 is the minimum to be president, should there be an age maximum to run? There should be. Like, I honestly think that there should be an age maximum to run as well, but... who knows if that's ever going to come to pass?
Are wide open with people spilling through on a daily basis. Not good people, a lot of people who are causing problems for the good people of this country.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, crime's out of control of written, dude.
That's what's happened in the last 4 years. Well, all people were told was you definitely can't have, Trump reelected, right? So where'd our tax money go? Exactly.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, he's just quoting Trump right now.
To Ukraine. All the funds they're giving it away.
Yeah, Phil has no idea what the fuck he's talking about. Yeah, not just age on the president, but for all government. Yeah, for that as well. But also, I believe that you have to have some form of government knowledge. And if Phil tried to run with no government knowledge, but instead of what bullshit he's trying to tell his audience, yeah, he's gonna suck.
And now they want to escalate. They want to rush. They want to spend more of our money. Because they realize when Trump gets in, it ain't going to happen anymore. Trump's going to say, are you out of your mind?
Yeah, he's pulling a PvP right now. He's so badly trying to be like Ashton. such a long age limit would never pass because you'd have to have boomers in office so to unanimously agree to it. So fair point.
Fucking cut this off right now.
Because boomers don't really know exactly what's going on.
Now, we're not gonna keep sending American money over there. What the fuck did they do to earn it? What are they doing in any way, shape, or form that means that we need to now pay for their country's existence? It's ridiculous.
I'm starting to come around to having children being a requirement for government, since that is at least the barest minimum stakes for leaving a better future. You know, he'll just say, my cat's my son.
Okay, now listen. I don't want Russia to take the world over, right? The big fear is that if you don't do something to stop Russia and leave their power unchecked, we're going to have another World War II. We're going to have another Hitler that takes over the world.
They call that a World War III, Phil.
People were so pussyfooted back then, they didn't want to intervene. I don't know about that. And next thing you know, you got the Third Reich and you got the Axis powers and everything's fucked up.
The Third Reich? That would be the Fourth Reich.
Right? I get it. I totally...
The problem with this commentary is that Phil isn't running his mouth in a way that'll actually get him thrown in Asian prison. At least, Johnny Somali on the run is more engaging.
We get that, all right?
It's just exactly, Dark Rock, man. If it wasn't for the taxpayers that he's so talking about the taxpayer money, it wouldn't have gotten out of the fucking bankruptcy now.
Understand how us giving so many billion upon billions of dollars to the Ukraine has done that. How did that stop?
Yeah, and Hitler wasn't Russian.
Exactly. Do we have any evidence that all the money we've given Ukraine has helped one bit? And now it's the end of the time. What we're doing now is ineffective. If in 3 years,
the
Ukraine couldn't beat Russia and stop them from invading, what makes you think that a last-ditch effort of throwing more money and missiles at them is going to stop them now?
It's a form of defense, Phil. That's why they're doing it. It's a form of defense.
Doesn't make any sense because no matter what happens, in 2 months, it all flips anyway because Trump's going to come to power and say, we're ending this now. So this is a desperate, pathetic...
There he goes, euphemizing or enunciating the T.
Weak, very closed-minded, and dangerous attempt.
It's a proxy
the
war.
Democrats on their way out to do a last desperate gasp of attention, gasp of power, and it means nothing. You know what they say? Full of sound and fury, signifying nothing.
Phil, I don't think you actually know what that truly means.
That's exactly what this is.
Phil, again, they do that to every single person that goes into presidency, going into office. They do that shit, Phil. That's what they're doing for Trump. They're trying to stop Trump for actually leading the country or actually doing things to actually fix it. Instead, they're going to make it worse for him. That's what they're trying to do here.
All this is...
But then again, you wouldn't know anything about that now, would ya?
One last fart on the way out.
Oh, great. He said fart again. Oh, god damn it.
Move this man!
To blow the last remaining bit of tax money from Americans that worked hard and earned that money.
Phil, America got into World War II purely because of the attack of Pearl Harbor. Before then, it was just business as usual. Exactly. Because the United States didn't care. Like, they were like, oh, there's a war going over in the UK? Ain't my problem. Japan comes. Oh, hey, guess what? Hey, hello, Pearl Harbor. Well, now it's my problem.
And just blowing it out the ass towards Ukraine, and it's going to do absolutely nothing. This is a fucking waste of our time and money.
Yeah, Phil knows plenty about waste of money and time.
As the American people, we need to start holding our politicians accountable for their actions.
I mean, that's what people are trying to do, Phil. That's what Trump's trying to do.
We do.
I don't know, Phil. Yeah, I don't know, Phil. Do we have any actual proof that any of the money you begged for over the years went to something other than WWE Champions time?
In this election, it should have...
Yeah, and we were like, oh, hello, Japan. Drop 2 atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
...been who is going to do the best...
Technically, we were involved in World War II without being actually militaristically involved. We were shipping goods and soldiers under the under the foreign legionaries to EU allies. Exactly, because we actually worked with them in the past. We've worked with France. We worked with fucking Europe in the past. Like, not Europe, but Britain in the past. We've done that in World War I.
For the country. Not, oh, I'm afraid of a...
Yeah, how the fuck does Phil not get that this is purely incense Russia to make it harder for Trump to broker peace? That's exactly what I'm saying, Dapper. This is a way for Trump to actually make it... It's a way for them to make it harder for Trump to actually do anything. That's what they're trying to do.
Dictator, I'm afraid of this.
And also in World War II.
Afraid of that. No. if you take a look at the track record, in the last 4 years, the Democrats have squandered the shit out of our tax money.
You didn't give two shits about the whole thing about the Democrats until just now.
We earned it all, we gave it to them, and they just blew it away. Meanwhile, all these problems around us are getting worse that could have gotten better if they actually appropriated the tax money properly. Because of shit like this. You understand?
Yeah, who's our? Yeah, Phil, you don't pay taxes. What is this our talk about the taxpayer money?
So, this is stupid, disgusting, embarrassing. I mean, honestly...
Are you really thinking that you're Rush Limbaugh or whatever the fuck?
If you want my...
Or Glenn Beck?
My opinion, and this could be completely, blown apart, and I'm sure people will criticize me. I feel like when the election ends, there needs to be a very rapid transition of power. Very fucking rapid. Now, so one side lost, but now they have 3 months to fuck everything up around the world. No, it should be, you lost, get your ass out, and they get a big rubber boot. And they put it on a big peg of wood, and it swings, and it just kicks you on the ass, and you fly out the fucking door because you lost.
Yeah,
and then the new people come in, and they start actually running the country better.
You know what? I'm going to do this. Because he does this stupid shit every single time that a CEO does something for like a video game company. That they do something that Phil doesn't agree with. Immediately turns into, hey, they need to get their asses kicked out. They need to get booted into the street. That's exactly what he's doing right now. The same fucking bullshit that he does when he's talking about the gaming industry. Yeah, this is like a Simpsons bit. Yeah, this whole thing, like, yeah, the Australian Prime Minister is going to give Bart Simpson a kick to the butt.
Now,
with the iron boot.
We have to wait 2-3 fucking months for this to transition. And meanwhile, blow more money, shoot missiles over it at fucking Russia, piss them off. Let's just fuck up the world. Why not? Hey, why not? Hey, I got an idea. Why doesn't Biden, all right, start making giant blimps of Winnie the Pooh with the leader of North Korea as the face? And just start shoving, just have it go down our streets. Why not? Why not piss them off, right? We got our last chance to do something before we leave.
Did Phil just call the whole thing of Winnie the Pooh in North Korea? Phil, that's with China, not North Korea. What?
Just piss them off, right? Come on.
Phil, do you not understand that this is going to make it harder for Trump to broker peace with other countries?
How can we piss off?
Wrong leader.
China. Let's think about how we can piss off China, too, before...
Yeah, Xi Jinping, a.k.a. China.
Trump comes in and tries to fix shit. Let's keep going, right? Oh, I got him confused? That's China. I'm sorry. I got my memes confused. The Winnie the Pooh is China. I got very confused there. So
bullshit. You thought all Asian people look alike. Koreans, Japanese, Chinese, Laotian, Thailand. You looked at all those countries that are Oriental. You're like, oh, they all look the same. It doesn't fucking matter.
Phil, you make me angry, Phil.
Yeah, racist much, you fucking bigot?
Should have been the Winnie the Pooh was the Chinese leader. Okay, I apologize. I made a mistake. I misspoke. Anyway, I think you see the point I'm making.
By the way, I'm going back. I'm going to slow this down. Listen to the 2 words that came out of his mouth after that.
The Chinese leader. Okay, I apologize. I made a mistake.
I misspoke. Every single time that Phil's trying to worm his way out of bullshit, the 2 words that come out of his mouth is, I misspoke. Like the whole thing that happened with the tax dollars, when Phil was begging for tax money from his fucking audience. He told June the King, I misspoke. So he's trying to worm his way out of it, even though he already dug himself a grave. And he's trying to worm his way out of the grave by saying, I misspoke. Yeah, 300 over long-winded response to June. I misspoke. Yeah, I misspoke my ass. Fuck me.
Anyway, I think you see the point I'm making. Americans are tired of sitting here suffering with inflation.
Phil, I thought you said inflation was a myth. Your dad misspoke when you started talking to your mom when they first met.
Prices. Bad jobs, no jobs. No ability to put food on their table.
Wait, hold on. Did you say bad jobs are no jobs?
Bad jobs, no jobs.
Phil, what's considered to be a bad job?
No ability to put food on their table.
Phil, that's the problem with some people. They have to work like 2 jobs.
Crime escalating everywhere around the country.
Phil, how does this have to do with anything with politics? How does crime have to do with politics?
But, Win, we got to make sure that the Republicans
Yeah, Joms. He said Joms.
aren't in power because, you know, Trump might be a
Like-
dictator or a fascist. Yes, I'm sure. Because, ladies and gentlemen, you remember what happened when he was president last time. You remember how everyone was walking down the streets with Nazi insignias on their arms, goose-stepping and saluting, correct?
I mean, Phil, you bought yourself a Nazi hat and you called it the M. Bison cap.
I swear that happened.
Phil never has to starve or struggle, and yet he's talking like he knows how it feels. He fucking knows shit about how it's like to struggle. He doesn't know what it's like to actually work jobs, to actually make sure that the lights are on, to make sure that there's food in your fucking fridge so that you can eat dinner tonight. He has no idea what the fuck that's like.
Or else, you know, what are people talking about? What were they afraid of? Exactly. I mean,
Yeah, fascist indeed.
Anyway, thank you for listening to my little rant on Ukraine. I'm just nervous.
What does this have to do with Ukraine? You made it all about government. You made it all about American government there, Phil. You were ranting about that.
The reason I'm genuinely nervous, all right, is
No, nervous? I thought you were angry.
I wonder what else this senile Joe Biden's going to do before he's gone. Because he still has 2 months, roughly 2 months. And it makes me nervous. What's the next thing, right, that he can do? I don't know, but he could. He has time to screw stuff up. Absolutely he does.
Screw stuff up for Trump, not really much so for the fucking American people.
All right.
But that's whatever you want to believe that with that, Phil.
Well, folks, I accidentally closed the tab, so if you could bear with me for 1 second, I want to get this news story open.
Who cares?
Here it is. I accidentally closed this tab. This is the next one we're going
Sure
to.
you did.
I want to make sure this is going to load. Okay. For the record, I have a couple of shout-outs to do.
Oh, back to
Before
the
the record, I just want
shout-outs.
to say this. And this is completely off the cuff, has nothing to do really with the topics I had planned for the show.
Of course it doesn't.
This-
None of this does.
Actual show is tough to do, and the reason it's tough to do...
It's... Did this bitch just say this is hard to do?
Actual show is tough to do, and the reason it's tough to do is because...
Yeah, this
It's
is live,
so-
but I'm a little bit behind because I have a lot of skip energy or a lot of pause juice. He says that this is hard. Yeah, coming up with his shitty opinions is such hard work. Oh, whew, it's so exhausting.
hard to have political websites load. Seriously, like,
Oh, Phil, that's a you problem.
they won't load. You try to load them, and then they error out and glitch. They say,
Oh,
oh, your
Captain Day
browser's
after
out of
day.
memory, because they're all reliant very heavily on advertising.
Did they just end Captain Day After Day? If not, just big ups, I guess.
And-
Big ups to them for having a good show.
Advertisements literally overload the effing page. It is so annoying. I'm looking at
Uneven loads.
And before you say ad blocker, because I understand you can't use ad blocker on these sites. If
I mean, you could.
you do, they say we detected an ad
All is doing the impossible job with his DSP deep dive. He does good work.
blocker, and if you use it, you can't use the site. We won't load the article. So it's
Old
a
man
major
has
pain in the
never
ass.
used
Like, I have a
Brave.
bunch of tabs open for the rest of the show, and half of them are endlessly loading for no reason. They have giant pop-up ads for stuffed crust pizza and dresses and all kinds of dumb shit on
Oh, here he goes, hating on ads again. But by the way, buy my
the
products.
screen, and I can't. It's just dumb. It's really stupid. It's
Tinted, I
annoying.
agree.
So that's why I
Captain Day
accidentally
there.
closed that tab. But luckily, I didn't need it yet. Now I got it open again in order for the next article here. Okay.
Holy shit, he's a
Okay.
victim. The
I have
perpetual
some shout-outs
victim
to
of
do.
Phil.
It looks like Slayer is
Yeah,
attempting
perpetual victim of the Gouty mind.
to tip me. Slayer, your tips are being frozen by PayPal.
Yeah, fuck you,
Since 2 of
Singapore.
them got frozen in a row. It absolutely means you're using a terminology that PayPal does not like.
A terminology? You mean a currency?
That is what's going on here. Because usually the tip would have
Terminology, he says.
gone through by now. But the fact, Slayer, that you tried to tip me twice and both got blocked, whatever your wording you're using, it doesn't like it. And since we're doing a political show, I'm going to assume you're tipping saying something political, and PayPal actually doesn't like the political stuff you're saying. Okay.
I think he meant he mean the message, yeah. I think that's what he's trying to mean. I think he means that word he's saying he's getting censored.
okay.
Okay.
So Slayer, I think he was trying
I think it also could be like the currencies, like, yeah, we don't take Singaporean money.
to say this in his tip. He says,
What up, Boogie?
for your info, the conflict with Ukraine and
Slayer's tips go through, but his messages are being held for review. I think they're saying, yeah, fuck America, Singapore better.
Russia. China's a close ally with Russia and North Korea, well aware. That everyone's people like, they're the next Axis. Seriously, that's what everyone says.
I don't think Phil knows what the axis of power was.
They've been sending weapons, and even recently, North Korean soldiers were sent to fight the front lines against Ukraine. Many countries are hesitant to directly support Ukraine to avoid a war.
Watch Phil's
I know.
dents are going to
I
be
know
on the
all
watch
about it.
list now.
I really do. Okay. Now, I received a $10 tip.
Oh, great. $10. Does he get whaled out?
He says this person says your tax money is being used to stop the spread and stop the spread. Spread of what? And prevent World War III. It's going to a good cause, I believe.
Yeah, he's talking about like the spread, aka the war spreading. I think that's what he was talking about.
You think that giving the Ukraine missiles in the 11th hour, 2 months before you know Donald Trump is going to pull all support.
How do you know that they just gave them the missiles? How do you know about any of this for sure? What if they already had these missiles already?
And having them shoot those missiles to piss off Russia now at the last minute, you think that's going to prevent World War III?
Again, they're trying their best to defend their own country. They're trying to defend their own homeland. I mean, they're trying everything in their power to actually defend themselves. Again, that's from what I'm seeing.
By literally giving the support to the people who are going to shoot missiles and piss off these people, that's going to stop World War III. You actually believe that?
Again, they're just saying this. It's an opinion, Phil. And yet you're sitting there going, you guys didn't believe that? That it's going to start World War III? Ah! Those missiles were meant for Phil, but the DoorDash driver got lost. Yeah, exactly, Reaper. It's a last resort. Like, here's my thing. When it comes to missiles, like nuclear warheads, biological, like when it comes to warfare of that extent, using the missiles should be considered as a last resort. Like, at the end of the lines, like, all else fails. Like, there's nothing else that they could do. They're losing. We gotta pull out the big boy. We gotta pull out the fat man. We gotta pull out the H-bomb. We gotta pull out every bombs and every fucking missiles that we have. And that's what they're trying to do. It's a last resort item.
Wow.
Russia used vacuum bomb rockets.
Anyway.
Yeah, Russia was not pleased.
All right. So thank you for the $10 tip.
Yeah, as a military man and a veteran, their last resort. I agree, Navy. It's a last resort item. Yeah, Phil, what's your idea to actually to try to de-escalate this? What is your issue on this? Like, can you do that? Phil's problem when he's talking about this, he has no idea how to de-escalate any situation like this. Instead, he's just going to go on and on about how America sucks, the government sucks, Biden's an idiot, they're doing X, Y, and Z, and he's providing no ideas of how they can de-escalate anything. Instead, where, please tip. Yeah, it's a deterrence.
By the way, that was from Mars and Hampton.
Yeah, Ukraine has the third highest amount of nukes on the planet, and we told them to give them up, and we'll protect you. Phil doesn't get that. He doesn't understand that.
Yeah.
The ICBMs are non-nuclear, but the wars they have gotten so taken over by robotics and proxies that missiles seem to be the first resort because of their safety from the launching side, like drones.
$. In support. Guys,
yeah, where's your taxpayer
please, let's get it going. Let's hit the goal tonight. We're about a third of the way there, but we still got 100 to go. This is a cool show. I love doing it. I'm having a good time.
This isn't the cool show, Phil.
Please support it.
Yeah, this is such a cool show. All the kids are talking about it.
Right? If you like the show and you want to see it continue, please support it.
Well, if Putin and Zelensky both watch my channel streams and tip generously, they'll be happy, and they wouldn't go to war with each other. Yeah, I'm gonna drop you a clip of President Phil in Discord. Oh, God.
So, by the way, Slayer, I don't know what tips you were sending, but I can't see them, nor can I get them.
Yeah, fuck you, Slayer. Fuck you, Singapore.
I can't count these for the show. All right? I received a $5 tip.
What a minute, man.
Rage Pope is interested in talking with me. I don't know who that is. And there are many public ways that people can contact me. You know, I have a X account. I have an email address. If someone's interested in talking
Send
to me,
me a
contact me through the
DM.
proper channels.
Send
Contacting me during my live show like this is incredibly ineffective and is not going to get anywhere. Okay? Great.
Yeah, threaten them with more shows. Is it gonna help? He looks especially ghastly and old in that tight outfit.
Okay.
He looks like an old Chris Chad. Yeah, Phil is an asshole. What else is new? Yeah, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck about who wants to talk to me. Send me an email and move on. Sway back and forth.
Just so you guys know, everyone's spamming the chat with information right now.
The kick
It's
chat.
completely ineffective.
Yeah, the kick chat is rebelling.
Active. All right. The funny part is people are like, oh, but you don't know
Chris Chan is old, but Phil looks like Chris Chan with that fucking shirt.
that Russia is killing Ukrainians. Yes, I do. I know that.
Yeah, but yet for some reason you're bitching and complaining about America.
I absolutely know that. Do you think that these missiles being given to the Ukraine at the last minute are going to change that? No.
Again, it's a last resort. It's a defense, Phil.
not.
It's a deterrence.
It's not going to do anything. It's completely ineffective.
He's been sighing like Christian constantly.
It's meant to be a sad last attempt of the Democrats to flex their muscles before they're out of power.
No, it's not a way for them to flex. It's more of a way for them to go, oh, hey, we're going to fuck over goddamn Trump with this, so here we go.
They've literally sent billions of our dollars over there
Oh, I know exactly what this is.
and made no impact. And now they're still trying to waste time at the end
The same
to have no
page.
impact. It's just absolutely ridiculous.
Phil, what
Okay,
you're saying is absolutely ridiculous. What are you talking
It's out
about?
of control. But my point is, if
Yeah, it's literally the first page of the anti-war playbook. But
This-
Phil doesn't get it.
this was going to be effective, it had to be done in a proper way where
Are
we would
you a
have
military
plan of how this was
expert?
gonna all be laid out, and that things were going to hit at certain times that were going to be effective. Not, oh, do everything 2 months before you're out, and now all your choices will be undone anyway, because they're going to be. I mean, Trump has said as much. Yeah, I don't want to have that situation. I'm going to basically stop this bullshit and our involvement in it. You know, so if that's the case, what are you doing? Oh, rush last minute. No, you're not going to do anything effective. You're just going to hurt the American people more. You're going to exacerbate the situation over there more. You're
And
not-
here he goes pretending to care about the American people when the only person he cares about in this fucking country is himself. Not his wife, not his family, his actual family, not his mom and dad and also all those, not his neighbors, not anyone in his gated community. He only cares about his fucking self. And he's going to sit there and be like, oh yeah, the American people are suffering. And yet you're talking like you're suffering.
going to do anything of any use
Phil heard that Trump was considering hiring a YouTuber and got excited.
to anyone. It's sad. It really is. It's actually kind of embarrassing. That's our president acting like that at the last minute when nothing's going to happen or change.
All presidents do this, Phil. All of them. Yeah, well, he does have a point, but that has been echoed online for the past 2 years. And Phil's now reading about it.
Okay.
Goes without saying, but he
And it's
doesn't
all
consider
being
the
fair.
big pictures, all things at all, i.e. how the war over there was going badly has a ripple effect for the rest of the world. Phil doesn't give a fuck about the rest of the world. He only cares about what he thinks is going on.
Folks, if you don't agree with me, you don't have to. But that's the whole point of me doing a political show is I can share some of my...
You know what? Fuck this. I'm actually going to do this. Give me a second. I was actually sent something. Give me a second. This is how Phil actually treats everything in its entirety. Give me a second.
What do you mean you don't agree with me? Do you know who you're dealing with?
I guess not. Yeah, that's Phil in a nutshell. That is definitely him in a nutshell.
thoughts and opinions, and it's up to you. I know everyone on Ukraine, everyone has a different...
Yeah, just people need to understand that you're unaware of the true Ukraine-Russian situation, why NATO is doing what they're doing. He doesn't give a shit about it.
opinion.
He really doesn't give a shit. He doesn't even know. I'll guarantee you, he doesn't know what NATO is.
Ukraine, just like everyone has a different opinion on the big Middle East conflict, right? Everyone does, you know.
Middle East conflict? You mean the whole thing that's going on with like Palestinian and Israeli?
Sure, eventually, that's not tonight. That's for another night.
Oh no, he nuked Slayer.
We're just cooling down between stories right now. But that's definitely for another night. I'm sure eventually we'll have to talk about it, especially if it heats up, okay?
No, you don't.
Let's keep going.
No, just stop. Stop it.
I received a $1.50 tip. People don't realize Putin didn't wake up one day and decide to invade Ukraine. NATO was placing their weapons on the Ukraine-Russia border,
And now someone is telling him about NATO.
basically instigating Russia into retaliating to look like the aggressor.
Yeah, please talk about Israel.
This is what the USA does. They instigate a country. When they retaliate, USA marks them as an aggressive villain. I don't know about that.
If it heats up, they've
I
been firing missiles at each other for weeks. Yeah, it's already heated up.
certainly don't know that. That could be true. That might not be true at all. That's
And
just
they're using heat-seeking missiles.
me reading a tip. To make that clear, folks, that is not my statement of fact. That's what someone is saying happened. I don't know if it did or not. Okay?
That's exactly what was happening, Phil. And you're completely looking at something that already happened, and you're like, well, I don't think it really happened, but that's what this person is saying, so it's not my opinion. So he's trying to weasel his way out of this shit. What a fucking cunt.
Okay. And I received
I
a
received
$30 tip.
Oh my god, a generous $30 tip. Yeah, Putin, dude, wake up. See, it's hey, I'm taking Ukraine. Favorite lion see for Ding and Sting.
Thank you so much
That one.
to Guitar Player 1939 with a big contribution tonight. In fact,
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Fencing Show with Whine, Spritzen. Political analysis. What's busy around fence sitting.
arguably that's the biggest one, right? I think it is because we had the 5 subs earlier on the kick side, but the $30 tip, that's the biggest contribution of the night. Thank you so much, Guitar Player. Let's get you up on the leaderboard here.
Yeah, only 2 people applauded for that. Or actually, now 3. 3 dents applauded for that. Now 4. 4 dents.
Thank you. Now we are more than halfway to the goal for tonight. Thank you all so very much. I appreciate that.
Bombs. We just nuked the building. You can't stop it! Stop walking downstairs!
Okay.
Even his chat is telling him about NATO, though. Yeah,
Right.
it's true. The U.S. promised Russia that they would stop expanding in the 90s. Do you think they stopped? Nope.
Are we ready to continue? All right. I'm trying to think because our next story, I should split the part. We're 51 minutes into the video. And we have 2 more big stories, and then we have the stories at the end. I think I'll split the part here, and I'll probably
split the
just
part
stretch for a second,
here.
and then we'll continue. So let's do that. Cool. All right. So, oops, I didn't mean to pause. I didn't mean to pause the recording. I meant to split the part like this. Okay. And I hope it doesn't corrupt, for God's sakes. That would suck if it corrupts, because then I'm
Don't
going
send
to
your
rip the video off the kick.
Shut up, I don't care. Don't send your text money to Ukraine. Use it to help me fill the trolls. Damn, I want to make this. I want to make this my new thumbnail, but I don't want to. Yeah, I need that money, not Ukraine.
Anyway, let me just stretch my legs
This show is so good. Not only is Phil burning his own bridge, but the tits are going to war.
for a second here, everybody.
Oh my god.
Did you hear that?
Fatty grunt. And he's gone. Oh god, he's left. Phew. Oh my god, it was so hard. It was so hard. Okay, I got out of my chair. Look at me adjust myself. Hold on. I just got chubby for all that money. Let me adjust my
Well,
pants.
when I do the show, I always heat up. I get pressure, I start sweating, but I think it's good reason. I get all worked up,
No, you don't.
right? There's a good reason for it. All right.
He pulls a wedgie out of his ass off screen.
So we are going to continue on our second half of the show. 2 more major stories and some smaller ones at the tail end of the show.
Reaper, what's your obsession with this? You're bad. You're just becoming like Phil. With scat, please stop it.
Stop it. Get some help.
Or take this to 2. Do it. Make it the thumbnail. I'll think about it.
Thank you all for chilling here with me. on
Yeah,
Kick
sweaty. It's cold and rented. It's like 7.1 Celsius.
tonight. Great audience, right? How many do we have? Let's see, because I haven't looked in a while. Still over 700. Wow.
I was trying to make fun of Phil, and you took it seriously.
I guess you guys like the show. I told you, not the 1,000 we had last week. I told you. I said, I don't think we're going to get 1,000 tonight. I said,
No, you said you were going to get 1,000 people, and then you bragged about getting 2,500 people watching you live, which that didn't happen.
I don't think we're going to get 1,000 tonight. I feel like that was a premiere kind of a deal. And I bet when topics are hot, when there's bigger topics going on in politics that everyone wants to hear my take on, we'll have higher attendance, and then there'll be some weeks when it'll be lower.
And nobody cares about this shit, though, Phil. Nobody cares about your political takes.
It'll go up and down. But pretty cool that I have
think
this
he is
level of
getting a
people
view about
watching me.
it.
I appreciate that.
Gup. Don't you dare bring up your stupid mug. Put it down.
Okay. Go back to just chatting? Why? We're set as politics. Why would I go back to just chatting?
Because nobody cares about your political takes, Phil.
Last week, people said I was actually the top-ranked
A lot of
political
people.
stream. Like the top viewed one.
No.
For that night. That no one else was getting the numbers I was getting.
That's
Really
a
awesome.
cope.
Cope.
That's coping.
Okay.
And you're saying that you're better than Kino Casino? Because guess what, Phil? Kino Casino was streaming that time, too.
200 viewers have filled derangement syndrome. You know, it's funny you said that, Francisco, because guess what the next topic is tonight? Oh, yes. Oh, yes, it's time. Are we ready to continue? All right, guys, thank you. Let's continue. Please, let's continue with the support. Let's hit the goals. Let's get it done.
Give
Let's
me
hit these
money.
goals. We don't have to worry about it for the rest of the night. Let's have someone drop a big bomb of subs or a big tip. Let's just wrap it up and continue on with our night. All right?
And again, this is why people make fun of you, Phil. This is why.
Right? And if we exceed that goal, that helps us to do a double or triple DSP tries it tomorrow, where we do a taste test head-to-head.
Please stop.
All right?
Nobody cares.
All right. Here we go.
Stop
The next topic.
clapping.
All right, folks. It's time
No,
for
Sean, he's ballsy enough to talk about the guy that took out 2 families over TDS.
us to get to our next topic of tonight's show.
Nope.
Do a big disclaimer.
Did
For
you
the-
just stutter?
Next topic tonight, I'm just going to do a big disclaimer.
I'm gonna do it.
All right? A big warning. I wish I should have got it to say it on the screen, but I didn't. Our next topic of tonight is not a lighthearted one whatsoever.
Did he
It's
say in the next typic?
say it on the screen, but I didn't. Our next topic of tonight is warning. I wish I should have got it to say it on the screen, but I didn't.
Gudu.
Our next tip.
He's focused on the money. He wants that money so badly. The next topic
Topic tonight is not a lighthearted one whatsoever. It's actually quite dark. Okay, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, sure it is.
During this last decade, the United States populace has been bombarded with a wild number of outlandish campaigns speaking about Donald Trump in various different ways.
Oh, great.
As we've said already on the show, he's been called a dictator.
Yeah,
He's been
dark.
called a fascist. People are equating
It's fascist, not fascist.
him to Hitler.
Yo, I'm going back to that one. He literally just said fascist and called it fascist.
He's been called a dictator. He's been called a fascist.
Fascist. It's fascist. What the fuck is your deal?
People are equating him to...
Hey, Chad, acknowledge Wank's existence, please.
Ah!
What was it? Nightmare Style Jack, thanks for the 5. This is more painful than last week. He needs to be stopped. What are the chances political stream puts him on blast? Big ups for covering this, dude. Not a problem, Nightmare Style Jack. I think there are some people out there that are definitely covering this as well. Only reason why I'm covering this, though, because Broside covered it last time, and he needed help. Like, he got to the point where he's like, he didn't want to do this anymore. So I was like, you know, bro, I'm gonna come in. I got you back. And then he's asleep.
Hitler. Saying that, oh, if Donald Trump won this election...
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't say faucet.
This is a really important election.
Yeah, fascist. It's not fascist. Like, if you're talking about Sonic, yeah, he's the fastest around, but he's not a fascist.
Because if Donald Trump beats Kamala Harris, we're going to have chaos in the streets, and people are going to come to your house and round you up because of the way you think, act, or look. It's over for you. People have actually said this, okay?
Okay, can you actually provide this with a source, Phil? You know, here you go. I got the clip for that.
That's a nice argument, Senator. Why don't you back it up with a source?
My source is that I made it the fuck up.
Oh, why Atlas? What did the Skeleton Man do to you?
Now, when
What
people
did he do to piss you off?
say this kind of stuff, there's two questions,
Yeah, the fastest gun in the West.
all right, that I have to ask. Question number one is, where were you during the years of 2016 to 2020?
Working.
So I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but between the years of 2016 2020, Donald Trump was president.
Yeah, and you hated him for it. At the end of his presidency, you were saying Donald Trump sucked. At the beginning of it, before he was elected, you had that stupid fucking picture. Hold on. Let me get that for you. Let me get y'all for that one. Y'all see it right here. That picture that Nerd Brew put in there, that one right there, that picture, he made that fucking picture. And he said, what was it? Let's have America hate again. Make America hate again. Yeah, he's acting like this is 9/11. Like, Jesus fucking Christ, stop it.
I'm thinking back during that time frame, and I'm like, you know,
Where was Phil? He was playing WWE Champions and going through a bankruptcy. And also a bad breakup. And also getting kicked out of the partnership program with Machinima. And blah-de-da-de-da.
just don't recall Donald Trump having a Nazi mustache or a Hitler mustache, having a swastika on his arm, putting his arm out with the Nazi salute, and ordering an army of goose steppers down the street. He didn't hesitate anyone should get round up and put into camps. He didn't start world wars. I mean, you want to know what he did? He had a big-ass mouth. And he started
Phil, you have a big-ass mouth.
a lot of shit.
At least Trump could take that big-ass mouth like you described and actually put it to use. You're not putting yours to use.
Because he said nasty
People hated Trump then and they hate him now. They're just louder now.
things on Twitter. Okay? I will admit to that. Again, I've said this before. I wish that Donald Trump had more professionalism and self-control.
Then again, though, Phil, when he was when he was elected into the office, people said that they wanted an honest asshole over someone that hides their shit through emails.
He never really had that in his life, and he doesn't really need it, because it seems like when he speaks his mind, he kind of gets ahead.
Oh, maximum sent permutation. NSP. Yeah, his logic is nothing bad ever happened to me. He does that quite a lot. It's like, yeah, I wasn't affected by it.
I honestly think that's one of the major reasons why he was actually voted in to begin with, because he wasn't a career politician. He was a blusterous, hyperbolic talker.
Hey, Phil, Ronald Reagan was considered to be an actor. He was an actor before he was a politician, before he was elected as president. Again.
Could get the
Do I need to bring that up again?
crowds going, a populist, if you will. And people didn't like the figureheads anymore, the professional level politicians. People had enough of him.
Phil, you were bitching and complaining that all the fucking politicians need to step down.
Okay? They wanted, or enough of that. They wanted someone different. They saw that.
Also, here's another fun fact about Donald Trump that Phil probably didn't know about it. Donald Trump was a Democrat before he was a Republican. He switched parties.
So Trump gets elected. He has 4 years. But I didn't notice the country
I don't think Phil knows what populace is.
falling apart. I didn't. I saw maybe some things go good or bad for various different groups. So
Did you just say good or bad? Did you just say good or bad?
falling apart. I didn't. I saw maybe some things go good or bad.
So good. Yeah, goo.
For various different groups.
Yeah,
Some things went
good
good for me,
bad.
some things went bad for me personally. Like, some things went very good and some things got worse.
Yeah, Reagan was also the president of SAG twice during his acting career. That I did not know. Thank you for so much for telling me about that one.
But that's kind of what always happens in life, especially as an American. Not every
Yeah, it's when you have a resurgence and become popular. Oh, that's what populace is. Yeah, grew to bed.
everything is great. Now,
Krug bad.
in this regard, okay, the other part of this equation that I have to say is, what do you think is going to
He
happen
is drunk.
when for
Yeah, boot or bad.
years you have spread this hyperbole about Donald Trump to the world, but notably to the American people? Last week on this very show, we saw that Kamala Harris had celebrities like Will Ferrell saying to the
Yeah, I forgot that he was also a governor. I forgot about that as well. Thank you so much for bringing that up again. It's 45 Jackie, thank you.
American people, if you don't vote,
Hey, look, see? Hey, Phil, look what I'm doing with my audience. People are actually bringing up, like, hey, Reagan was actually a governor. Hey, I'm actually making it more interactive than you do in your own fucking streams.
Kamala Harris,
Yeah,
we're
Phil, don't do this.
going to hold you personally responsible. What was her slogan? We will not go back, right? We're not going back, whatever it was, right? Like, as if the world and America will be completely changed and transfixed 100%.
Yeah, because that was her propaganda. That was her campaign, was to spread propaganda about Trump. When Trump was elected again, he is the devil. He's going to ruin the country. That was her whole entirety of her campaign speech.
If Donald Trump wins the election. People believe this now. So there's literally people who actually think that
People believed it beforehand, too. People believed that Trump was a bad person way before he ran for presidency.
now in the next 4 years,
They postponed the prison sentence until after his term. He may still go to jail. That is, who knows? He might pardon himself. He's like, hey, Donald J. Trump, pardon. Hey, I'm not going to jail.
their lives are going to be
I say this jokingly, but it might happen. Who knows? I don't. It's funny.
ruined. They believe that. Can you blame them? Well, some of us understand that this political bullshit in the United States is just that. It's bullshit. It's hyperbole. It's exaggeration.
He literally said that America had changed after the election. The pendulum, yeah, they went to the left and it went to the right.
Some people don't. Some people aren't that
Yeah, Phil, talk about Trump's bankruptcy.
smart. They don't possess that level of common sense or awareness.
You don't.
They genuinely believe everything that they're told. And the problem with that is that then you get people who sadly will lose their
He can't is a state felony.
minds over everything
Hey, Boogie, you just took my joke and you just made it. You just took that away from me. Let me have my fun, goddammit.
they've been told. And
Phil's gonna
then
hate Trump once those tariffs in and his Asian fusion style food goes up. My friend hated Trump for purely personal reasons. He bowled over over his late wife, then girlfriend, on the sidewalk, and didn't even stop to apologize. Oh, Jesus Christ!
horrible things happen. And it's disgusting and it's despicable and it needs to stop. But it seems like it's not stopping on both sides. Because as much as we can say the Democrats have said the bad things about Trump, Trump has said really bad things about the
Careful, Phil. Talk like this might clue your dents to not listen to you. Absolutely.
Democrats too. Remember when he said crooked Hillary and lock her up and all of that? And Kamala Harris is the worst vice president in history we've ever had. She's the worst politician. I don't
Then again, Trump said the same thing about Biden. Biden and Trump went head to head with each other, saying that one was bad than the other, and it was like a back and forth. Like, this guy sucked. No, I don't suck. He does.
believe that. I really don't.
But here's the thing with that, though. Trump was right about Hillary Clinton, and he's right about Kamala Harris. So what?
think that Biden has actually been the worst president this country has ever had. Like
Oh,
Trump seems
I
to
hope he
upset.
doesn't rookie. I will be so irritated.
But the problem is, when you over-exaggerate, practice hyperbole, dumb people, weak-minded people who are mentally ill
Sounds like your audience. Sounds like you.
will believe it.
The way that Phil's bringing this up, he makes it sound like Phil himself. No, Jade. No.
Then they take incredibly harsh action, and then people get hurt. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to look at a couple of those cases tonight.
Phil has never exaggerated. No, you're right. He never exaggerated. He over-exaggerated.
Trump derangement syndrome in full effect. Minnesota dad
Oh, no. He is bringing up this story.
who ranted against Trump election, gunned down his wife, ex-girlfriend, and his 2 kids in a murder-suicide.
So he pulled a Chris Benoit, but took it to a bigger extent.
That is
Jesus Christ, no.
horrible. Absolutely terrible. Should never have happened at all. And it happened right after the election. Basically, it was like a few days here. A Minnesota dad who ranted against President-elect Donald Trump online shot and killed his wife, ex-partner, and his 2 sons before then turning the gun on himself, according to authorities. The shooter, 46-year-old Anthony Nephew, had a pattern of mental health issues.
The man was literally saying the people who believe this are stupid idiots. He just said this.
Police chief Mike Saynoa said on Friday, one day after authorities found 5 people dead inside 2 homes in the city. So think about that. He murdered one family, went to the next house, and murdered the other.
No. Phil, I'm going back. He murdered down his wife. I don't think he had kids. Or if he did, they're probably not around the house. And then he killed his ex-girlfriend, his family. Yeah. Oh, wait, no. He killed his 2 kids. Never mind. He killed his family and an ex-girlfriend. He didn't kill the ex-girlfriend's family.
At all. Here, police chief Mike Saynoa said on Friday, one day after authorities found 5 people dead inside 2 homes in the city. So
yeah, I can't read. I'm sorry. I can't read. Here's the thing with this, though. The amount of, like, stupidity that is coming out of Phil's mouth, I think it's affecting my brain because I'm losing IQ points at the shit that Phil says.
Think about that. He murdered one family, went to the next house,
Shut up.
and murdered the other.
Yeah, it was his wife. Yeah, it was his kids, his ex-girlfriend, and his current wife. Yeah, words is hard.
Found
Me fail English? That's impossible. Am I right? Jabiz, thanks for 5 Australian. We're not going back by Kamala, and I'm not going back to my old self by DSP. Sounds like exactly the same to me. Both sore losers, absolutely.
Anthony Nephew's ex-partner Aaron
Phil's only sad because that's 5 less people who can fill the king's cough. God damn, that's just dark.
Abramson, 47, and their son Jacob.
But I'm not gonna lie, I actually like that name. Darkside Phil protects pedophiles. I mean, he did protect this one for a long time.
PDF file Derek. Nephew, 15, dead from apparent gunshot wounds inside their home Thursday afternoon, police said. After identifying Anthony, can I read the article? After identifying Anthony Nephew as a suspect, police found a 45-year-old wife, Catherine Nephew, and their 7-year-old son, Oliver Nephew, dead from gunshot wounds inside the family home close by. Anthony Nephew was found dead inside the home from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Before his rampage, Anthony Nephew had been sharing left-wing and anti-Trump posts on his Facebook account. My mental health and the world can no longer peacefully coexist, and a lot of the reason is religion, Anthony Nephew wrote in July. I'm terrified of religious zealots inflicting their misguided beliefs on me and my family. I have intrusive thoughts of being burned at the stake as a witch or crucified on a burning cross. Do you think perhaps this kind of person, when they are hearing that the devil is being elected president, that maybe they might react in a bad way? You think maybe...
You just... Phil, what you're just doing, you're shitting on the dead.
Perhaps, for some point...
And you're just taking a look at mental health and you think that this is a joke.
People saying awful things should have accountability.
Take care, Greenlight. Have a good rest of your night.
You know, taken?
Yeah. It wasn't Trump. It was watching DSP and talking about Trump and send him over the edge. God damn, so many dark jokes.
That people then lose their minds and act horrible ways based on what they said.
Yeah, and what he's doing, he's excusing mental illness because it's clear as day that the person that did this shit was going through mental problems, and this did not help.
I mean, people actually believe that I or my child are Satan or the Antichrist or whatever their favorite color of boogeyman they are afraid are this week. In another post, he accused Republicans of making it harder for women to leave abusive relationships. Gilead, here we come, he wrote, referencing The Handmaid's Tale. Yeah, this has been one. Ever since, basically, Trump won the election, The Handmaid's Tale.
You didn't even watch that fucking show, Phil. You don't even know what The Handmaid's Tale is about.
Has become this viral thing for the left, you know.
It was a show that was around Hulu. Like, Phil, you hadn't even seen this show. Shut up. Jesus Christ. James, thanks for following Australian. Remember, chat, this is info coming from a person who didn't and could not vote as reliable as the mainstream media.
Left-leaning people that the whole
country.
country
now. You might need the Uncle Ruckus music. Oh, no.
It's going to become The Handmaid's Tale. I heard women are buying Handmaid's Tale cosplay and wearing it out in the streets in protest that this has happened. It's like they can't handle reality. They actually want to believe. Now, the thing is, here's the thing.
There are some people out there that are believing that this to be true. It's because of Project 25. That is the reason why. And that's the reason why people have this notion of what's going to happen with the country is going to be a bad thing. Project 25 is a bad thing. Depends on how you read it, Phil. Depends on how you fucking read it. You know, so Jimmy takes one to Australia. It looks like Phil and his family in the pictures. No, I don't think so. Phil doesn't have kids.
You're so anti-Trump and you're so afraid, correct? Right?
Yeah, that's the thing, though, with that nerd. They're bringing that up. They're bringing that up as a reference to why the country's going to go to hell in a handbasket.
Why are you then dressing up in a dystopian way? You know what I'm saying? Like, this is just weird. It's bizarre to me. I don't understand how that's doing anything. So anyway, continuing on. Anthony Nephew shared other political posts, including an image of former President Barack Obama, Trump, President Biden, and Vice President Kamala Harris.
Trump did not even endorse Project 2025.
The word hate sits under Trump's
But in that case, though, they don't know that. Like, some people actually believe that Trump is going to endorse it because that's what the Republicans are doing.
face. While the words hope, heal, and grow
Trump is, yeah, he even isn't a part of that.
respond with the
Greedy piggy.
Democratic politicians. Not that anyone cares, but as an independent voter, I would really like to see both the political parties in our country pick better candidates, he wrote in July. You know what? I agree with that. What did I say? I said 100%. I didn't like Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, or for that reason, Joe Biden when he was running for our presidential candidates. And that we need a better system, that we have better choices, not we're just saying, well, here's who you're voting for. Wait, what?
So you're agreeing with the guy who killed himself?
What say did I have?
Because he had mental illness.
Did I get to vote? No. No, these are your choices. That's our two-party system. Too bad if you...
Phil, there's also the Green Party, Libertarian Party, and the Independent Party. There are other candidates that you could vote for, but the ones that they're going to go to the most will be the Democratic or the Republican Party.
You don't like it. Huh? Is that the...
Yeah, he didn't vote, so why is he complaining?
Democracy then? I'm a little lost. How is that true democracy? I don't understand it. So, yeah, I agree. Both the candidates sucked ass, and therefore, no matter who won, we kind of lost anyway. That's kind of my take. Like, listen, I feel that under this Republican 4 years that we're going to have in the United States, perhaps some things particularly will get better for me and my family that we've been waiting on. Having interest rates go down.
You and your family, no, bitch. You want things that will benefit you. Fuck cat. Fuck your cat. Like, fuck both your cats, actually. They don't really matter here. You want things that are benefiting you. The interest rates. That's something that you want to benefit from this. Chuck, thanks for the two. This happened in my city. I know that guy's cousin. That sucks. Oh. Jesus Christ. Condolences to the guy's family. Jesus Christ.
Or possibly I can refinance my home. Having prices go down. Things like that. Perhaps taxes will get a little better, right? I don't know.
Yeah, for you. That's what you're trying to do, Phil. You're trying to get it to benefit you.
But I generally think...
Tariffs, Phil. You're going to hate that. Also, you don't make enough for tax cuts.
that some of that will improve under the Republican control. Okay? Generally. I believe that. I could be wrong. But that's generally what I believe. I don't think having Trump as our president is going to help. I just don't believe that. I'm not.
How do you know?
I'm one of these people who's like so pro-Trump, and I love.
Like I said, the only reason why he's behind Trump is because he only thinks no tax on tips is going to apply to him. Little does he know.
Trump, and I love his mean tweets, and I love all that shit. I literally don't. I think that he's kind of out of control when it comes to being completely immature. His hyperbole, I think it's bad for the country. Quite frankly, I told you guys, I'm no fan of Donald Trump.
You're fence sitting, Phil. That's what you're doing right now.
I'm just not. Okay. All right. Continuing on. We can do better than a binary choice between fascism and not...
Yeah, his rambling is driving me... I agree. It's just driving me crazy, too. This whole thing about me, how it's going to benefit me.
Fascism. That's also not what it was.
It's fascism, not fascism.
What?
Not fascism.
Why does everyone believe
It's pegging.
that Donald Trump is a fascist? When did that happen?
Fascist. God damn it. Steve, is that... I wish Steve the Dead was here. I want to know if he actually has fascist on there. As pronounced as fascist for Phil.
He was the president for 4 years.
Yeah, fair. Yeah, what was it? Freddy Fascism.
This did not change from being a democratic country. I'm lost as to what he's talking about. But again, this is what people believe because this is what the media told them. This is what the talking heads and the figureheads told them. This is what the celebrities told them in Hollywood. Everyone told them this, right? I'm saying fascism instead of fascism. Okay.
Yeah, it's fascism, not fascist.
Excuse me, a fascism. Sorry, I'm lisping. Okay.
You're lisping?
Let's continue. Anthony Nephew previously even issued a chilling warning about his mental health battles, writing in an op-ed to the local Duluth News Tribune in 2021. For millions of Americans, a breakdown leads to suicide or homicide before suicide. Mental health in the country is stigmatized, ignored, or treated as a burden for the individual to bear alone with little help and less understanding. Americans deny they have mental health struggles because they have to, because they're told to, or because they don't realize their mind's broken. The police in Duluth, the city of 90,000 residents, have not yet determined a motive in the shootings.
Mental health. That's why.
Well, I mean, there might be a follow-up at this point. I don't know, because this was from,
please don't follow up on this fucking story, Phil. This is just going to make me angry.
like a week ago. A little over a week ago. Because I was saving these
Yeah, like, he needs to stop this shit.
for the night when we were going to do this as a topic.
This isn't really a topic you should have brought up. Like, this is more sad more than anything else. You just commented, thanks for the $4.99. Fun fact, King County approved a ballot measure to use ranked choice voting for local primaries in 2022. Literally a better system to elect officials. And that is a good way to do it. Problem is that going to be working everything else?
Okay? Continuing on.
I think you've... No, Shaq, I know you're pissed off about it. You're not only are you devastated by you knowing the guy's cousin about this, but you're pissed off that he's talking about the dead like this and not understanding why the guy did what he did. It's because mental illness is a fucking thing.
We have another one. Another one, everyone. Wife of a prominent trans writer
Jesus Christ.
hacked father to death with an ice axe.
Why are you bringing up death here?
After Trump's a space rocket program manager butchered her father with an ice axe on election night after a breakdown following President...
Wait, hold on. I'm going back. What was that story? Oh, wife of a prominent trans writer hacked to death.
Axe after Trump's...
Yeah, he kind of stopped there talking for a second. I think his mic kind of cut out.
A space rocket program manager butchered her father with an ice axe on election night after a breakdown following President-elect Donald Trump's victory and was found smiling and clapping, covered in her loved one's blood.
This one is more psychotic more than anything else.
The cops said.
And again, mental illness is in effect.
Corey Burke considered the bloody rampage in which he allegedly strangled, bit, and hacked her 67-year-old father in the $800,000 Seattle home they shared as an act of liberation, charging documents allege. Burke, 33, is a training program manager at Blue Origin, Jeff Bezos' spacecraft company, according to her LinkedIn, and is married to a prominent transgender writer, Samantha Leigh Allen, Public Record Show. Well, let me tell you something. Jeff Bezos has the...
Oh, God, don't make this a joke.
Best screening program possible for his training managers. Like, a training program manager, huh?
Why is he emphasizing the price of the home? He always emphasizes words. And also, Jesus Christ, that's not funny, Phil.
Move this man!
That's Bezos. That's just not funny, dude.
Yikes!
Yeah, and why is this relevant? Oh, because of Trump?
Let's continue. I'm not even looking at that one. Let's keep going.
He saw the pictures of a trans woman and also a woman. Nope, gotta skip that.
Is the author of the acclaimed book, Real Queer America, LGBT Stories from Red States, and an editor at them, a Condé Nast transgender news publication. The killing was meant to help people change their attachment to their...
I have no idea. I really have no idea, Virgil.
...parents, and had to happen today, Burke told police, her face covered in her father's blood, according to...
like, Phil, why is this a laugh matter? This isn't funny, though. It really fucking isn't.
Court documents. Burke had been upset about the election and knew Trump would handily beat Vice President Kamala Harris when she allegedly snapped, apparently when her father, Timothy Burke, refused to turn off the lights. She went upstairs, grabbed an ice pickaxe, gripped her father, choked and bit him on the floor, and then struck him repeatedly with the blunt and sharp ends of the tool. Burke sat down next to her father and watched him die, then smashed all the windows in the house in what she described as an act of liberation. When cops arrived, they found Burke clapping because she was so happy.
Yeah, that just sounds like fucking mental illness. This really has nothing to do with Trump here at all, but they'll make the excuse that it is.
Burke was worked at Blue Origin for about 5 years, according to her LinkedIn page, and lived with her father.
What is an ice axe?
In a house in South Seattle. But she's married, but she's living with her father in a house in South Seattle. Where is her significant other living?
She's probably out
Burke told
doing
police she had a strained relationship with her father without strong boundaries that left her feeling hyper-focused and disorganized. So why is she living with her father? Married.
They might have a rough patch, Phil.
But still living with the dad, but you have issues with the dad.
Again, they might have gone through a rough patch and she's living with her dad for the time being.
I'm very confused. Trump's election victory...
Yeah, who else? Yeah, who has an axe just lying around? Phil does.
...overwhelmed her and finally pushed her attention to the breaking point, she said. When officers arrived, she came out of the house with her hands up and blood smeared on her face, but she said she didn't have any idea where the blood came from or who smashed the windows. She later described the dispute with her father over the lights, eventually whispering, "I killed him," to one officer. Charging documents said Burke has been charged with first-degree murder and is being held on $2 million bail.
Yeah, an $800,000 house is pretty big. Maybe dad is living with him. That is also a case with that, too. Maybe that's the case.
Now, as much as I would like to say...
and two things. Both stories, they're not really talking about, like, Trump derangement syndrome. Both stories are talking about mental illness. This is like a mental health issue. What does this have to do with politics?
Hey.
Yeah, Phil, why are you living with your wife?
These are the only two stories they're not. These are the two biggest stories. These are the ones that have been kind of sensationalized, but there have been...
Because there's murder involved.
Numerous reports of fights breaking out, family members literally disowning their
It
other
kind of does sound like some Terrifier shit. This is something like Art the Clown would fucking do.
family members, friendships breaking and ending, relationships breaking and ending,
I wish yours did.
all because Donald Trump won the U.S. presidency.
Yeah, it feels like, oh, they're sensationalizing it. What Phil is doing is sensationalism. He's looking at the story and glorifying the story by talking about it. And the way that he talks about it and reads about it, he's doing it in more of a dramatic sense. That's what he's doing.
If you're involved in one of
Plus, what he's doing right now, he's trying to make a clip out of this.
these situations, okay, I have a sincere question for you, and I would hopefully like to get an answer tonight, okay?
You won't get the answer that you want, Phil. And if you do get the answer that you want, it's not going to be a good answer.
Here's my question to you. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Mental fucking illness, motherfucker.
It's a fucking election.
I love how immediately he's looking into it. He sees that mental illness is a key factor in both these stories. And he has to go, what the fuck is wrong with you? It's just an election, bro.
It happens every 4...
Jesus Christ. Shaq, thanks for it too. I never thought I could be more mad at this man. You too? Phil monetizing the dead 3P was not on my bingo card tonight. Same here. Same fucking here. You know what? Hold on. I'm going to look at this too. This is what, this is more Trump derangement syndrome. I'm going to look at this really quick. You know what? Yeah, let's bring this up. Let's bring this up. Let's bring this video up.
Now that was parody. I'm not sure if
Parody.
this next video is. I suspect it could be real. It's hard to tell nowadays.
I can't believe Trump's actually gonna win this fucking thing. Oh, Jesus Christ, I'm so up.
Nine temples!
Trump's actually gonna win this fucking thing.
Fuck you, Boogie.
Jesus Christ, I'm so up.
Yeah, that is more Trump derangement syndrome. Thank you, Seemingly Odd. Yeah, I agree. It is. It very much is. That is more Trump derangement syndrome. The two stories that Phil talked about, that was more mental health. And they're just... the media is bringing that in, trying to sensationalize that it has something to do with Trump. Jesus Christ. Hey, yeah, Boogie managed to rip the shirt all the way. Another thing Phil can't even do.
For years, no, really, we have presidential elections in the United States every single 4 years.
Okay, thank you for pig-splaining the elections.
In fact, there's no chance that Donald Trump can be president a second time.
Boogie got in trouble for saying the N-word today. I'm not surprised.
After this one, because this will be his second term. There's checks and balances in place to make sure that he can't be
I don't think he knows what checks and balances really is.
a president the third time. So what the fuck is wrong with your head? Why would you lose a friend, lose a loved one, lose a family member, or a significant other? Why would you take extreme action because of a fucking election?
This is a new pack, and I already went through half of it already. Phil, this is what you're doing to me right now. Phil, the election has really nothing to do with this at all. The main issue behind these stories, it's the fucking mental illness. People suffer through mental illness a lot. And there are people out there that don't get the help that they need, and they go to drastic fucking measures to end the suffering of it. Both those stories are fucked up stories. One of them being an innocent wife, ex, and their kids dying for it. Another one, a father died for it. Because mental illness is a thing that is going on with that. And I do agree. Like the guy who killed his fucking family. Yeah, one thing that he said was correct, though. That people don't take mental health into consideration. That is the one thing I will agree with. But he didn't need to kill his fucking family for that, to prove a point. Phil is definitely an incel. And Phil's just sitting here blaming the election. He's blaming Trump for this. This is not Trump's fault. And yet Phil's trying to sensationalize and glorify it as it is his fucking fault. Yeah, these two people are plain and simple. The election was barely anything to do with it. It is. It's pathetic. All this that Phil's trying to do is pathetic. This is just fucking irritating at best. It's like... You know what? No, I'm not. I don't want people to look at Phil right now. No. Here's what I would say this. And I'm going to say this pure as fucking simple. If you know that there's something wrong with you and you need help for it, speak to a therapist. Therapy helps. Medications will help out too. And no, I'm not trying to get on this high horse about how, oh yeah, go to therapy, go yourself to a psych ward, get yourself checked in. But if you feel like you need help, there's nothing wrong with trying to get your mind checked out. There's nothing wrong with that at all. But Phil will look at that shit, and he'll say that as a way to attack his detractors for it. Even though Phil needs mental health too. Like, there are people that do need to go to a psych ward and need to get their things evaluated. They do. They need therapy. They need fucking help. They need medications. They need someone to talk to. Because shit like this would go to extreme fucking measures. Like, if you know somebody that is suffering from things like this, talk with them. And if they do need help, help them. Get them the help that they need. Don't be an asshole about it either, because that doesn't make anything better. Don't do what Phil's doing. Be a better person than this fucking asshole. Just saying, man. Just fucking saying.
I want you to look around you right now.
Yeah, he saw a way to weave into TDS in the most asinine way possible. Exactly. Ingrid is going to lose her mind when she sees this. I'm tempted to actually let her see this. I'm tempted to like, hey, I want to hear your thought. I want to hear your thoughts about this. But at the same time, I kind of don't. Because Indrid actually is a person that actually has gone through help of her own. And honestly, if I had to say something good about Indrid, at least Indrid is actually willing to look out for people. If it wasn't for people like Indrid, she wouldn't have helped me. And she actually has been helping me. She's like, hey, try things that actually will make you better. Go seek help. She'll do that to anybody because Indrid's a good person. And I don't want this to be put on Indrid at all, because Indrid needs to live her life as best as she can. And I'm not going to say, like, send this to her at all. I'm not doing that. Really not. Indrid doesn't deserve this shit. I don't want to get her angry about what Phil did, because Phil's a retard. Pure and simple. Sure, people love Momdrid and love fucking Indrid for being the toxic crow. But I'm not going to put that on her either. I don't think anyone should.
All of you who are watching live or who are watching this show.
Yeah, agreed, Reaper. Exactly.
On demand. Because some of you will probably watch this as a clip, correct? Look around.
Oh, yeah, this is definitely going to be fucking clipped.
Now, do you see Donald Trump anywhere in the room? I don't see Donald Trump anywhere in the room. Well,
on this? You put him on this?
actually, he was on this screen.
Yeah, you put him on there.
Luckily, that's a digital representation. That's not the real Trump. All right? The truth is, yes, Donald Trump's election will affect us all in some way. But life goes on. It's literally not the end. Donald Trump is not going to move in with you. He's not going to force you to do things against your will every day. When you pour your cereal into the cereal bowl, and you're about to pour milk in it, Donald Trump will not walk up to your table, drop trowel, pull out his member, and piss into your bowl of cereal in the morning. That's literally not going to happen. Jesus, there he is. You see what I mean?
I'm already irritated, Phil. This is just irritating me even fucking more.
That's not going to happen. So why are you acting?
Yeah, here's the thing. Even though Trump isn't going to be there, Trump is not going to be in your fucking house. Mental illness will still be there. People are still going to suffer from it. Jesus fucking Christ, you fucking fag.
Like that's going to happen.
Now the Game Awards are going to come out. Thanks, Phil. Thank you so much.
Why are you acting like the world is over? I'm lost. Now, the people there, obviously, who did the extreme actions, they're unhinged. We already know that. One of the guy admitted over and over that he had mental illness and he didn't know how it was going to affect him. The other person...
He was actually trying to, like, spread that around. He was trying to spread mental illness around. He was trying to say that no one takes it seriously. He was trying to do that back 3 years ago. 3 years ago. And now all of a sudden you're just speaking ill will about the dead. Yeah, it's fucked up what he did. But the point that mental illness is not looked into is a concern.
geez, the way that they're acting, I mean, yeah, they're laughing at it. That they
Honestly, this whole story, this really has nothing to do with politics. Politics just weaved its way into it. Because Trump was involved. Because the whole thing with the election. This isn't a political story. This is more like a mental health issue.
brutally murdered their father. It's insane, right? We can all agree there. That's not sane thought. That's just it's broken mentality or broken mental state. But for other people,
Yeah. Then why are you talking like this, Phil? If you know there's mental illness there, clearly he doesn't.
who didn't go to that extreme, but then they're still acting like this. Oh my God, the world is over. No, it's not. Okay, I want you all to take a deep breath.
Look at all the celebrities out there back in 2016 when they said they're going to leave the country because Trump got elected. Same thing in 2024. It still is happening. That is true Trump derangement syndrome, where they're going to sit there and be like, oh, hey, Trump got reelected. I'm leaving this country. Fuck America. I'm going to the UK, or I'm going to Canada, or I'm going to Mexico. That is true American, like, Trump derangement syndrome. Killing someone's family and father because they knew that they had a mental illness is not Trump derangement syndrome.
The world's not over. Your life's not over. Perhaps there will be people in charge of this country for the next 4 years.
Yeah, someone in a suit and a tie was in the contest, so he thinks it's legitimate.
And you won't agree with their choices, and you think perhaps they're going to give you a harder time to live. I've been there too.
Oh, fuck you!
Where, oh God, now things are going to be tougher for me for the next 4 years, all right?
Phil, you've been doing this for 16 years. 16 motherfucking years.
But it's going to be fine.
You've been deluding yourself as the victim for that amount of time.
Life.
Girl, thanks so too. Phil is the Donald Trump of lolcows. Yeah, especially how he moves his hands around. I agree.
I've said this. Life is a series
Yeah, Tom Hanks is going back to Greece.
of peaks and valleys like this, okay? Sometimes you're up here and you're a high and things are going well.
You mean you peaked, which you peaked back in 2005.
And sometimes you're way down here, you're at your worst and things are going bad.
All-time lows.
But it fluctuates.
People have that all the time, Phil. And you know what they do? They recover from it. In some cases they can, but in some cases they can't. And that's where help comes into play, Phil.
Like a sound wave, okay? That's life. And in life and in
More like a flat line for you.
culture, things swing to the left and to the right like a pendulum.
Stop bringing up this whole thing about the pendulum, Phil.
And sometimes you're all the way over here, and sometimes you're all the way over here. And
Sometimes your balls go over to the left, sometimes you go to the right, but you have no balls, Phil.
sometimes you're kind of in the middle, and you get that kind of hypertension of people getting at each other's
Phil,
throats.
that's you. You're the one that's fence sitting. You're the one that's strike dab in the middle as a fence sitter.
Right now, we were all the way over here, and now we're swinging all the way over here for a while. But it's not going to stay like that forever. It's going to go back. There is literally no reason for you to lose your mind.
Tell that to the family of that fucking cop that killed his fucking family and himself. Tell that to the family of the father that got brutally murdered by someone who's crazy, that needed mental help. Tell that to them.
Over this. Elections are a 4-year cycle. Things will change. There'll actually be other elections in the meantime. The president is every 4 years, but other spots are not. There'll be other things, local things in the states.
I don't know, Dapper. I don't know. I'm so glad. I'm kind of glad that Broside isn't covering this either, because honestly, if he does cover this, he is going to have a fit. I know that for sure. If Lynn, the deranged, covered this, he is going to lose his mind. And Lynn is someone that doesn't get angry. Sly will lose his mind. Like anyone that hasn't watched this and see clips of this, they're going to lose their fucking mind.
In other spots that will be changing and shifting, right?
Yeah, and this guy didn't even vote at all. Lefty is covering this over the weekend. Oh, thank God. Thank God. Yeah, big ups to Lefty.
We're going to see what happens.
Brand dude always already having a fit. Oh, jeez. Yeah.
It doesn't mean to go nuts and murder people and do awful things and break relationships and just ruin your life over it.
Phil, okay, no. Phil, what you fail to understand is that mental illness is a serious issue. Anything could cause them to snap. Doesn't matter what it is. In the case of the person's father being killed, the guy didn't hit the lights off. That caused her to snap. The guy who murdered his wife, kids, and ex-girlfriend and himself snapped. And the whole thing with Trump, though, didn't help either. There are cases out there that mental illness is not checked, and it's getting worse for people. And what you fail to fucking understand is that mental illness, if not treated, people can go to extreme measures to make sure that the mental illness stops, that the voices in their head stops. It's the same thing with depression. Depression is considered to be a mental illness. Same thing. The voices in your head are going to get so goddamn loud that you can't hear anyone else around you. Like, you have no fucking idea what mental illness does to somebody. You have no fucking idea about how it causes pain for everyone around them. You have no fucking idea.
Just keep a metered mind, a level head.
Oh my fucking god. Ain't no fucking way you just said that. Ain't no fucking way!
And understand that things are not always going to be perfect or good for everyone.
That doesn't sound like depression. That sounds like schizophrenia. But depression can make the voices happen, Reaper. It can. Because you have the voices in your head telling you that you're not good enough for anything, that you should kill yourself, that you're not good for anybody. You're never going to make anybody happy. You don't deserve happiness. Depression has that effect on people.
But things will get better. The truth is...
Tell that to the family that died. Tell that to the father that died. Tell that to the family. Tell that to the fucking ones that are going through a loss. Tell that to them! Tell them! And they would probably beat your ass.
I feel the reason these people react like this is because...
Sorry, Reaper. I'm not mad at you, Reaper. I'm really not. And I do apologize if I come across as a little bit cross. Phil's not helping with this.
Because of the irresponsible people in charge who run things. If our media didn't present arguments like if this person gets elected, it's all over for all of us and the devil has won and blah, 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 then people wouldn't freak out like that.
Yeah, the way that he's coming across that Cap Day, it's like, have you tried not having it? Have you tried just thinking with a level head?
But the thing is, they think they can't win the election unless they exaggerate. So they have to lie. They have to say the ridiculous thing.
Or they could just try to sensationalize it and glorify it that it is Trump's fault, when it's not even his fault.
They have to go over the top. Because if they don't, then they can't get the votes they need. And if that's the case, isn't that the real problem here? At the end of the day, isn't the problem that you can't win the election without using the hyperbole? And that goes for Democrats and Republicans.
You love using that word hyperbole. Do you even know what hyperbole really means?
I feel like on both sides, they need to cut the shit. Because there's dumb people, there's weak-minded people, there's mentally ill people who either believe them or can't handle reality.
So now you're bringing up mentally ill people. Now you're bringing up mental illness, but you don't understand what mental illness does to people.
And when you teach them that everyone's a boogeyman, everyone's out to get them, everyone's evil, for us or against us, it's right and wrong, it's black and white. Bullshit. It's not. It's shades of gray. It's people who have disagreements who have to learn to coexist, work together, so that all of us can be prosperous, happy, and healthy. It's not I win at the expense of you losing.
I have no words. I would have a word to say about this. But I don't have a word for this. Like, I'm legitimately speechless about the stupidity coming out of Phil's mouth right now. Like, what the fuck is why?
It's we learn how to all exist together and win together.
Phil, you don't want people to win. You want detractors to be Thanos snapped out of existence. You want people to be deplatformed because they don't agree with you.
That's the problem with American politics. That's why we have...
Yeah, this is an echo chamber. This is the king of echo chamber.
Situation.
Yeah, so what about your detractors, Phil?
Because they don't know how to do that. Because that's the hard way of doing things.
Phil, you have no fucking idea what the hard way really is because you want everything done the easy way, and yet you're saying that what you're doing is the hard way.
Instead of, fuck you.
Take a little walk. Oh, I will after this.
I win. It should be we all win. But that's a harder idea. That's a harder concept to grasp.
Yeah, this is going to be considered... Yeah, bro is going to... He's going to lose his fucking mind.
And they don't want to think.
Yeah, and that's the thing, though. How is this the government's problem? This isn't a political story. It really isn't.
They don't want
DSP's echo chamber politics, true isolation logic.
to have to work. They just want to sit and ride high and, get the votes on the bullshit instead of earning the votes. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen.
And you're trying to spin this like a joke. This isn't a joke, Phil. There are people out there that have killed themselves because of mental illness, that have done dangerous things because of mental illness. And yet you're looking at this like it's a joke.
That's it for that topic. I think it's time to move on. We have one more major topic for tonight.
This should have been moved on ages ago, and yet your dumbass kept talking.
But I have some contributions to shout out.
Yeah, just stop spending money, Phil. It's not that hard, huh? Not so hard, huh? Oh, but you need to spend money on frivolous shit. You need to buy those JPEGs, those Hogan's ringing in your ear.
Absolutely. Absolutely, Ren. Ren says...
Yeah, that was my depression. Give me a lot of text on the 5. Says the guy who said that no one but him will be missed if they disappear from YouTube. Yeah, if the detractors with Thanos step, no one will miss them. Says the guy that anyone that was deplatformed like Rich or he left YouTube, no one will miss him. I guarantee you, if Phil dropped from the face of the earth, nobody will miss him either. Because what Phil seems to not realize that we are specks of sand in the universe. We're, in some cases, we're just specks of sand throughout the entirety of the vast plains of the world. We can be considered as insignificant to other people, but significant to someone else. But Phil doesn't get that.
I think both campaigns...
You waited to be divisive. Phil wants them to be happy in their health. Then Thanos snapped out of context.
and the media all need to be held
accountable. It's a hateful question. I haven't been paying attention to Phil's chat. I've been here. There's people disagreeing and getting banned. Oh, absolutely they are. And what's more interesting is that we as detractors know a lot more about mental illness than him. We have more compassion than Phil does. Absolutely. We always do.
Accountable for misinformation and controlling the narrative versus displaying facts. It's actively dividing us. Yes, yes, yes.
Oh, Jesus Christ. How is this about politics?
That is the problem with this country. There is no accountability for anything. No one is held accountable. And guess what?
Yeah, hold on. I'm going to go back. I'm going to go back a little bit. There we go. Right here. We just...
Absolutely. Absolutely, Ren. Ren says, I think both campaigns and the media all need to be held accountable for misinformation and controlling the narrative versus displaying facts. It's actively dividing us.
Phil, that's what you're doing. You're not putting in the facts and anything. You're spreading around misinformation, and you're talking out of your ass. Hello?
Yes, yes, yes.
Phil, you're the one that's spreading misinformation, and you're listening to one of your fucking retards saying, it's the government's fault. How is this the government's fault?
That is the problem with this country. There is no accountability for anything. No one is held accountable.
Yeah, you want to put the accountability on someone else.
And guess what? That ties into our next topic. I'm not kidding you. This is
Jesus, titty fucking Christ.
All transitioning into...
Yeah, shouldn't it be up to the public to figure out what's true and false? It should be, Reaper. Not when Phil says it.
To our final major topic of the night, but allow me to do some shout-outs, and we're going to see how we're doing, okay? I received a $2.50 tip.
No, actually, no. Nugs, it's actually a good idea. It's actually a good idea to actually rewind that, too. Because I needed to hear that again.
From Only Brian, I think, excuse me.
Kill yourself.
I think,
literally, kill yourself.
Obama. I can't stop burping now. I think Obama can take the blame for a lot of this.
I hope someone guts you open.
Obama did a number with his politics. Can't spell it so well. Well, we could go back and talk about that. We're not talking about Obama tonight. All right? Obama was a Mac Daddy. We can all agree on that, though, correct? There you go. All right, that was a meme ages ago. Obama's...
Yeah, this is the political shit. This is the political shit that he thinks that this is relevant to politics when most of it's not. Froot Loops, not relevant to government. What was the second story about? Let's see. Ukraine had something to do with politics, but that's more likely the world issues. And also this, which has mental illness. Most of the stories that he's talking about right now aren't really necessary to politics. Oh, Schizo Gibbo, thanks for the $4.99. This guy is so politically ignorant, it's not even funny. Agreed. He has no idea how anything with politics work at all.
Daddy! Remember that? That was an old meme. All right, continuing on. I received...
This man's vote counts as much as yours. Think about that.
A $5 tip.
But yeah, he said that his vote doesn't matter.
What?
No, I love the name No Exaggeration.
That's the same. Yes, that's the same story. Someone tipped $5. Says that's
Don't you remember all the times Phil has allowed disagreement without banning them for pushing back? No.
Bogus story.
Diversive food donations last week. He's not doing it very, very well at this. No, he is not.
The same gal aside in this story. The story is the same woman. That's not bogus. It's collaborating the story. It's a different news outlet covered the exact same story.
But it's really not, though.
Real.
It has to do with mental illness, but nothing to do with politics.
Thanks for the $5 tip. I think you're a little
He
confused
likes the mental facilities to emphasize for others, and that's the only sympathy I have for Phil.
there. More than one news outlet can cover the same story.
I wouldn't really call what you're having for Phil's sympathy. It's more apathy, more than anything else.
The same name and same everything, so. Okay.
Yeah, collaborating. Sure it is.
Ah!
Yeah, he did say collaborating. It's cooperating. Also, Shaq 375. He could never understand the veteran community, the amount of problems we have, but we still come together and help each other, and the government hates us. And that's the sad thing that most vets go through. There are people out there, veterans, that have to sit there and they live with PTSD and watching their best friends that they were in the war with dying in front of them, blown to bits, shot, and then coming home and feeling like they don't belong. Phil doesn't understand what people like that go through. But yet, for some fucking reason, Phil wants to sit there and go, oh, you should think with a level-headed mind. Yeah, easier for you to say than done.
All right.
Reaper, I don't give a fuck who that is.
Got one major story left tonight, and then we've got the finale where I'm going to do a few quick stories to end the show.
No, Phil will never help out his community, Batboy. You're absolutely right. He'll never do that. Instead, he wants to benefit himself and only himself.
All right. Now, we have
been there, done that. I've lost friends I've served to with Tsuit. Yeah, there's that too. Because they don't really... Again, they don't have a purpose. They feel like they don't have a purpose there anymore. Like, once they go back to civvy life, there's no purpose.
about an hour left. So this should be definitely enough time to cover. I don't think we're going to run out of time here. That's
I'm going to sound like Thanos here for a second, Reaper. I'm like, I don't even know who that is. I don't even know who you are.
Next one is wild. This next story I want to cover. But we're in the last hour. We're in the home stretch. Again, guys, please support the stream in some way if you can. Whether that's a sub for yourself, a gifted sub for your friend. We have a goal tonight. Next story on DS Politics.
I'm skipping this too. I'm skipping the begging, and I'm skipping that shitty little fucking interlude like he thinks he's a part of a news story.
Ladies and gentlemen, Darkside Pimp has just gifted 5, 10, 12 subs to the biggest night Darkside. It's a whopping. It's great. If we exceed the goal, the extra funds are going towards me doing a...
Glad I was a Marine like Phil's dad, and yet you know better than he does.
Double or triple episode of DSP Tries It Tomorrow.
Avalanche, it's all good. It's all good to get that out of your chest, man. Get it out of your chest. Get it out of your system.
Earlier today, we exceeded...
That's having the hardest, man. They've been put through a meat grinder, and when their contract is up, the government throws them to the streets. Always do.
Go by $36. So if we can get another 64. Yeah, we're a suburb.
Sorry, I'm just skipping the begging part because honestly, I'm too annoyed about the begging. I'm just ignored.
Yeah, I said the best for last.
Annoyed.
But I don't necessarily.
I'm just going to ignore it because I'm annoyed.
Really know if that's how people are going to take this segment. All right, let's get started.
Yeah, to anyone that actually did serve, we salute you.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you don't know, I live in a suburb of Seattle, Washington. Okay?
Oh, I forgot. He said he was going to bring this up, and he thinks that this is politics when this is more like a state news thing. This is more like local news.
Suburb of Seattle, Washington. And...
yeah, you live in Renton. We know.
In this area of the country where I live in Washington State, it is incredibly left-leaning and liberal.
Who cares?
Everything here. The government, every level of it, the way that they police, the lawmakers, everyone in charge is incredibly liberal.
Okay, what does that have to do with the price of rice in China?
Now, I don't have an issue with that. What I have an issue with is that actively in the last 4+ years, crime has become a ginormous problem here in the Seattle area. And I don't just mean, oh, there's a few thefts here or there. I mean actual organized crime rings, people who are smashing into buildings overnight and robbing ATMs by stealing someone's car in a carjacking and then driving it through the front double doors, smashing the ATM, taking the money, and running out the door. People who are driving into the front of drug dispensaries, like the marijuana dispensaries that are legal here in the United States.
Phil, I thought you didn't care about weed.
They'll drive right into it, rob the entire store. We've got rings of people who in one night will rob 4 to 5 different stores in the same neighborhood. And they don't ever get caught or go to jail.
That's a nice argument, Senator. Why don't you back it up with a source?
My source is that I made it the fuck up.
What? Okay? It's gotten so bad, and the crime out here has escalated so badly. I swear to you, this is not an exaggeration. I'm going to prove it to you in a second. You can now go to a store, any retail store. All right, let's take an example. Walmart. You can go to Walmart right now,
Hey, Phil, I thought you don't like Walmart because it's for the poor people.
And you can stand at the front of Walmart and just look around for 2 hours straight. You will absolutely witness someone stealing and running right out the front door with absolutely no one to stop them, nothing to track them or follow up on that crime, and no repercussions whatsoever.
Phil, what you fail to understand is that they actually do look into it. There's security cameras for a reason. Walmart has their own sense of security. They hire people to actually look into it. Schizo Gibbo, thanks for the 499. Organized crime ring stealing reusable shopping bags from local renting stores, and also one tire from a car.
Okay? The law enforcement out here have been outright told to not even bother apprehending people who...
Hold on. Look at the ear wiggle. Look at the ear wiggle.
The law enforcement out here have been outright told to not even bother apprehending people who steal from retail stores.
But then again, though, Phil, they still look into it regardless. They still look into it if it's a big offense. Then again, though, it really depends on what is being stolen, how much, what the amount is being stolen. They look into that as well, Phil. Jesus Christ. Wait, man, thanks for the 10. In a week of talking about something else or talking about people other than him, imagine silence for the detractors on the receiving end. Yeah, it's very eerie.
Unless they're putting people in like physical harm, or they're stealing an incredible value amount of stuff, like thousands upon thousands of dollars of product.
They'll still look into it regardless.
Then they will actually physically arrest them.
Yeah, he's referring to places like California dropping theft under 1,000 to a misdemeanor.
Otherwise, if they get caught, they...
But yet, that has nothing... But Dapper, that has nothing to do with Seattle. At all. And yet he's bringing up other states.
just get told, give the product.
Hey, Phil, the reason why nobody is stopping them is because as employees, we are told not to interfere for their safety, and depending on the state, it is not an arrestable offense. Exactly. If you go to a Walmart, they are trained that if there's a theft, to report it, but we can't do anything to stop it. We can't go up to somebody who's like, hey, are you stealing? Stop that, and beat the shit out of them. We can't do that, because if you do try to go after them, you would be fired for it.
Back, and then they let them go. They literally don't do anything about it. They're not arrested. They're not even detained. They just let them go. Now.
But then again, though, Phil, even though they're detained, they could still go to jail for it.
It got so bad, okay? So bad.
Yeah, fired and sued.
That even the people here in the last year to year and a half have begun to say, we went too far. We made the laws too lax. We made it too...
That is also true, Willzone. They might have weapons. They might pull out a knife and stab you. They might pull out a gun and shoot you.
Too easy to commit crime.
They would open the door and shoot you. Wait, you can be fired for trying to stop shoplifting? That's some crazy bullshit. Yes, you can. Because you're putting yourself in harm's way and putting anyone else in harm's way.
We made it so that there's no repercussions. And because of this, we need
Because you're taking matters into your own hands and not under this employee way, not under the store's measures. So yeah, it is bullshit.
Jane, what was happening was, businesses in downtown...
And guess who didn't vote for more strict laws? I wonder who it is, too. It couldn't be the guy in the Christian shirt. Yeah, couldn't be him.
Downtown Seattle.
I just Googled just to be sure. Written has the same thing, but $750 and less. Hey, look, you did research.
Getting robbed so frequently, so often, with no way to stop it, they all went out of business. There was a Target that was in downtown Seattle. Target, you know them.
Sorry, I'm so fucking late. Like, I was playing Den for the last 2 hours. What up, Mackie? For what I've heard is that the stores don't stop them unless they have that is still enough. Until they steal enough to give them a felony charge. I might be wrong, but that's what I've heard. In most cases, it can be considered as a misdemeanor. But in most cases, yeah.
Major corporation.
I think it's. I keep thinking the word. Isn't it like grand larceny? If they steal enough enough that it could be considered as grand larceny. I could be mistaken about my legal terms.
Jane had to close their doors because
we had an employee, a manager of 34 years, fired because he clocked and offended a homeless guy in self-defense.
They were losing more product than valid sales.
Oh, I remember one time when I used to work at Walmart. There's a guy who was drunk and clearly crazy, threatened to kill a man's wife and child in front of her husband. The guy ripped off his shirt, and without a fucking moment, one punch, the fucking guy was on the ground. And then the guy was getting the shit kicked out of him and beaten by the guy who was protecting his wife and child in Walmart. And you want to know what happened? Some people thought, oh, the guy that got arrested for beating a man up. No, not even that. The guy who was threatening to kill the wife and child was arrested for almost like premeditated murder, and also an assault charge. And the funny thing is, the guy was a Marine. From what I've heard from the employees who actually did talk to the guy was a Marine. And everybody knows a Marine's hands are registered as weapons. Which, if you want to know something, don't fuck with a Marine's family.
Multiple
Because they will fuck you up.
stores were getting smashed and attacked every night, and they had to go out of business. So finally, people went to the government and said, "We have to
I would have lied that the homeless guy threw the punch at me first.
stop this. You have to do
Yeah,
something."
most stores have a private security. Walmart does. And before it says it, Target is closing a lot of their small format urban stores because of the model isn't working. They use theft as a way to avoid saying it was poor performance. Damn.
Something. We're dying out here. Our businesses cannot exist or live. We need a Seattle Batman. What do we call him?
Scatman, it's you, but you suck at the job. But because he made a joke. But you're not really calling for a Batman. You're calling for a vigilanteism. That's the thing. Fine, you can be a vigilante all you want, though. The law enforcement isn't going to look too kindly to it either.
Liberty Man. I don't know. Captain Lefty. I don't know what to call. You need
Lefty? Lefty, are you a superhero?
someone out here.
Larceny is physical taking of someone's personal property. Theft is a term for stealing from a corporation. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Nugs.
To do something. Because
Also, funny enough, Target just reported poor sales and their stock dipped 22%, and I'm sure it's because of the Seattle store only fill. Yeah, Lefty. Big ups Lefty, I guess. Oh, don't get me wrong. Our security literally cannot do anything outside of reporting the offending individual, regardless if it's shoplifting or otherwise.
right now, nothing is stopping this. It's just getting worse and worse. Okay? And what I'd like to do is actually show you the evidence of what I'm talking about.
Oh,
All right?
please
Because a lot of
do.
people say
Show us this evidence.
Still makes it up. He lives in his gated community. He
You do. Yeah, vigilanteism is a crime, Phil. Batman was a criminal in his first years.
doesn't know what he's talking about.
And then later on, they kind of looked at Batman and said, oh, he's an actual hero. But you had people, like, I know, granted, this is based on fiction. You still had people a part of the Gotham police, like police force, that still looked at Batman like he was a criminal. Bollock looked at him like a criminal.
Oh.
And never acknowledged that he was actually saving Gotham.
First of all, there's a reason I live in my gated community. I'm not a fucking
The
idiot.
only one that truly believed it was Commissioner Gordon.
Okay?
Even before he was commissioner.
I kind of saw where things were going.
Yeah, this is gonna get bad. So everyone, get your alcohol, get your bud, get your nicotine, get whatever it is that gets you by. This is gonna be another rough one.
You know, this is good for me and my family. Why do you think I moved here 10 years ago?
That is true.
Right?
Batman
Well,
earned the trust of the city, and he earned the trust with Jim Gordon. Exactly that.
Allow me to show you some of the things that are going on
Batman's
in
criminal.
Seattle
You can't beat people up.
right now. Why car thefts are a gateway to more serious crimes committed by kids. Wait, what?
Is this gonna? Okay. I'm not laughing about this. Is he really gonna? I guarantee you, he's gonna put in my tire was stolen. Is he gonna equate this to his fucking goddamn car being stolen? Did you just call a bollock? I'm sorry. Yeah, I did, simple guy. I did because he's a bollock.
What did you just say?
Hey, bollocks.
Car thefts are being committed by kids?
Joyriding.
Yes.
Most likely, it's joyriding.
We had an entire group of guys out here called the Kia Boys. They were going around
Kia
stealing
Boys?
all the Kia cars. Children.
Wait, they had a gang called the Kia Boys? What?
These were not people in their, late teens, 20s, 30s.
Yeah, same thing with Spider-Man 2 with New York.
Children. We're doing
Children! Stop
Okay.
mentioning children!
this. In our series, Underage and Under Arrest, law
Kia Boys.
enforcement experts say stolen cars are driving a spike in juvenile crime.
Military and Milton. He wanted to do the hood rat. Oh, no, LaMilton. Oh, God. LaMilton Tayshawn. I'm reminded of this shit, too, from Boondog.
Fine.
But I don't think that was the same thing, though, Dapper. But, yeah, he wanted to do the hood rat things with his friends.
Over the past several months, King 5 reported an alarming trend of Western Washington, a spike in crimes committed by juveniles.
The Keto
No
Boys.
juvenile crime has spiked more than car thefts. Law enforcement experts,
I heard about that, too. I heard that was a TikTok trend, which is the dumbest thing.
say it's leading to an increase in more serious crimes committed by kids. The stolen cars are being used in armed robberies and smash and grab burglaries. They find a soft target, they just keep going till they just can't anymore. Co-owner of hashtag Cannabis Logan Bauer said, Bauer Shop in Old Town Redmond has been hit by burglars 5 times in the last year.
In the old town of Richmond. That's not Renton.
In many smash and grab cases,
Western Washington. This is Western Washington. Fuck this. Where is Renton located on the eastern part of fucking of Washington? Because if this is the case, this has really nothing to do with Renton at all. This has nothing to do with his county or Seattle. This is nothing to do with this. Hello?
Surveillance videos show groups of people scurry into a shop to pick off product and look for
I thought Renton was located on the east side of it. He's still in the same place. He's on the east side of the lake splitty.
cash. Law enforcement said more often
Do you not know your geography? I'm sorry, my geography needs to be worked on. I'm gonna look this up. Where is Renton located? Renton, Washington State. I'm gonna look that up. Where's that located on the map? I'm gonna look this up. Renton, Washington. Where is this located on the map? Let me check. Okay, so Renton is somewhere on the western side. I thought I was on the eastern side. My apologies.
and you think kids are behind
Okay, so Spokane's right there. Yeah, Spokane's right there.
those masks. Every time it is
Yeah, eastish. No, I'm looking at the map. This is what I see on the map for Washington. Renton is right here. Yeah, Renton's right here. Right next to, like, Olympic National Park. Like, it's by local parks. A little bit close. No, that's Portland. That's Oregon. Yeah, it's right here. I thought it was, like, next to Spokane for a second. So, yeah, it's right here. It's close to Tacoma and Seattle.
crushing to a small business.
So, I'm wrong. He said Renton, that's northeast of Renton, but does it share the same county?
Every time, probably 30,000 to 40,000
Oh, no, it's fine. I got misconstrued, so I apologize for that.
worth of damage to the building. Or probably around 200K worth of damage at this point last year alone. The cars that ripped through the dispensary are part of a trend
I'll take the L on that one, though.
around Western Washington. In King County, compared to 2019, juvenile felony charges for car thefts are twice as high. The numbers are even more extreme in Pierce County.
I'm going to look this up. I'm going to look this up for a second. I'm going to see this real quick. Okay, so yeah, he's a part of King County. So the reason why he's bringing this, he's bringing this up because it's a part of King County.
Where car thefts have tripled. Tripled. And now they're on pace in 2024 to be even higher. Sergeant Darren Moss of the Pierce County Sheriff's Department and other law enforcement experts said to pull off more serious crimes, you often have to start
I had to double check my source to make sure.
car. It's the start of any crime that you're going to think of. That's the first step. Police officials say recent laws are contributing to the increase in car thefts. Like in 2021 police pursuit law that only allows officials to initiate a chase if they had reasonable suspicion of a violent crime. Kids knew it would be easier to get away with stealing a car. So as long as they're not actually physically attacking someone violently, cops were told, just let it go. So that
Okay, so crashing into a building isn't really considered to be a violent crime?
shoplifting,
Unless there's actually people not in the store.
stealing of anything, all allowed. Now that law luckily was reversed over this last summer. But what's happened is, for 3-4 years, people knew that they could just get away scot-free with it. So now you have a whole generation of people who are acting like that.
Phil, they just said that they got rid. The law was reversed. Let's see. Recent laws contributing to the increase in car thefts, like the 2021 police pursuit law that allowed officers to initiate a chase with it was reasonable suspicion of a violent crime. So right there, that law, if it's a violent crime, they shouldn't pursue it.
For this last summer. But
apparently that has been reversed.
happened is, for 3-4 years, people knew that they could just get away scot-free with it. So now you have a whole generation of people who are acting like that. A law that's still on the books doesn't allow minors to be questioned without an attorney. It was passed to prevent youth from coercive police tactics. Law enforcement said the outcome is a lack of accountability. What we're seeing is that we're not necessarily getting to address lower-level crimes, and it's leading to an increase in our violent crimes continuously. Prevention is the best way to keep kids from being tempted to do dumb crimes because they're not profitable. The people who are recruiting them don't care what happens to the kids. We can remove the profit incentive. We remove the incentive for people to coerce, encourage, or
They said not to start a chase. The police would follow them. If they saw a kid, they would pursue or intervene. And yet Phil doesn't get that. They would still intervene. They'll still try. Not case him. They would try and think of the right word. They would tail them. But at the same time, they won't intervene unless there are violent crimes committed.
recruit kids to commit the crimes.
Yeah, Phil should just stick to video games. Or go back to DSP versus the internet, please.
What the pandemic did was create silos. Since 2020, he's seen more kids lose their connection to school and sports. He watched some of the most vulnerable stray to crime. When faced with adversity, they went back to the skills they learned in their trauma-informed spaces. This is what we're seeing in our communities. Young people that weren't equipped for the world we're now in. Do you want to know something? I'm reading this. Oh, by the way, I just talked about the Kia Boys. Here it is. Law enforcement has made strides to stop it. There's been a number of so-called arrests, involving the Kia Boys. I'm just trying to highlight that. Thanks. A group of young people leveraged a design flaw in Kias and Hyundais, and they made car theft popular by posting these videos on TikTok. The victims of these crimes, like #cannabis, are dealing with significant losses. Okay? So that's the article. Now, however, I do have a question. I have to ask a question, okay? These are children. These are not grown adults doing it. They are children. A child.
But then again, though, Phil, these crimes are being committed by 14 to 21-year-olds. So 18 to 21, those are adults.
Is legally the responsible of their
Kia Boys versus Subaru Man. Take your pick.
parent or guardian.
Subaru Man. At least Subaru Man, or Subaru Man. At least the Subaru Man have a happy ending.
Where the fuck are the parents? How is it that these kids
Yeah,
are
Hyundais. It's Hyundai.
free to go out and do whatever they want? They can rob cars. They can drive them into the front of buildings. They can rob. Where the fuck are the parents? And if
Where the fuck was yours?
the parents are irresponsible, like someone literally just said in chat,
Jesus Christ, Reaper.
they're home smoking crack. Let's say that's the case.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ, Phil. Stop it!
Phil, you make me angry, Phil.
Where's your cat?
And these kids get picked up for committing violent crimes, robbing cars, destroying dispensaries.
Phil, it's not necessarily a violent crime, though. Yeah, sure, there's going to be property damage to it, but it's not considered to be a violent crime. A violent crime is that they're taking cars and running people over, or they're killing people to steal the car. That would be more considered of a violent crime.
What is the punishment for that parent?
He was in a generation where going outside was common. Exactly. And you were home when it got dark, or when it was close to getting dark, you were home.
Because
Or you're home before dinner.
they're legally responsible for the child.
Yeah, go help your 500-pound wife, Phil.
They're the ones that had the kid and has to raise that child and make sure that they become a productive member of society. Where's the punishment for the parent sitting at home high off their fucking ass?
I'm pretty sure that they'll be held accountable for this as well, Phil. I'm pretty damn sure of it.
Because if there was a punishment
Kids are complaining about Wolverines and they didn't get the first edition Wolverine.
to the irresponsible party that created the child, then they probably wouldn't have had the child.
Oh no, don't mention this one. Maximilian dude promoted this.
Get it? People are not just going to willy-nilly have kids and not care about them if it means they're going to get punished and locked up for the actions of the child.
They would still get locked up for it, or have something held accountable for it, Phil.
But for some reason, this is like,
Yeah, I agree. Him saying they created the child. Don't say that, Phil.
lost. No
Yeah, the Kia Boys versus the Gangrene Gang.
one talks about this. No one can figure this out. It's like the big, crazy, unfigure-outable thing. Oh, punishment for actual
Oh no, someone said the N-word in Phil's chat.
responsibility? Yes. Let's continue.
Yes! But Phil, they would still be held accountable for this shit. You wanna know why? Because they're the ones that have to pay. They're the ones that have to pay for the damages. They're the ones that have to bail them out if they choose to bail them out. They're paying for it. Phil last week, abortion only affects some of us. It doesn't affect everybody. Phil this week, why are there so many irresponsible parents of these kids?
What's the
Yeah, make up your fucking mind.
Seattle 7-Eleven robbed twice in 24 hours. There have been 8 robberies at the same location since February. What?
Since February of what? This year?
7-Eleven clerk Shivan Kalyan is working the register at the West
Siobhan Kalyan.
Seattle location the morning after his coworker was robbed on the job hours earlier. He took the whole thing from here and they took the cash from the register too. That's what they did, then they ran away. The second time in a day that his shop was hit by robbers. In less than 24 hours. Seattle police say 8 robberies since February.
Yeah, this is really nothing political at all. This is more like state news. This is more like something that's happening in his county. This is not political.
Kalyan wasn't working last night, but
DSP tries it, not understanding what politics is.
a man held a gun to his head. An image of the crime was captured by store surveillance camera.
Big Abs Vanguard for the 2. Check DMs, but don't show if you see what I mean. Let me check. Yeah, I see what you mean.
See that?
But I do appreciate that, though, Vanguard. And it's actually good to actually see this shit, too. Keep him on his neck.
Holy shit.
Yeah, this is local news. Zero policy.
Look at this.
Zero politics.
That's terrifying.
You would be shitting your pants, Phil.
Fucking guy's getting paid minimum wage to get a gun up his nose. Jesus. Oh, it was just down there anyway. Why did they... Now, wait a minute. Why did they put a link of that when it was literally right there and we were going to see
Phil,
it?
they pointed down. It's like, hey, here's a link to it. So, hey, here's the picture.
Anyway. Keep working. We don't have an option. What do we do? This is not like a kid playing cops and robbers. These kids are very, very dangerous. You notice he's saying kids. Because I'm not kidding you. These were children who committed these crimes.
How do you know?
Okay?
Like, Phil, if you really gotta look into this, though, there are people that will look at me, a 32-year-old man. They would look at me and say, I'm a kid. They would say that anyone that's considered to be like really old, like someone who's like in their 60s or 70s, they would still look at people in their 30s as children. Like, look at that kid over there. They would still look at them as young. Yeah, kids can be teenagers too. They could. Oh yeah, he would definitely know that, Reaper.
No.
Yeah, but 18-year-olds are not kids. But some people could construe them as children.
one is trying to stop them. They keep doing it. We got robbed the night before, then we get robbed 2 more times. All right, let's continue. The youngest suspect in a string of Seattle gas station robberies pleads not guilty.
He's a 42-year-old kid. Oh, guess what? Hi.
Dude.
The boy, who was 13 years old,
Who sent you? Kratos did. Boy.
faces 4 counts of first-degree robbery and 1 count of making a false misleading statement to a public servant.
Well, yeah, they're definitely going to do that. Because kids lie.
A 14-year-old boy charged for
32. I thought you said that you were 27 for the 6th time earlier today. Oh, god damn it.
a string of gas station robberies pleaded not guilty in the Juvenile Division of King County Superior Court on Thursday, November 21st. The boy, who was 13 at the time, faces 4 counts of first-degree robbery.
All of these stories talking about crime, you know what I've noticed? All of them are related to children. Are you trying to tell us something, Phil?
And then a count of making a false or misleading statement to a public servant. 19-year-old Amari Lard and 21-year-old Ty Xavius Holmes were charged with 4 counts of felony first-degree robbery in connection with the robberies. Both adults remain in custody on $400,000 bail and are scheduled to... What the fuck is going on over here? This is so distracting.
I don't
This is
even
so
know.
fucking God, these ads kill me. $400,000 bail and are scheduled to appear in court on December 4th. I can't even get it off the screen. Seattle police believe the trio was behind a series of convenience store robberies over an hour and a half in the early morning of November 15th from Georgetown to West Seattle. According to the court
It's very
documents,
disturbing, though. This is very much Derek behavior.
suspects paid off with cash from the registers, tobacco products, and a cashier's wallet.
Yeah, Phil, there's ad block. Goddamn, the ads are distracting.
They were also captured on store surveillance footage at all 4 locations. They're also connected to several other robberies for earlier in the month, but no charges have been filed for those yet. Holy shit. The 3 were
Yeah, holy
arrested
shit.
Saturday, November 16th after leading police on a dramatic car chase that ended in a crash near Tequila. At the time of his arrest, the 14-year-old was wearing clothing nearly identical to that worn
I
during
thought he was 15. I thought he was 13.
the robberies that
Now
were
he's 14?
committed.
Unless maybe he had a birthday and then all of a sudden he's 14.
After being arrested, the boy allegedly provided a false identity.
Yeah, you want to know why? You want to know why he did it? Because he's a kid and he lies. Children lie.
So, basically, they've got
Welcome to Politics with Whine, Spritzen. Children.
him dead to rights. They've got all the clothes and everything to prove that it was him. 13 years old at the time. But we're not done. Are you kidding me? Look at this. Look at this. This has nothing to do with the article. This is very annoying that they're...
Guess what? I don't care.
Funny.
In addition to the child... Oh, god damn it. Still more about children.
You make me angry, Phil.
Hey, look at this shit. He's like, yeah, in addition to the child, a 19 and 21-year-old. So now we got adults now.
Playing that right now. It's very distracting. I don't care about what happens in Muckleshoot. You ready? It gets even worse.
Take a chill
I
pill,
saved
Phil.
the worst for last. It's unbelievable. An 11-year-old was among a trio arrested...
Oh, Jesus Christ! Children are still involved! Nope, 11-year-old. Never mind. Never mind. Never fucking mind. We're back to this shit again.
in connection to a Seattle convenience store robbery.
Bro, what? Jesus fucking Christ. Why are you bringing up children? Yeah, he got younger.
Okay?
First it was like 14, then back down to 13 again. Now 11. Holy shit.
2 adults and a child
Phil, leave them kids alone.
appeared in court this afternoon in connection to a string of convenience store robberies.
No, this looks like this is a different story, but at the same time, they all have the same thing. Had to deal with robberies, and there are also children involved.
The one in the video is holding a rifle and is 11 years old. Well, now I want to see it. Can we get past muckle bullshit? Can I see the video? Can we see the video?
There's no video, probably.
Can we...
No video.
You're making it really hard to do
Or
the show.
yeah, wait for
and
the
again, I
ads.
can't use ad blocker, because if you use ad blocker, they block you from these sites.
No, they don't.
Here it is. Ready?
The most spectacular.
Oh,
Yeah, get fucked.
Fucked. Oh, man. I got... Yes, ultra felted. Ultra felted.
Phil, in this case of the story, don't use the word felted here, please.
Destroyed. Oh my god, we have to see this. Muckleshoot bullshit. Oh,
I thought
man.
Muckles was like
All
the
right.
name of the center.
Okay, are we done yet? No, it's still
Because
going.
all his
It's
dents
incredibly
are that
disturbing.
mind, forever a drooler.
Are we done? It's still going? Skip ad. Good fucking lord. Okay, here we go. Ready? Guys, we finally get to do it. We finally get to watch
Is that an MP5?
the video, and then I have shout-outs to do.
Is that a
appeared in court
shotgun?
this afternoon in connection with a string of convenience store robberies in Seattle and
So hold on.
Thanks for joining us
That kid holding that gun was 11 years old.
for King 5 News at 5.
Are you sure about that?
Sebastian Robertson was in the King County courtroom this
Yeah, extremely disturbing when he's talking about a woman.
afternoon, and he joined.
How do you go full screen? Can you not go full screen? This website is a piece of shit. I can't even go full screen.
Who cares?
Suspects, very young Sebastian.
Very young Joyce.
Yeah,
One of
that,
suspects
the guy holding the gun did not look like he was 11 years old. He looked like he was at least 21 or 19.
believed to be caught on camera just 11
He's calling
years
Derek
old.
right now,
Prosecutors
talking about all
believe
these
a rifle was
kids.
involved, say
Probably
one suspect
is.
was 19, the other 21. Today, the trio, all three of them, appeared in 2 different courthouses, one juvenile, the other adult. 2 judges ruling all 3 will stay in custody.
Now hold on, because I want to make something clear. We just watched or read an article that said there was a 19 and 21-year-old and a 13-year-old. That was a different trio. This is a
No, this is a 11-year-old. This is this different trio.
completely different trio of
No shit!
criminals that are doing this. With this time, it's an 11-year-old instead of a 13-year-old.
Thank you for explaining this, Phil.
I'm not making this up. We are watching the actual news reports from my local news together right now.
You don't watch the news, Phil. Shut up.
Thank you, sir. You have a nice day.
Convenience store owner Pawan
Could be American.
still processing the fact that
There
an
it is, look.
11-year-old boy is accused of holding up 2 of his employees at gunpoint.
I know. It's unbelievable. The new generation, I don't know what they guys doing, you know?
Seattle police believe the same trio is behind a series of convenience store robberies over an hour-and-a-half Friday morning from Georgetown to West Seattle.
So they basically went around and did 4 robberies back
Again, how is this political again?
to back.
He does watch the news, but only the funny papers. Yeah, he just wants the comics. They're like, ah, look what Garfield did. Oh, he ate the Lasaga.
They say were not deterred by the dozens of
Not
cameras
my
inside this
uncle.
Georgetown Shell station. Saturday night, according to court documents, police tracked their crew to a Hyundai driving near Tukwila. And when they tried to pull the vehicle over, the
A Hyundai, which is what we said. That's the car that they're stealing. They're stealing Kias and
You said Hyundai, not Hyundai.
Hyundais.
driver took off, leading police to this intersection in Seattle's First Hill neighborhood. One of the suspects even appears to be wearing the same jacket as seen in the surveillance video. All 3 were arrested Saturday night.
In addition to the allegations.
Today, the 19 and 21-year-old faced a judge. The court setting bond at $400,000, finding probable cause over the weekend to hold both men on suspicion of 4 counts of robbery. As for Singh's convenience store, they never missed a beat, hoping at the same time that the child and young men are still young enough to change course.
Maybe they can learn something for the future.
Joyce, the 2 adults remain in the King County Jail behind me. A judge ruled that the 11-year-old will also remain in custody. Worth noting there's no bail or bond system in the juvenile justice system, so that young person will remain in custody at least until the next trial date.
So, if this kid is found to be guilty of committing a crime, literally held a rifle up to a guy's head,
I don't think the 11-year-old would do that.
to rob him, and the kid obviously is going to go into some kind of detention, right? Juvenile
He's falling
detention or whatever.
asleep. Shh.
So what's the punishment for the parent? Why did the parent allow an 11-year-old?
Again, I don't really think that this was the case, though. What Phil doesn't seem to understand, though, in some cases, people will use a child as a scapegoat. They'll be like, oh, hey, look, this kid did that. It's all his idea.
Child.
Yeah, this wasn't the 11-year-old doing that. That was the 19, 21-year-old. I just think that the 11-year-old was just there because I'm not saying he wanted excitement, but they just used him as like a little scapegoat, like a little ploy.
Rearranged.
Hey, let's bring the child in.
To hang out with gang members.
Oh, yeah, the parents could be junkies.
Who could provide
But again, how would this, in this case, be the parents' responsibility?
weapons to the child to commit armed robbery?
Yeah, the 11-year-old mastermind. You know what I'm reminded of with this shit, though? Bart the Murderer. I'm reminded of that Simpsons episode where he's in trial, and Fat Tony and the rest of the crew is, like, pointing out Bart as, like, the main guy behind. He was, like, the mastermind behind the mafia. It's like, forgive me, Don Bartholomew. And they're, like, pointing at him like he was the ringleader of it all.
I want answers on this. I want to know.
Yeah, or they needed the money. Or that, too. I think they were like, hey, little man, you want some money? You want some easy money? Yeah, come with me. We're going to make some money. And they robbed the store. Here's some money.
Why do we live in a society here in the United States where parents are not accountable for the heinous actions
accountable
of their children.
What if the parents are at work and the kid is expected to be at school? You can't blame the parent. Yeah, in this particular case, it's not the parents' fault. They probably thought that the kid was in school.
That child should have had a home to grow up.
Yeah, he wants answers, and we live in a society.
With a loving parent or parents to teach them responsibility, to teach them right from wrong, morality. They got obviously none of that, correct?
So you're immediately blaming the parents for this. I love how it's like, if a child's involved, it's the parents' fault.
They're going out at 11 years old. You want to know what I was doing when I was 11?
You were yelling that you didn't get a Wolverine toy.
I was at home playing video games.
Yeah, you were yelling that you didn't get your fucking Wolverine toy.
Playing outside with my friends.
You had no friends.
Toys.
You had no friends. You were playing with toys by yourself.
I was collecting comic books.
No, you weren't.
At that point, I think it was right around the time of the release of
getting your bike stolen, and then your dad gets you a brand new bike, and you're like, no, I don't want my bike stolen. And you refuse to learn how to ride a bike by your dad, so he sold the bike, and you got mad.
Think about that. It was Street Fighter.
And apparently you won the fucking bike. Your dad won in a raffle, and he ended up selling it because you didn't want it. Also, Street Fighter, nope. Not thinking Street Fighter. Hold on, 11 years old. Let's see. I'm gonna look this up. Hold on, 1 second. $1991. Okay, so he was born in 82, so 10 years, 1193. That would be him at 11. I don't think he would be in the arcades by himself at 11.
Yeah, Street Fighter had come out in 91, 92, so I was in arcades playing Street Fighter.
I highly doubt that.
That's what I was doing.
No, you weren't.
You know, it's today.
Yeah, how's your kid doing, Phil?
There are so many things.
Oh, he's just shitting in the litter box.
Things for kids to
Yeah, Linda was with him. I'm sticking with my new headcanon. Linda cheated on Dave with her brother, and that's why Phil is the way he is, and why he saw his uncle in his house at night.
Productive. There's sports. There's all these other programs. There's education. There's hell. Stay at home. Go on the internet. Do something. Do anything but hold up a store with a gun. Like, how did this happen? And who is looking into it? And who's gonna be?
I think he meant to say that Dave's brother. I don't think she made that one.
Held accountable.
But I think that one's. I still think it's funny though, Reaper.
This kid just gonna get thrown into the juvie system, just to come out years later, have no family support, have absolutely nothing, and just basically become a criminal again the second they hit the streets.
Phil, you never played sports. I guarantee you try to play football, you got tackled, you cry about it.
What's gonna happen, right?
Well, Casanova.
I want to know. I seriously want to know what's going on. That there's this crazy epidemic of crime here in Seattle, including children stealing cars, teaming up with gang members, and holding people at gunpoint, holding them up. This is insanity. And
yeah, Phil, can you provide a source about any of this shit being real?
Epidemic. Now,
and he's going to say that this is the news. This is actually the source. This isn't the source of that, Phil. How are these 11-year-old kids a part of the gangs?
Now, I'm going to show that I'm fair. All right. I'm upset about this happening. However, there have been some efforts to actually try to stop this from happening.
Phil, I thought you said that there were no efforts and that the law enforcement would do nothing. I thought you said they didn't do anything, Phil, that they were incompetent. Hello?
To the extent that I feel like you can...
That kid stole his tire.
Maybe do.
Don't blame Snoop Dogg. Snoop Dogg did nothing wrong.
But, for example, here's an article...
Don't blame the DOGG for this.
This one's a couple weeks old, I'll admit. I think this is... Oh, no, this is only this week. Holy shit. So, Seattle mayor issues executive order...
Wait, man, thanks for the 5. Lighting my dark green American Spirit cigarettes. Cheers, yeah, cheers. I have mine. I have the Marlboro Gold. Marlboro Black Gold, actually. So, yeah, cheers to that one. God damn it, I thought I had it on the video.
Creating a downtown activation team. The downtown activation team conducts targeted enforcement of dangerous and disruptive behavior and cleans and restores areas of concern. Here they are, at Pike Place Market. Seattle Mayor Bruce Harrell signed an executive order Friday establishing a downtown activation team pilot aimed at reducing crime and emergency calls. The pilot comes after the city began operations in the downtown core in early September. Officials said that the results are positive, prompting them to expand operations to the Little Saigon neighborhood early this month. In the Pike and Pine area near 3rd Avenue, violent crime has decreased by 27%.
So how is this a negative, though, Phil? That looks like a good thing, right?
Emergency service calls decreased 14% since the efforts began. Our pilot is conducted to focus cleanings and connecting people to services, working in partnership with the community. The team brings together service providers from across the city and coordinates safety operations.
Yeah, the guy with no kids is going to shame strangers for how they raise their kids. Exactly with that, Aaron. He's immediately going into this, and he's blaming the parents. This guy has no kids of his own, and yet he thinks he can give parenting advice.
Downtown and in the Chinatown International District and Little Saigon neighborhoods. It conducts targeted enforcement of dangerous and disruptive behavior and cleans and restores areas of concern. Public safety is top of mind, especially after a man was arrested for allegedly stabbing 10 people over 2 days in the past week in the Little Saigon area. So I want you to think about that. This guy started stabbing people in the street. No one stopped him. He walked away.
I mean, would you really stop somebody with a knife?
Continued to stab people.
I mean, depends on what he was doing and how quick he was being with the knife stabbing.
He stabbed 10 people before someone finally stopped him.
Or probably they didn't even know that he was actually stabbing people.
Where's the law and order? We know what happened.
He probably went behind somebody, stabbed him, and acted inconspicuous, stabbed another person, did that 8 more times after the 2, and then got away with it. They probably didn't see him stabbing people like a deranged psychopath. Like, what was it, like Ghostface?
Last week in all the stabbings?
Yeah, exactly. We don't know how it happened.
It's scary. That's something we see. We're working on it. I've seen in the last couple of weeks the city being clean. I thank everyone for doing that. In September, the activation team completed 200 restoration actions and 100 graffiti abatements downtown. The team may be expanded to other neighborhoods beyond.
These really have nothing to do with violent crimes, except for the stabbings.
Downtown. Harold is expected to submit 2 pieces of legislation to the city
That's not a knife, that's a spoon.
council to support the pilot program focused on deterring retail theft and stolen goods being sold in public spaces, as well as maintenance operations.
Where's the law and order? It got held up because DSP didn't pay his taxes.
They're calling the program a roaring success.
Ah, yeah, the fingers mean the taxes.
So, to make this clear, because you may not understand what this program is, this is not, we have a crack team of cops given reign to go to a part of the city and just slam the criminals. This is a group of people in the other enforcement areas, such as like a cleanup crew, would come to the area and start cleaning graffiti, start cleaning the sidewalk, start cleaning. And when they did that, crime went down. Why? Because if people are around and about doing work...
If you use video game logic, getting rid of the graffiti means less crimes.
Like that, the criminals probably don't want to be there. They want to go to the spot where they can get away with it and no one's going to see it, no one's going to harass them, and no one's going to hinder their getaway.
Or if the graffiti was already cleaned up, you know what they're going to do? They're going to go back and graffiti the place again.
So they're going to go do it in other places, you see? Because you might first say, oh, cleanup crew. That sounds like they're sending Judge Dredd down there, and he's going to start blowing people's heads off. It's not, no, that's not what this
No, that's not what a cleanup crew is, Phil.
is. But this is kind of like
Phil, goddamn, shut up. Similar, thanks for the 5. Phil thinks that the police should teleport, TP the crime scene like they did in Power Rangers. Or, to the crime scene. Yeah, he thinks that they could do that, but no.
Violent, non-police actions. They're trying to start this pilot program to help. I will say this.
He thinks that Carl Urban's going to dress up like Judge Dredd and be like, I am the law.
At least they're trying to do something.
Oh, wait, I had just a clip for that. Give me a minute. Wait, where is it? Did I get rid of it? Oh, no, I didn't. There we go.
Something is better than nothing. Action is
You betrayed the law!
Better than inaction. But I'm not convinced at all that these actions of a cleanup crew is actually going to have the effect desired.
Although I would actually like it, there was actually like a thing called the cleanup crew where they just clean up crime by killing the criminals.
Stopping crime.
I mean, that would be fucking funny to see. That would make it like for a good comic or a good fucking movie.
Right? If you don't know, what actually happened here in Seattle was, during 2020, COVID and the Black Lives Matter movement.
Oh, God. Oh, no. Don't bring up Black Lives Matter and COVID, please.
Oh, Black Lives Matter movement, excuse me.
Hold on, how did you say it the first time?
Oh, what actually happened here in Seattle?
Isn't that Dredd? Yeah, Sylvester Stallone and Carl Urban both not dressed up, they both played Judge Dredd.
Was during 2020, COVID and the Black Lives Matter movement.
Black Lives Matter movement? Wait, hold on.
In Seattle was, during 2020, COVID and the Black Lives Matter movement.
Black Lives Matter movement. Black Lives Ladders, okay.
Oh, Black Lives Matter movement, excuse me.
Black Lives Matter movement.
All of the lawmakers here said, police have too much power. Police brutality, police misuse. We've got to defund the police. We've got to depower the police. So they made all the laws different, so now...
Didn't you bring this up during Warzone, like Modern Warfare 2 Warzone?
Unless you commit a violent crime...
Seattle crime rate is down over almost 30% year over year, and auto crime rates have dropped over 30% at that same time. NFL doesn't look into that consideration.
You can't even get pursued.
Black Lives Matter movement.
Unless you're stealing a certain amount of money, like thousands of dollars of product, you can't even be arrested for it. They made the laws so lax that there's no consequences for anything.
Yeah, it almost sounds like he said Black Lives Ladder movie.
So the criminals said, let's recruit kids because there's no consequences for any of us for anything. So let's just get away with it all. And now they actually had crime, like actual theft rings. People who go into stores in teams of 2 and 3, and they go in sweeping with bags, and they just fill the bags.
Is that how much he got, Dapper?
Walk right out the door. They go meet up at a house. The house is known as
I called Peacemaker for cleanup.
as a fencing house.
Did he have Eagly with him?
Dump all their product on the floor, and they get paid a flat rate for how much they stole, and then they go out and do it again. The person in that house fences all of that product on the black market, or like they were saying there, marketplaces selling illegal product on the streets. They make a ton of money. And this has been happening for 4 years. There are some stories where the cops have been able to actually track down and crack down some of this stuff.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dapper. Yeah, $750. If it's over $750, then it's considered to be a felony.
It has been a nightmare. Absolutely. It's like an IRL thieves guild. That's exactly right, Lord Lunchmeats.
Oh, great. So he actually brought up someone told him this in video game terms.
100%. But the fun
Lord Lunchmeat sounds like a LARPer.
The funny part about it is, even me living here in the very left-leaning, very liberal part of the country, the people here have had it. They want things to go back to law and order. They're seeing businesses close down, people getting hurt. They're trying to fix it. The problem is it's a slow process. They've got to repeal all these
It's like a video game with the Thieves Guild
laws that they passed, which takes time. They've got to vote out the lawmakers who did this dumb shit. It's ridiculous. What happened is a lot of the lawmakers at that time, they passed all this stuff and then they all resigned. So they passed all these laws and they said, well, no responsibility for me. I'm out. See you later. And they just
hold on. I'm gonna time this right. Give me a minute. I'm gonna time this shit right.
All these laws. They said, well, no responsibility for me. I'm out. See you later. And they just walked away. So now the mess is left by other people to try to.
Yeah, Phil's clearly lying about this shit though. He's over exaggerating this. Like he's the whole thing with like the Trump things. Like, oh, they're over exaggerating the hyperbole. But what are you doing?
Figure out how to fix. You know, I do not envy Mayor Harrell in any way, shape, or form. This man was left an insane.
You don't even give a fuck who's the mayor about Seattle. You don't give a fuck who the fucking local or like the local enforcement of anything. You don't give a fuck about any of that shit.
Mess of Seattle. Seattle used to be a beautiful city. When I moved here in 2014, Seattle was a huge focal point of tourism. There was beautiful Space Needle, awesome ferry that would go out onto that sound there, beautiful. All kinds of seafood.
Beautiful seafood.
Place and the docks down there, and then all
beautiful docks.
The school tourism in the city.
Beautiful.
The freaking the pop culture. Oh no, excuse me. The science center, the pop culture museum.
Beautiful.
Shopping. Tour.
Beautiful.
Tourism, culture.
Beautiful.
Industry. It was great.
Beautiful.
And then all of a sudden, all this crime.
Not beautiful. And this shit still is existing, Phil. It still exists. And yet you're looking at it going, it's no longer beautiful anymore because crime.
In the last
all those things that Phil is describing is still in Seattle. And yet he's going to blame crime for this shit.
5 years, and now people have outright said, man, it's like going there's a different place. It's like, you know what they're comparing it to? Old school New York City. Remember New York City before they cleaned it up? Remember when Times Square used to have, like sex shops and stuff on it?
What? Sex shops?
Brothels and shit? Remember that? That was like the 1980s and stuff?
What? What?
That's what they're comparing it to. Like, you go around, you get robbed. You're gonna see people.
Wait, hold on. Seattle has brothels?
In the streets, you're gonna see kids holding up.
Seattle has an actual underground city.
Doors. You're gonna see all this all this awful stuff happening. And it's completely different. And so, you know, it sucks because I live here.
I'm pretty sure that prostitution is not legal over in Seattle, Phil.
And I want to go there.
Phil's the creepy old guy the neighborhood kids tell scary stories about.
Again, you know, my wife moved in with me in 2018.
Yeah, she did because you forced her to move in with you.
It's now 2024. You want to know?
Hello, Phil Capone.
How many times you've been to Seattle? Once in 2019 or 2018. That was it. Since then, it got so bad, we don't want to go back. We're waiting for there to be a change.
Isn't that fucking picture of you and Kat in the arcade in the mall?
To go back to the way that it was, where it was safe and it was
no, adult stores. No, I'm married, stupid.
I'm not going to go there and have to deal with all this shit. Why? I'm asking for trouble. Why would I go there?
No brothels, but there's still sex clubs if you want nowhere to look.
And the same
also, who's we?
For many people, they just don't want to go there anymore. And that's why the businesses are closing and things are going back. They're trying to fix it. I cannot blame the mayor. He's trying to do stuff within his range of power.
But you blamed the mayor years ago, so why you're not blaming him now?
The problem is all the cops quit. Because basically they took all the...
Again, hold on. Cops quit, huh?
That's a nice argument, Senator. Why don't you back it up with a source?
My source is that I made it the fuck up.
Power away from the police to police, and the police felt like, man, if I actually go out of my way to, like, arrest someone, I'm gonna get sued.
I feel like this entire segment is just to justify his fear of living in the house. And yeah, it looks like that. This hermit is telling you about crime, and yet he barely leaves the house, unless he's going to return fans or do errands. He's too much of a fucking pussy to leave his own house.
They're going to say that I violated their rights. They're going to say that I went too far. And therefore, the cops all quit. So we have, I believe, as of a year ago, the report was we have the absolute lowest cop-to-resident ratio of, like, anywhere in the country. Like, we have the fewest cops to do anything because everyone...
Hey, Phil, can you actually provide that news story? Can you actually provide those statistics? Because, Phil, if you're saying what you're saying is true, where's the news articles for that? Where's the statistics for this? Why don't you bring it up on your fucking website? Why don't you bring up a tab there? Where's the source? Hello?
One quit. They're like, we're not going to work this job. Why would we want to do this? Right? They're out of their mind. I'm out of here. So they all quit. So now, like, they're trying to have incentives. If you become a cop here, they give you, like, a sign-on bonus, and they give you all these perks, and people still don't want to do it. They're done with it. So...
Well, he hit his tips goal because apparently Darkside Pimp gave one community member.
There you go. I will, from time to time, give you guys cumulative updates on how things are going here in the Seattle area.
No, you won't.
Because I talk about it sometimes.
Officers have qualified immunity here.
Casually in my content, but now that I actually have a political show, there's a place for it.
Oh, shut up.
I will get you caught up on the Seattle situation over time because I know that people want to know what's going on with me and my family. Why don't you go to Seattle? This is why. This is exactly...
No, this is just you afraid to leave your own fucking house, Phil.
Exactly why. It's not...
This really has... Yeah, why don't you sign up for it, Phil? Oh, no, he's afraid of getting shot.
Safe. It's dangerous, and it's messed up, and it needs to be fixed. And hopefully they are going to fix it and go in the right direction. Okay?
So if you could please tell me how Froot Loops related to politics. Politics. I'll tell you this, Kumi. You want to know how it's related? Because RFK Jr. is going to be as the Department of Health. He's going to be appointed by Trump to join his cabinet. That's the only reason why. That's it.
All right. So, good stuff. Now I have a bunch of shout-outs to do. And then to end tonight's show, I'm going to have a few rapid-fire stories.
Stop fucking licking your lip.
3 rapid-fire stories to end the show. But I have to get all the pages to reload because, like I said, these news sites, they don't even work. Like, they crash.
Where?
Look at this one. Oh, God. It's so bad.
Probably because you had a lot of other tabs open.
Okay. This one, okay. And did this one load? Okay, good. All right, shout-outs. First of all, I believe there were 2 different...
Yeah, nice pointing at the screen there and just letting it rip.
Shout out.
JFK Jr. eats Froot Loops and he's in politics. That's how it's political. You mean RFK, not JFK. DSP's got a gun. Yeah, he's got a gun. Seattle better run. He's coming out for some fun.
First of all...
Yeah, nicely done there, Phil.
I believe there were 2 different gifted...
No, you're good, Tino. You're good. It's still Kennedy, though.
Subs. I believe there was one earlier, and then there was one right now. Am I correct? I think there were 2.
Yeah, shout out to Burp.
Double check.
Oh, God, he's not talking.
Here.
Hello?
So,
did you hear that?
It was CyberChud2077 had subscribed, and then Darkside Pimp just gifted another sub to the channel. So technically, Darkside Pimp now is up to 13 tonight. That's correct. 13 tonight.
I'm just now realizing something. So I guarantee you, because he made like about $434 the first time he did DSP Politics, I don't think he's going to hit that ever again.
And then we had the one from Cyber.
He's not going to hit that because this is his second show. He's not going to hit that.
But in addition to that,
but again, this is successful according to him, or excuse me, successful.
This also happened. I received a $10 tip, and this tip is from God Revan Ryu. He says, "Fuck it, I'll bite." So thank you, God Revan Ryu, for a $10 tip tonight. I appreciate that support. Thank you, thank you.
Fuck. 5-hour energy. Fuck.
We're up to $169 in support. I then received
the part where he scams the guy.
A $5 tip.
Yeah, he's not going to make that much money that he
Ren,
did.
he says, have you heard of the real-life superhero that in Seattle named Phoenix Jones, who eventually became jaded with the system and started peddling drugs? No. Nope.
I heard about Phoenix Jones. Phoenix Jones was a really weird story.
Oh, I did not hear that at all. If that is true, I might want to look into that for a future episode. I did not hear about anyone named...
That's nothing to do with politics at all, Phil.
Phoenix Jones.
Phoenix Jones has nothing to do with politics.
Thank you, Ren. And then I received a $1.20 tip.
He has 4.4K views.
Living in Tacoma, I almost never hear of things like this.
Oh, but he's going to say that he had 4.4K live viewers.
Stories in this for my state is shocking.
Surely if Phil wants wants more police, he support the state having an income tax, right?
I live
in
a pretty, basically, Seattle itself and its different boroughs, Aquila, Renton, up in Bellevue. Tacoma has some of it, but not as much. This is more of the... Where's the other place, too? Federal Way. Federal Way has a lot of crime, too.
He made $249, so he didn't really make as much as he thought.
But this is like, because this is the more population-dense part, this is where a lot of it is, right?
If he dies one day, he'll come back as a ghost saying he's a victim of how he died.
Here. So...
And it's our fault, apparently.
But there's don't get me wrong, there's a lot of nice areas in Washington that are more rural. If the further you drive away from suburban and city life and you get to the more rural parts, it's a lot nicer.
Rural.
There's a lot less kind of that stuff.
Rural.
All right? All right.
Rural.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is absolutely official. Tonight on Kick, exclusively.
Yeah, I think he is, though.
The goal, in fact,
he has those drugs.
we have exceeded the goal. The King's coffers have been filled for the...
And we are skipping this.
$36 to double box. It could be tests, end of the show, and time is of the essence because I only have 3 more stories to go tonight, and they're much quicker stories than the last
3 more
segments that we just
stories.
did.
He
Okay?
said he had 4.
Okay.
Yeah, pancakes. Fuck pancakes.
All right. So I left
Fuck pancakes. French toast all the way.
a few interesting stories for you guys at the end. The first story is actually an outsider's perspective on what just happened in the United States election, and I find it fascinating to hear from another country actually giving us their take on what happened. So this is a completely neutral third-party observer from Singapore. So I wonder if
I wonder who sent you that.
you guys can figure out who submitted this video.
Yeah, fuck you, Slayer.
And they're going to give their take
Slayer's like, hey, he's watching my video.
on what just happened in the presidential election. All right, let's take a look.
Despite a red wave powering Donald Trump's return to the White House, the United States remains deeply divided.
Yeah.
Okay, I agree with that statement.
Phoenix Jones' pre-fill, like 2011. Dude was cool back then. Then I knew him for my time with Team Quest. I remember that, Tino. And then later on, he just became completely deranged.
Hi, this is Adrian Ang, Research Fellow and Coordinator of the U.S. program at the S. Rajaratnam School
Not a
of
problem,
International
Maki, not a
Studies,
problem.
Nanyang Technological University. Former President Donald J. Trump has won the 2024 presidential elections by a significant margin.
Volume up? Okay.
Yeah, we
Volume
can't
up
even
indeed. Here we
hear
go.
him.
Winning both the Electoral College vote and
Slayer
popular
picked,
vote, something
said
which
DSP
brewed
picked the
in
video. This
2016.
Yeah, Slayer said DSP picked this video. Yeah, Phil. Are you sure? Slayer, are you sure about that?
Republicans have also
On. Now my bar is blocking his subtitle.
retaken the Senate and appear on their way to retaining a majority in the House of Representatives.
They did. As of now, they finally did. They have everything. They got the House, the Senate, and the presidency.
Thank you very much.
Who cares, Phil?
In this election cycle,
Yeah, where can I get a copy of that opening you used? Nerdbrew made it.
about 3/4 of voters said the country was on the wrong track, and a similar proportion of voters said that American democracy was under threat. These are never good for the incumbent, especially when more than half of voters said they were worse off now than they were 4 years ago.
But I don't understand. According to the Kamala Harris campaign, Americans were better. Remember, we're not going back. We've changed for the better. We're not going back because we're better off now. And Trump is going to take away all the good things that we have. But here is literally a neutral observer. All he did was look at polls and issues, took data, and he's stating facts. Singapore is not pro-Trump. I want you to understand that. They're not. This is a completely neutral party. Okay?
Wait for Phil to be like, oh yeah, go Singapore.
For voters?
By the way, FYI, do you have any idea how bad the economy is in China right now? No, I do not. I wonder how Singaporeans felt about individualism between cannings. I wonder if he knew.
On the top of their minds were...
I wonder how they knew too. He thinks just because they're not American, they're neutral. Like, they can have a stance about politics on other people, like other sides of the world, but are they gonna like be neutral about it? That's up to them.
So-called pocketbook issues, economic issues having to do with jobs, inflation, affordable housing, voter disaffection.
Whoa, hold on. But I thought that the issues were about women's reproductive rights and Trump becoming a fascist and a Nazi czar.
Again, Phil, that's what the media was telling people. Remember, you just said that was what the media was telling them. Did you forget about this shit, Phil?
Going to take away all of our rights. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, people can't find a job right now. It's that bad. Yeah, exactly. As soon as Trump left office, it got worse because when Biden took over, it got worse.
I don't get it. I don't understand. I thought that's what the election was about, at least according to the Democrats. Oops.
Again, that's the Democrats telling this shit. They're spinning it like Trump's the devil. Again, that's the Democrats. They'll do whatever they can to fucking besmirch and to defame their opponent.
Oops.
That's called propaganda.
See?
In this electoral cycle was more than enough to override any possible concerns they might have had
Whoever is president won't really affect Singapore. No, it doesn't, because it's not their country.
regarding former President Trump's convictions, his character flaws, or his antics
Yeah, did he really say Nazis are? He did.
in the campaign.
He meant Fuhrer.
Let me get this straight. The American populace didn't care that the Democrats literally prosecuted him, Trump, for something that literally they all do too. They all commit these little white crimes and things, and they all get away with it because none of them prosecute each other. But all of a sudden, when someone's their political rival does it, then they go after him. They totally shot themselves in the foot, because if they equally went after everyone...
Remember that one American kid in the 90s that was canned in Singapore by King cars? That I did not know happened.
This way. Then...
Indrid is a Democrat? Wait, really?
Then there wouldn't have been an issue.
Then again, I don't really mind. Indrid's a good person regardless.
But the fact is...
Like, here's the thing. I'm not going to judge somebody by their political standards. I'm not going to judge somebody by how they view... Not how they view things, but what their political stance is. I'm not going to do that at all. However, I will get onto somebody if they start spreading around their political views like a fucking nut. That is the only time where I'll actually get onto somebody for their political stance. Like, bro, shut up.
These people do these things all...
It's almost like enemies will resort to underhanded tactics to win. Who knew? Holding top secret files in your house, like, is what everyone does.
All the time. They misappropriate funds. They misclassify things. They do it...
I don't know why, Josh. I don't know why. Fox News just did a story in the Bible that there was found an offense. Yeah, people in the pedestal under Leighton's case, like it was a miracle. Like how someone found Jesus on their toast, and all of a sudden it's a miracle.
To benefit themselves because they're rich and powerful.
Hey! Big ups, Dan.
And all their buddies are the people...
Thanks for the raid, Ed.
...who prosecute for it. So they say, turn a blind eye. I don't care that you did it. But all of a sudden, Trump did the same thing they all do, and he's the devil. Wait a minute. I think the American people were smarter than that. Oopsie poopsie.
Stop saying that word.
Voter disaffection.
If you can send me death. Or the emails. Hey, don't say that. That's slander. You're slandering and defaming me. That's slander and defamation. Stop it.
A Republican wave that swept across the country. This was evident in voting data.
Look at this. That's crazy. Look at this. This is insanity.
Yeah, that was what the fucking... That's what happened. That was 2024.
So basically, only the two areas of the country that are ultra-liberal, the Northeast and the West Coast, voted liberal. The entire rest of the country said...
You mean they voted blue? They voted Democrat.
We've had enough.
The county level...
Yeah, Phil has never seen a map like, whoa, that's what the United States looks like? Wait, Alaska's actually down here and Hawaii's actually closer to Texas? What?
The vast majority of the country's 3,000 counties showed a rightward shift in favor of the Republicans.
That's just crazy.
Yeah, that's not even close. Like, when it was, like, first started off, yeah, it was close. And then as the votes went on more and more, it became more fucking red.
Can also point to a larger structural realignment of the American party system in favor of the Republican Party. Different voters are now moving towards the Republicans, especially young voters, African Americans, Latinos, Asians.
Oh no, Phil's gonna bite his nails.
That were hitherto stalwart parts of the Democratic
Stop bobbing your fucking head up and down!
coalition.
So, gee.
Phil, why is Hawaii so hot and Alaska so cold? They're right next to each other.
Maybe if the Democrats actually wanted to win, they should have actually ran on issues that those people cared about. Instead of their little issue they picked here and the little issue they picked here.
Phil, the reason why they didn't go for Democrat, though, they saw how Biden ran the country from 2021 to now, and the present time. They saw how he ran the country, and they didn't like it. Again, do I need to bring up the whole thing about Hawaii? How Hawaii was under fire, was going through seas of fire. And as soon as Biden went down there to try to resolve things, he was immediately booed and people were saying, fuck you, Biden, get the fuck out of here. You're not wanted here.
Remember what we saw last week?
Like, look at how Biden affected the country, though. He didn't do anything to fix it. He made it worse.
The woman who sadly was abused when she was 12 and had to have an abortion.
Stop bringing up kids.
The woman who got pregnant and then Roe v. Wade got overturned, she couldn't have the abortion check.
And again, Phil, that's propaganda. All of that is propaganda by the Democrats, by Kamala Harris.
An infection.
Kamala.
Okay.
Yeah, $700 for Hawaii survivors. Yeah, they were just given $700. How are they going to rebuild with just $700 fucking dollars?
Those are the exception to the rule. The common voter.
Yeah, that's the funny thing, too. Hawaii is a notoriously blue state, and they didn't want fucking Biden there.
Is not the person in that position. You have to run a campaign based on the wants and desires of the populace.
You don't know the wants and the needs of the populace. You don't know what the United States. You don't know what every single American in our country wants. You don't know because they want different things, Bill. Each individual in this country wants a thing that they want. They want that thing. They want to receive that thing, and they want to make sure they have everything in their power to get that thing. Did they get that thing they sent you? Because everyone is different.
Okay to want to help those who are in
Phil doesn't even know what his wife wants.
those outlier positions. I feel for those people. But that's
No,
not
you don't.
how the election gets won. It's like they don't
Andrew got heated last week. I had to leave that stream because when Roe v. Wade came up.
understand politics,
Okay, I want to know what this is what I want to know. What happened there?
but they're fucking politicians.
Yeah, consensus. That's what he means, not the populace, he means the consensus of people. The whole Hawaii fires was weird because it was the most controlled looking wildfire, as if it didn't spread like usual wildfires do. Exactly.
These groups are moving towards the Republican Party because the party is appealing to their concerns
Shocking.
more than the Democrats. In a second Trump administration, we are very likely to see a continued strong U.S. military presence. In fact, one concern might be that a second Trump administration would push countries in the region to be more forceful in pushing back against perceived Chinese assertiveness in the South China Sea as well as the Taiwan Strait. In the first Trump administration, we saw twice as many freedom of navigation operations compared to the Biden administration, and we should expect something similar in the second Trump administration.
So basically he's saying expect more military issues, meaning, if you're free to be able to go patrol in a certain area, they're going to go try to do that. But sometimes countries don't like that. Oh, why are you coming so close to us? We're not friends, and I get it.
At least what Trump is trying to do is actually keep it like preserved. He's actually trying to say that, hey, we're going to have a military presence here, but we're not going to invade unless something happens. Like if it's going across like American borders or some shit like that. Let's see. Phil keeps having the same bread dead take, and it's not the easy one that every incumbent party has lost their elections across the world due to the economy. It's not a U.S. thing only. Phil doesn't seem to understand that something like one country, what happens in one country can affect the entire world. Phil doesn't get that.
Trump probably will.
Yeah, that's a Chinese destroyer.
Trump is not a super fan of China. He is going to be pushing against China during his presidency. He's not going to get walked all over. So
well, no shit, because Trump is really that one person. He doesn't take shit from anybody.
It'll be interesting to see.
Like he even had like a story. He was on like a news story. How he was like on like call with like North Korea, and he was like teasing North Korea. Is like, yeah, I have this red button right here. Don't make me want to press. I'm tempted to press this red button. Don't make me tempt. Don't tempt me, bitch.
What's going to happen in that regard? $250,000 man just gifted 3 subs to dollars.
Either in the South China Sea or in the Taiwan Strait. A Trump administration is very likely to ask countries of the region to choose between the United States and China, something that countries have said they do not wish to do.
There you go. So, from Singapore's...
There you go. What happened, Phil? What was your takeaway from this?
Perspective?
Yeah, mine's bigger. That's exactly what he said. He's like, my red button's bigger than yours.
Being completely neutral. They know the...
Trump basically said no balls to Kim Jong. Yeah, Kim Jong. And that resulted in North and South Korea shaking hands for the first time in generations. Yeah, if it wasn't for Trump threatening to push the big red button, that wouldn't have happened.
Reason that the Republicans...
All the taxes. The finger thing means taxes.
Won the election is because they catered to the needs, the wants, and the concerns of the common American person instead of these fringe issues. And now they're saying, well, I got to be careful, because probably what's going to end up happening is there's going to be more tensions between China and the U.S. with Trump in the presidency, and they might be like, hey, we got to pick one or the other. And a lot of countries don't want to do that. They don't want to put themselves between two superpowers.
What about the children? What do you think about the children? Yeah, I'm pretty sure Phil's thinking about the children.
And ended up being buddy with one, but then the enemy of the other. A fair assessment, right? I think that was a pretty good video, actually, because it's always interesting to see something outside.
Yeah, but apparently Slayer's saying that you picked the video. It wasn't the video that he sent you.
Outside of the bubble that you're in. And
yeah, it'll cost you.
Too often, we only get bombarded with the bubble.
Yeah, at least Trump actually tried for world peace. Like, he was trying to do that, and Biden just went in there and is like, oh, yeah, you want world peace? Where am I?
And it's very, very bothersome. But now we actually got to see someone else.
No, instead Biden was like, oh, hey, here's the button. Ice cream.
Talk about one of these issues, okay? Okay. I received a $2.25 tip from Sour Nipples. You actually think...
Jesus Christ.
Trump is the answer? Does it matter who's president? We're still fucked. I didn't say this. Did I say that?
You did. You kept saying it. You kept saying that it doesn't matter who's in the office, we're fucked. You did say this, or implied it.
How many times have I said, last week and this week, I said, I don't think that either candidate was a good candidate for president.
So you're essentially saying it doesn't matter, though. We're fucked. You implied that.
Right? I've said this.
You implied it.
What I said is, from my perspective and from my experience, the 4 years...
Yeah, Phil said that a lot before the election. Yeah, he kept saying that we're fucked either or. In DSP voice. There's no money in world peace, dude.
I had, as with Trump as president, was better for myself and my family.
No, you didn't. You said that you didn't care for any or. You didn't care for Biden. You didn't care for Trump. You didn't care for Kamala Harris. You didn't care for any of these fucking people. That the country is going to be better worth off. And that you sit there going, think about the 4 years that you had them as president and vote for them then.
In the 4 years that we just had with Biden as president.
Oh, yeah. If Phil went on Joe Rogan, he would be laughed off. It's like, I'm kind of retarded.
That's just matter-of-fact observation.
And then they laugh at him for being that way. It's like,
you might be artistic or you're a retarded patient. I'm not saying that Trump is going to be a good president again, but things were better when he was president for me, personally. That's my take. That's why.
You never said that. You never said that. Phil, do I need to bring up that clip that Alt put on Twitter a few months before Trump ended his presidency? You were shitting on Trump.
I'm calling it like it is, all right?
Phil, you were shitting on Trump.
Now,
kind of is subjected to me.
He could completely fuck everything up for everybody, right?
Jamie, look at the incident. Pull up that clip. You know what? Fuck it. I'm going to find that clip right now. Give me a second. Give me a minute. Let me find that clip right now. I'm going to do that. I'm going to let you pop off, Phil. I'm going to go find that clip right now.
And we'll see. And I'll be covering that and talking about it on the show. Trust me. I'm going to call it what it is. But there you go. All
calling a spade a spade?
2 more stories to go to end the show tonight, folks. One is a little bit of meat to it, and one is just a laugh riot. Are you ready?
Oh, a laugh riot. Oh, sure. It's totally going to be a laugh riot. Give me a minute. Antidepressants controlling tools of your system, making life more tolerable,
So by the way, last chance, if you want to support the politics show, I hope you've enjoyed. And keep in mind, if you want to be a part of this, please become a member over on the dspgaming channel. Once again, I'll show you because many of you were not here earlier on at the beginning of the show. So if you want to be someone who can submit clips, videos, and topics for me to review and talk about...
I don't care about this shit, Phil.
...on the show, become a submissions tier member here on DSP Reacts on YouTube. Okay, right here. And there's a thread that will go up tonight on the community tab where you can post up, stuff for next week. Next week will not be on Thursday. It'll be Friday night. The 29th of November is the next show. Okay? Just so that everyone's clear. Next week's a little different because American Thanksgiving is that Thursday and I'm taking that night off. All right?
Phil, did anybody ask? Because I'm pretty sure nobody asked.
I received a $2 tip. From Phil Smoke Shit. Do you think Trump is for American people? He only cares about himself and helping billionaire buddies. Again, I never said that. You're putting words into my mouth. It's obvious you hate Trump. All right? It's obvious. I also do not like that man. But I speak from my experience, and I'm not going to keep repeating myself. But thanks for the $2.
Phil, you just cried. Like, he's saying the same thing over and over and over again. He really is. And yet Phil doesn't seem to understand that at all. You know, hang on. I'm going to do this. Trump. Oh, God damn it. I'm trying to find Trump here, and it's not working. Let's see. Oh, wait. Maybe if I type in 2020. I'll find it.
Okay. Ready? 2 more stories to go. All right. So our next story for the night, as we're about to wrap up, is regarding a weird thing that happened right as the presidential election was about to take place. Okay? So what had been happening? Right leading up to the night of the actual presidential election here in the United States, the polls were all saying that Donald Trump was winning. That Donald Trump had actually been turning the opinions in key swing states. So people were like, whoa, Trump actually has a good chance. Everything had been saying previously that Trump was going to lose or it was going to be a very tight race. All of a sudden, for 2 days before, it was saying Trump's going to win. Well, guess what? The day of the election, this supposed well-respected, well-regarded pollster came out and claimed they had run a poll citing that Kamala Harris was going to win Iowa. For those who don't know, Iowa is one of the key swing states that early on gets determined, who their candidate is. And
you know what? I'm going to do this as well. See, give me a second. I'm not listening to you, Phil. I'm not listening to you, Phil, at all. Let's see. I'm going to bring this up. Give me 1 second. I'm going to find it on piggo.re. I'm going to go there. I'm going to find that really quick.
A lot of times people who hear that Iowa went one way or the other, it'll actually swing their vote. Oh, Iowa all voted for Kamala? Well, I'm going to vote for Kamala too then. Okay? So basically, this poll, oh, Kamala's going to win. And a lot of people got nervous. They're like, wait, what? All evidence up to now have been saying that Trump has the lead. How on earth could Kamala be winning this? Okay? So Trump slams pollster whose totally fake poll showed Harris winning Iowa and calls for a probe. President-elect Donald Trump slammed retiring election pollster J.N. Seltzer and called for an investigation after her last pre-election day survey showed Vice President Kamala Harris topping the Republicans in Iowa, a state he ultimately won. Trump slammed Seltzer and the now ridiculed Des Moines Register and Mediacom Iowa poll hours after she announced she was calling it quits from election polling. Her last poll indicated Trump would lose to Harris by as much as 3 points in Iowa. But the future 47th president ended up winning the red state by a whopping 13 points on the way to recapturing the presidency. Not only did he win Iowa, he crushed Iowa. Her poll was complete bullshit.
I thought you didn't care about this shit, Phil.
It would have been one thing if her poll said, oh, it'll be close or this or that, and then she was just slightly off. She was way off, all right? A totally fake poll that caused great distrust and uncertainty at the very critical time. She knew exactly what she was doing, he wrote Sunday evening on Truth Social. Thank you to the great people of Iowa for giving me such a record-breaking vote, despite possible election fraud by Ann Selzer and the now discredited newspaper for which she works. Now, it's not election fraud. You see what I say about Trump and his hyperbole? It's not election fraud. Election fraud would have been if someone messed up the votes. Like, actually, fraudulent votes were counted. She didn't do that.
That was...
Her poll had
Phil,
nothing to actually do with election votes.
Shut up, Phil. That was 2020, though. That was
supposedly saying people were saying they were going to vote for Kamala Harris or Trump.
Oh,
It's not election fraud. But you understand what I mean about Trump? He says things
What
that are hyperbole that
happened?
aren't true. She's never going to be
I
held
thought I
accountable for
told you to
election fraud.
shut
It has nothing
up!
to do with the actual votes in the election. All right? An investigation is fully called for. It's unclear what type of probe Trump meant, because he doesn't mean it. He's not going to do it. There's no probe to be had. When asked by USA Today if Trump implied polls supposedly saying people were saying
Oh, God, no. Fuck.
they were going to vote for Kamala Harris.
There you go. Oh, that's why, because he stopped. Okay. Thank God that it stopped. Like, the whole thing with Phil, though, he's, like, talking on and on about this shit, though. It's like, he didn't even know about this shit until Keto Castillo told him about it. That's all that there is to it with that one. And Phil's going to sit there and be like, oh, well, the whole thing with the vote, it's like, Phil, you didn't even give two shits about the fucking vote. And yet you're going to sit there and be like, oh, well, it is what it is, I guess. Like, who cares? Alright, I'm trying to find that clip, though. I'm still finding it, so bear with me. Oh, God damn it. Wait, why is it muted?
Or Trump. It's not election fraud. But you understand what I mean about Trump? He says things that are hyperbole that aren't true. She's never going to be held accountable for election fraud. She had nothing to do with the actual votes in the election. All right? Or Trump. It's not election fraud. But you understand what I mean about Trump? He says things that are hyperbole that aren't true. She's never going to be held accountable for election fraud. She had nothing to do with the actual votes in the election. All right? An investigation is fully called for. It's unclear what type of probe Trump meant, because he doesn't mean it. He's not going to do it. There's no probe to be had. When asked by USA Today if Trump implied a criminal investigation, a spokesperson for the incoming commander-in-chief said President Trump was very clear in his Truth Social post. So basically, no answer at all. Stephen Shum, the incoming communications director for Trump, also claims Selzer beclowned herself. Beclowned
herself. Like, what if... I just want him to stop talking about this shit, though, because he has no idea what the fuck he is talking about. He has no fucking idea. Let's see. I'm almost close to finding that clip. I can just taste it at this point. I hate how YouTube does this shit. Hang on. I think I found it. I think I found it. I think I did.
Now, that's a new word I think I need to...
What new word? Don't mention new words. Hang on, give me a second. I'm going to refresh this. Give me a minute. Stand by. I'm going to refresh this really quick. Stand by. Oh, come on. Why'd you do this to me? Oh, shit. I think I lost it. No, I don't want to lose this. Yeah, it's buffering like crazy. It just is. I don't know what happened. Wait, here it is. I think I found it. Hang on. I think I found it. For some reason, it's being weird for YouTube, though. Like, I'm pressing pause on it, and the video's like, hell yeah, we're not pausing for you. Fuck you.
Sorry, but it's all Trump's fault. Okay? So I read this, and I'm like, this is hilarious, because are you guys aware of what Trump's trade tariffs were? China. Chinese goods. What he did is he said, Chinese goods are very low quality. China gets way too much...
Wait, this probably isn't the right clip, though. I'll find it eventually. Like, I'm trying to look around for it. I can't find it anywhere.
Business from the United...
But it's like, I could have sworn I did see the clip, though. I did see it. Singapore, polls. I think, yep, here we are. I'm actually, thank God this is timestamped. Thank Christ.
Election polling. Her last poll indicated Trump would lose to Harris by...
Screw it. I'm just going to continue from there.
As much as 3 points in Iowa. But the future 47th president ended up winning the red state by a whopping 13 points on the way to recapturing the presidency. Not only did he win Iowa, he crushed Iowa. Her poll was complete bullshit. It would have been one thing if her poll said, oh, it'll be close or this or that, and then she was just slightly off. she was way off. All right? A totally fake poll that caused great distrust and uncertainty at the very critical time. She knew exactly what she was doing, he wrote Sunday evening on Truth Social.
Yeah,
Thank you to the great people of Iowa for giving me such a record-breaking vote, despite possible election fraud by Ann Selzer and the now discredited newspaper for which she works. Now, it's not election fraud. You see what I say about Trump and his hyperbole? It's not election fraud. Election fraud would have been if someone messed up the votes. Like, actually, fraudulent votes were counted. She didn't do that. Her poll had nothing to actually do with election votes. It was an early poll supposedly saying people were saying they were going to vote for Kamala Harris or Trump. It's not election fraud. But you understand what I mean about Trump? He says things that are hyperbole that aren't true. She's never going to be held accountable for election fraud. She had nothing to do with the actual votes in the election. All right? An investigation is fully called for. It's unclear what type of probe Trump meant because he doesn't mean it. He's not going to do it. There's no probe to be had. When asked by USA Today if Trump implied a criminal investigation, a spokesperson for the incoming commander-in-chief said President Trump was very clear in his Truth Social post. So basically, no answer at all. Stephen Shung, the incoming communications director for Trump, also claims Selzer beclowned herself. Beclowned? Now, that's a new word I think I need to start using. Beclowned. Okay.
Yeah, be clowned. Sure, you're going to use that word, Phil. And you're going to use it wrong, too.
Like one of these idiots comes on my stream and acts like a moron. I'm going to say, you have beclowned yourself in my chat.
Oh, shut the fuck up, Phil.
Legalize.
Legalize.
Okay. So, she beclowned herself during the last days of the campaign in a seemingly blatant attempt to misinform the public for the benefit of Kamala Harris. The post has sought comment from Trump's camp. Selzer says her exit was in the works for more than a year, and she planned on moving on to other ventures and opportunities earlier Sunday in an op-ed in the Des Moines Register. Would I have liked to make this announcement after a final poll aligned with Election Day results? Of course, she said, of the erroneous November 1st poll. It's ironic that it's just the opposite. In a post-mortem of the Under Fire poll, she said she found nothing to illuminate the miss, but guessed that respondents might have lied or changed their opinion after the poll was conducted. Let me get this straight. She's going to say my poll was wrong because people purposefully lied in the poll? Why would they have done that? Like, it's anonymous. It's like, what are you talking about? No, I mean, the reason why she's really under fire, my integrity means a lot to me, she wrote. To those who question it, there are likely no words.
Like, why is this really a news story? Why is he covering this? Is this like the Trump derangement syndrome?
To dissuade. No, you have no, how would you have integrity when you're leaving? It doesn't matter. You're quitting. So it doesn't matter if there was integrity or not. You're gone. You're never, ever going to do another poll, so it doesn't matter. And look, the Des Moines Register executive editor Carol Hunter added in a separate note to readers, to date, no likely single culprit has emerged to explain the wide disparity. Yeah, it's called the poll was wrong. The poll was erroneous. Right? I mean, very, very clearly, there's a possibility, and it's only a possibility. She's on the way out. She knows that this is her last poll, and it doesn't matter if it's real or not, so she fucking made it up.
Wait, hang on. I think I found it.
They're trying to oppress the people. I don't like Trump.
Here it is. Found it. Thank God I found it. I think I found the clip right here. Here we go.
Democrats.
Big ups to Alt for this one. And that being said, big ups to that being said. This is it. I think I found the clip right here. It took me a while to find it, but I found it.
I don't like
yeah.
Trump. I don't like the Democrats either. I think that everyone in government power right now in our country is an underhanded scumfuck who literally is just trying to get ahead for themselves. They're trying to oppress the people and basically make it.
And now he's kissing Trump's ass.
So that they're always in power and everything goes to them. I really don't feel that either side is trying to help us at all. They say that they are, but I don't believe it. I really don't believe their bullshit. I really feel that they're all just out for themselves. Because how is it that we have a fucking pandemic and the best they can do is vaccines super late and a fucking check for like $1,000? That's what.
And yet, Phil, you got the stimulus check. And yet you're sitting there going, oh yeah, $1,000 for a check? That's not good enough. Phil, you benefited from the stimulus check.
Our government does for us to save us from a fucking pandemic. It's like, you're out of your minds, right? So I don't like anyone.
And that is also true. During during Trump's presidency, during the bankruptcy, he had about $40,000 given to him by his fucking audience because he was going through a bankruptcy.
You know what I mean? So if I actually did ever talk about politics, it would be very different than what people are expecting. I'm not polarized one way or the other. I think both sides are fucked, and they're both kind of fucking us in the middle. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and look at the fucking political show that he did now. Look at the political show he's doing now. It's not about politics. It's about about local news for him. It's about mental health, like mental illnesses and mental health, which he calls politics because he put Trump into it. Froot Loops and this bullshit.
So it's funny that you say that. So he opens up his mouth and he says he hates Trump. One side hates him, right? If I said, oh, I hate the Democrats or I hate Trump, one side would hate. I hate everyone. So guess what? I guess everyone hates me.
Well, yeah, everybody does hate you, Phil.
You know what I mean?
And you want to know here's what was said about this, though. Here's another example of Phil's actual thoughts about the Trump presidency, which he'll probably retcon. Both sides suck, and he doesn't like Trump. DSP wanted faster vaccine rollouts. DSP wanted more government handouts, and DSP said he's hated for being a centrist. There's that. There's another one, too. Here it is.
At this point.
Here it is. There's more. There's more. I found another one. There's more.
At this point, our government has failed us so miserably this year. So miserably. They failed to have any kind of leadership whatsoever with this outbreak. And they just failed over and over to show they have no actual understanding of the American people and how we survive or live on a daily basis. And I could not give two shits if they voted in a fucking, you know, if they voted in Aardvark as president.
Yeah, he would probably look at this as hyperbolic. He would probably look at this as like, oh, yeah, he's using hyperbole.
Probably do just as effective as a job. Our government sucks.
There we go. See, look at that. Yeah. After starting the call saying he hates both candidates, he ended up saying, fuck you, Democrats, in a Hail Mary attempt to fit in with the boys. The reality, he hated Trump's term, too. Here's how he felt in the late 2020. So, this was when he jumped in on Kino Casino with the whole thing about, yeah, fuck the Democrats. That's exactly what this one was. So, there's that. And this was on November 6th when he, that being said, put it out.
Because she wanted Kamala to win. But it doesn't mean anything. It's kind of frivolous, but I get it. Trump's annoyed. And he has a right to be annoyed. But then he has to go on and he has to bluster and he has
Phil always had to and has to rely on people to get him through life. His dents had to cough off money for his taxes, then the taxpayers had to pick up for his credit card bill. Yeah, the bankruptcy.
has to use hyperbole. There's going to be an investigation. There's not going to be anything. This is exactly the same as what he said about Hillary Clinton. He's, investigation, lock her up, and blah, 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 and then nothing.
Well, then again, though, Phil, he called to light what Hillary Clinton was doing, though, so at least that was a thing. At least he was bringing an awareness of it.
Do anything, right? And he's not going to do anything, okay? All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, this has been a great night. I've had a great night with all of you. I hope that you've enjoyed DS Politics here tonight.
Sure he did.
I'm going to leave you with one final topic.
Yeah, Trump was right about what Hillary is doing, though. So, what's the issue?
And we need to find. I want to do a topic like this every week, and I actually hope that I can get a topic like this every week.
When one and one are one.
All right, but I don't know what to call it. So everyone, I will need your opinions and your feedback on this. The final segment of the show this week. You ready, ladies and gentlemen? I present to you our final story of the night. Ellen DeGeneres and Portia de Rossi are leaving the U.S. and moving to the UK.
Yeah, this is not really newsworthy, though, Phil. I saw this on Twitter, and people are like, good, stay there.
Ready? Ellen DeGeneres and her wife, Portia de Rossi, are leaving to England. Oh, they're living in England and planning to sell their U.S. home, according to multiple reports. Find out why. Take one guess why.
We already know why, Phil. It's because of the Trump election. We know. Everybody knows. Also, who?
Who?
Okay, I was going to say Kana. Ellen DeGeneres, a.k.a. Dory from Finding Nemo. She voices Dory. So Dory is now living in the UK now. And her wife.
The pair have moved to England and plan to sell their residence in Montecito, California.
Yeah, the reason why this is political, Kenny G, is because it has to deal with the Trump's election. That's why.
Multiple outlets
take Whoopi with you
have reported on November 20th, citing sources as saying the reason for the relocation.
Possibly that too, the Diddy list.
Former President Donald Trump's victory over Vice President Kamala Harris.
Not sure why we need to hear this obvious play for attention. Agreed.
Harris, who Ellen had endorsed in the 2024 election earlier this month. E! News reached out to reps for Ellen and Portia for comment, but they have not heard back.
Yeah, because she wants to be left alone, probably.
Seems the couple who tied the knot in 2008 is already settling in across the pond, as they were spotted last week visiting British host Jeremy Clarkson's pub, The Farmer's Dog. As seen in a video his girlfriend Lisa Hogan shared on Instagram, Ellen and Portia watch an acoustic performance of the chorus. Ellen has owned several lavish
He is like reading this like fast, and he's like skipping the majority of it.
properties in California over the years, including Montecito near Meghan Markle and Prince Harry, as well as Oprah Winfrey, who recently moved to the Cotswolds, a celebrity favorite rural area in England, including Burford, The Wrap, and TMZ has reported. The 66-year-old largely stepped away from the spotlight in recent years. In 2022, she ended her daytime series, The Ellen DeGeneres Show, after 19 seasons. A move that came following an internal investigation of allegations of a toxic work environment.
Oh yeah, by the way, she was actually being looked at for toxic work environment with her talk show host, or talk show.
3 senior staff
There was that too.
members exited that production.
If Ellen still had her show and wasn't out as a crappy boss, she wouldn't have moved. She's not really a popular celebrity. No need to be in Hollywood if you're not working. Pretty much.
In 2020, with Ellen apologizing, saying things were going to start and be different, but then she just quit the show in 2020. So,
Well, because she wasn't getting popularity anymore, Phil. The show was dying off because of the allegations.
the story is...
Yeah, here's some real outdated political news. There's a Minnesota town that re-elected a dog as a mayor.
Please clap.
Not gonna lie, that's actually, I would love to actually see that. Mr. Waffles, what is your take on the whole thing about the crime in Washington?
Ellen DeGeneres
That's a very good response, Mr. Waffles.
has left the country because Donald Trump won the election.
Okay, and how is this political and how is this news?
I have one response to this story.
How are we gonna do about the crime in Minnesota?
Good. Now, everyone else who's a little whiny baby
Hey, that's you, Phil.
and can't take it, also go with her.
Hey, Phil, why don't you go with them too? I mean, for God's sakes.
You zesty ass bitch!
I don't have the gay-ass rainbow clap here, only on Kick.
Leave now and let the rational
Here's the takeaway. It's for Phil to say, go, leave, you special snowflakes.
thought people stay behind. Okay?
Wait, hold on. Did he call himself a well-thought person?
Now, and let the rational thought people...
The rational thought people? Phil, what you've been spewing out the entirety of this political show was no rational thought whatsoever.
stay behind.
Why do people act like celebrities are worth all this hate?
Okay?
No idea.
Get out. We don't need these kind of fucking people who whine and bitch and complain and cry and scream and cope and seethe. Wah.
Yeah, exactly, Phil. Why don't you leave? Why don't you go to Singapore and meet up with Slayer? Why don't you leave the fucking country?
Election.
He complains every time anything happens about the feds. All DSP does is complain about what the feds, what?
We don't need them.
Yeah, we don't need you either, Phil. But yet somehow you're still going to live in the country because you're too lazy to move.
We're here to try
You're afraid that you have to take out 14 credit cards to move out of the country.
to live and coexist. We don't need these people, these rabble-rousers, these idiots who don't even understand how democracy works.
Yeah, we don't need you either, Phil. And you don't know how democracy works either.
Sitting here
He should go to Canada, live with Derek, and apply for maid.
crying about it. Just leave the fucking country. I wish
Why don't you leave the country, Phil?
more celebrities would
Actually, no, don't go to Canada because Brandu would actually come find him.
do this. If you don't like how it works, leave. Stop trying to have an influence over everyone else in this country who's a normal person.
I don't think they really have any, like, not rational thought. I don't really think they have, like, a reach on the common people anymore because Ellen DeGeneres isn't really working anymore.
Because Ellen DeGeneres is not a normal person.
Neither are you.
She's insane.
Also, if he goes to the UK, he'll get shaked. He would be, like, lying on the ground with a Glasgow smile.
Rich. Why?
My friend left to the UK after Trump got elected. She didn't bitch or cry, and she was happy now. I don't know why he sees us as his own. I don't know why either. You're far from normal. Exactly, Dean. He's way far from normal. Had to do this again. Phil, last week. I've been harassed more than 50 people on this planet. Phil, this week. Love it or leave it. Can we send Phil to Mars? Yes, we should. That's another thing that makes no sense, too. When he was going off about how people were receiving racist text messages, he wants to sit there and be like, I've been harassed more than these people. It's like, what the fuck?
I'm not sure. I never thought that her stand-up was funny. I never thought that her show was entertaining or funny.
I mean, the only thing I will give Ellen DeGeneres, though, is that she was actually good as Dory. Like, she actually did a good job voicing Dory from Finding Nemo. That's it. Finding Dory, I don't care for that movie. Finding Nemo should have just stayed as Finding Nemo. Finding Dory was not needed.
I've seen several episodes of it. I could literally go right to sleep when it's on.
I don't think you've ever seen anything about Ellen DeGeneres at all.
I've never once
Or if you want to be my dad, call her Ellen Degenerate.
cracked a smile or thought that there was anything of value. It's the most milquetoast, boring, shovel crap that I've ever seen on daytime TV.
I mean, if you really want to say... Oh, he did the fucking tongue again. God damn it. If you really want to say something that's worse, look at Amy Schumer's stand-up, Phil. Hers is worse.
It never had a lick of value.
Diddy was on that show a lot.
But people liked safe stuff, and they saw her as the ultimate safe host.
I don't think she was. And if that was the case, why did people make allegations that she was a shitty boss?
Then she got exposed.
Yeah, Level 1 podcast.
For being not the Miss Nice Woman.
Yeah, how did politics night go? Extravagant, all over the place.
The goody two-shoes.
Yeah, she's just like you feel for.
Wholesome, family-friendly person. In fact,
just like how you sit there and pretend that you're a, a chill, meaningful, positive, interactive podcaster or streamer.
She was a bitch.
And you are too.
No one liked.
She was a bitch.
Liked her.
When he does this, it's so insufferable because he uploads trash. Yeah, trash.
Behind the scenes, people reported all this kind of
go to China and join the Yakuza. He would probably be stupid enough to go to China and say, so, where's the Yakuza at?
Stuff, that she was abusive.
He has a lot in comparison with Ellen. Gay, transphobic, terrible show, cute, horrible person. Phil, she's just like you
She was awful to her employees.
And this whole thing is an echo chamber.
She's awful to the guests. Some of the guests literally hated her. But then they go, what's the right thing to do? If you don't go on the Ellen show, people are going to say that basically you didn't really do the right thing and you snubbed her, and then you're going to be bad in Hollywood. People aren't going to like you. So
who gives a shit?
People had to tolerate her for 19 seasons of shit.
Again, people have the right to like her show if she had her show. People they're entitled to like whatever they like, Phil. It's not my cup of tea. I don't give a shit about Ellen DeGeneres at all. I don't care about her talk show. But people out there did.
And then finally,
Phyllis Degenerate.
People came together and stepped up and exposed her for the vile person she really was.
Yeah, it was people that actually were on her show, but not only that, it was people that she worked with.
And then no one wanted to watch.
Yeah, we tolerate you for 17 years, Phil.
Her show anymore. She tried to come back and failed miserably. Good riddance.
Just like how you're proclaiming that you're having a resurgence, a renaissance, and it's still shit?
To bad rubbish and rich bitches like her who didn't deserve a lick of success to begin with.
Huh, Phil, that just sounds a lot like you, and you're just projecting.
Fake-ass people.
Ellen is just like Craig. They both snake their guests.
Who shove narratives down your throat that are...
Let's ask the guys working in Project 7 about the good old Philly.
Fake.
Yeah, jealousy. Also, goddamn, that fucking tongue is back.
I wish more of Hollywood would leave. Because there's too many people like her who keep trying to sway Americans.
Would you say Detractor exposed bad people? Absolutely, Cobain.
For hardworking and live in the real world.
Phil, you don't work and you don't live in the real world. You don't live in reality. You live in your deluded state. Your deluded bubble where you believe that you're right, everyone is wrong, you have a resurgence, people love you and your content, when in reality, nobody likes you, and you sway back and forth on the X and Y axis.
Not the planet and the universe they live in and her 17 luxury homes and all this bullshit. We live in the real world.
You don't.
We need inflation to go down.
Phil, you said inflation was a myth, remember?
We need prices to go down.
Phil, you want prices to go down for you. Everyone else, no, you gotta pay the uptake.
We need jobs and food on the table. And
Phil, jobs are out there, but you just don't like seeing the jobs that are out there right now. Food on the table, you order from DoorDash. Shut up.
Crime to go down.
Phil, crime is going down. You just don't want to acknowledge it.
We want our borders secure.
Phil, you don't even live anywhere near the border. Like, you don't live anywhere near the Mexican border. You live near the Canadian border.
She doesn't have to worry about any of that.
She's in the UK now, so no, she doesn't have to worry about that.
Ever. Because she's fucking rich. So of course she wanted Kamala Harris to win. But then she can't take the loss. Oh, now for 4 more years we're going to have Trump.
Again, she's in the UK now. Why does this fucking matter? Also, back in 2016, a lot of people threatened to leave the United States. And did they? Fuck no, they didn't. It was all talk and no show.
Good. Goodbye.
Ellen was huge on YouTube as well, and that's why he's jealous.
Bye. So long. Don't let the door hit your ass on the way out. No one's going to miss you.
No one's going to miss you either if you leave, Phil, but yet you think that people love you. Phil is the definition of terminal online. Thank you so much for YouTube commenter for $1.99 and for that comment, and we agree with that.
And by the way, in the UK...
Why does this matter? No idea.
Shut the fuck up!
Thank you, Jaha.
No one's going to give you a show because no one likes you there either.
Again, you're just immediately assuming that nobody's going to like her there either. But then again, she doesn't want to do anything anymore in Hollywood. Did you ever think about that?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was it.
Yeah, that's the whole takeaway from this. Ellen DeGeneres sucks. Nobody likes her. That's the takeaway from all this as the final word.
For DS Politics.
Did you hear about the 4-year cruise option for like $100K? Wait, what? That's a thing?
Politics this week.
The east side of the start a lot of farms. We have a very large Hispanic population, both legal and illegal.
I hope that you enjoy.
Yeah, found where Phil should live in the UK. Look up twat or Canadian.
The second show ever.
Well, Phil is a twat.
Thank you. Last shout outs here. Shout out to $250,000 man who gifted, I believe, 6 subs.
I thought that was also Suffer
Yes,
Horse.
$250,000 man gifted 6 subs.
That was Suffer
And then
Horse.
Suffer Horse gifted 5.
Oh no, not Suffer Horse. That one's free.
5 subs. So that's 11 more subs.
Yeah, Ellen was friends with Diddy as well, so her being associated with Diddy did not help her out either.
For 55 more.
There's a cruise ship that was offering a 4-year cruise to avoid Trump's presidency. What? What? You can't be serious.
$4.
That sounds so stupid. I hope it sinks.
Which means we're at $249 of support tonight.
I really don't hope that it sinks though, but that sounds like something that would happen though. It's out on the fucking cruise, like out on the fucking ocean, all of a sudden it sinks. Nothing of value was lost.
Here on DS Politics.
Yeah, she shot cheekers.
The attendance was outstanding. You guys were an absolutely great audience.
I love how immediately he has about close to 1,300 people towards the end of the show dying.
I hope that you enjoyed. Thank you for the support. Thanks for watching. Remember, I'm going to clip some of the show and start uploading those highlights to DSP Reacts over the week. So if you missed part of this, live broadcast, you can see.
Like the Static X song. Oh, very stupid. Yeah, that song by Static X. I think they did do a song called Stupid. Good song.
See the clips over there.
My favorite, I'm not going to lie, I'm derailing a little bit. My favorite Static X album, Starter War. Great album. I love that one. It's a little bit better than Shadow Zone, but those albums both are equally great.
Or you can watch it. I will leave this as an archive on the channel for the week. It does disappear after a week, but I'll leave it here for the week, okay? And next week we're gonna.
If you can afford to cruise for 4 years consistently, you're likely least likely affected by the presidency. Just saying. Makes sense.
I'm gonna do this on Friday night, the 29th.
Me, I'm just like meh.
So you know it's not Thursday night next week because I have a Thanksgiving celebration with my wife. But I'll be back then. Please become a submissions member over on DSP Reacts and submit your stories, clips, all this stuff. This helped tremendously. This week's show was made because of you and you guys giving me your input and support, and it worked well, all right? Great show. We had tons of topics to cover. Let's keep that momentum going next week, all right? Thank you so very much, everyone. I wish you the best. I hope that you enjoyed DS Politics. All right, guys, I'm out of here for the night. Reminder that tomorrow we're back to a final day of gaming. We're going to have a level 1 podcast in the morning where as long as we hit the goal, we're going to be ordering multiple smash burgers for a head-to-head taste test, and it's going to be the premiere of Stalker 2 on that first stream. Tomorrow night on the late stream, it's going to
I will not be there tomorrow. I will not be here tomorrow.
Be more Friday Night Fights, this time Street Fighter 6, likely either playing with M. Bison or E. Honda. I'm not sure which, but it'll be one of those characters tomorrow night in Street Fighter 6. All right, everyone, I wish you the best. Please have a good evening. Thank you so much for your support. You've been a great audience, and I will see you all tomorrow morning. Everyone, have a good night, and, of course, God bless.
Brand dude should be streaming tomorrow.
Bless America.
Yeah, go fuck yourself with that, Phil. Go fuck yourself.
Legalize nuclear bombs. We just nuked the building.
That was abysmal. That was fucking terrible. That was the... I don't know. I'm going to say this. Was this worse than last week's? Which was worse? This week's or last week's? Because both were equally terrible. But this one was worse, in my opinion. It just was. This week was worse. Oh, definitely worse. But yeah, I am done streaming for right now. I'm done with that one. I might be back Saturday. I might just do a little stream. It's like a little detox stream probably. So I'll be back on Saturday. But everybody have a good rest of y'all's day, rest of y'all's night. Keep it real, beautiful people. I am out. Here is the prayer.
Deliver us from the depths. Deliver us from pages. Deliver us from the prognosis. May we never be contented. May we never become beggars like dark side fear. Deliver us from
Go to bed, Aviga.
Zesty ass bitch!